mi o ìyàwó ọ̀lẹ̀lẹ̀ má gbà mí o ìyàwó àsìkò òní eré ọ̀la ìjà òní eré o ọ̀la ìjà kí ló ṣe mí ṣèwọ́ ṣèjà náà ìyàwó kí ló ṣe mí ṣèwọ́ ṣèjà náà ìyàwó. Abu bàbá ọkọ, abu màmá ọkọ. Bó bá ń bá kan sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Amọ́kọ lójú táyì, bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ nkọ́kọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, don't be it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oyibo man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the Betty, we be Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring her. You really move, I really master. When do you go play one? They will say that you style. What countryman do you go? They know the shots. All I kill and die. Whatever you go ban is greedy. I say I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my temple, I will show them fire. National airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. There it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever you are. And here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. So here we are. Here we go again. To our international audience, that music you just heard is called high life music. That's the genre of that music. That music you just heard there is called high life music. I think it was innovated, it was birthed. Nobody quite does music like Nigeria and Nigerians, you know. We're the best at everything, as everyone knows. So there it is. You be the Mugu, I be the master. Pardon me. So you be the Mugu, I be the master, or well, I'm certainly not the Mugu, so maybe you can both be masters. Since I want to be nice to you guys. So there it is. Here we go again. As we always go, we go again. So we go again. All matters Nigerian, of course. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button. Anyway, just click on the like button. Yes, click on the like. You know, I say these things all the time. I don't ever see it reflect in the numbers. But of course, it's just you continue to soldier on, don't you? Really? So that's just click on the like button if you would. Click on the like button. Not already subscribed, correct that as well. If you want to come and join me on the screen, feel free. There's a hyperlink that says StreamYard that invites you into the studio. Share the links as widely as you can. And all those things. So all the things that I usually say. So do them. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink here. So I see, you know, when I make this call, it's usually the Facebook people that often respond first. Good to see you, Olukayode. So good to see you, Kade. Good to have you here. It's usually the Facebook people that respond. Because, you know, when they click like on Facebook, it immediately pops up and it gives you the name then of the person. Like the person that just clicked like now, Ope Oseni. So you can see that. So click on the like button. Let me actually, no, I can't show you. It doesn't show on the. So, pardon me. I don't know why I always start in a somewhat of I won't say skittish. Is it disheveled? I always start in a disheveled sort of a manner. So click on the like button if you would. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Hyperlink, come join me. Say StreamYard is in the comment section and all that. So do all those things. Matters Still Nigerian, of course. We never deviate, of course, from Matters Nigerian. So Nigeria, of course, a gift that just keeps on giving. So Nigeria, a gift that just keeps on giving. We kick it off, start it off with actually a response to one of our long-standing contributors, Poser, that he left a few sessions ago. So he was asking what happens to the tax reform bills. It is bills, isn't it? Several of them. So he was asking what happened to the tax reform bill, and people were explaining to him that the fact that it is not high octane within the news cycle does not mean that it has been abandoned. That is still going through the processes of the parliamentary process. So in response to that now, so this now first headline is in the direction of world peace. House of Representatives approve Tinubu's tax reform bill. So it has now scaled through then the lower house. So hopefully you are listening, world peace. You said you will give it 2 weeks and come back to revisit. It is not even been barely 3 days, and there is a response right there. Our House of Representatives approves Tinubu's tax reform bill. So, of course, as the process continues, the House of Representatives on Thursday, March the 13th, moved closer to the eventual passage of the 4 tax reform bills presented by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the Parliament on the 8th of October 2024, with the consideration and approval of the report of the House Committee on Finance. So that's your response right there. To you to Cisse. Pardon me. That must be some sort of a Japanese greeting to Chusan. I suppose that means hello where you are. So this is Cisse. He always comes in with this greeting, Chusan. Oh, so Chusan to you too. So yes, let's take it from the top again. Actually, our House of Representatives approves Tinubu's tax reform bills. The House of Representatives on Thursday, March the 13th, moved closer to the eventual passage of the 4 tax reform bills presented by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the Parliament on the 8th of October 2024, with the consideration and approval of the report of the House Committee on Finance. So this is just for the benefit of, because so we lose Edo State battery replace. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. This is how the process works. Of course, the bill is presented, and then once it's been handed over to the parliamentary spaces, the Parliament then forms a subcommittee of that specialism to go through the details of that bill, and then they'll liaise. There'll be a back and forth between them and the executive until the bill has been as near perfected as it can be, and then it's presented then to the whole House for approval. So that's the process, and this is what we're trying to explain to War PC the other day. So this is the process in works now. So it now been approved at the House of Representatives does not then mean that the Parliament has approved of it. It still has to go through the House or Senate. So it's a long and involved and a convoluted process. This is just the thing. Our House of Representatives approves Tinubu's tax reform bills. One more time, we'll go through all the way through this time. The House of Representatives on Thursday, March the 13th, moved closer to the eventual passage of the 4 tax reform bills presented by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to Parliament on the 8th of October 2024, with the consideration and approval of the report of the House Committee on Finance. The 4 bills will now be read for the 3rd time before eventual passage. So it's now at the final stages of the House of Reps, which is not to say that it comes into law. It still has to go through the parliamentary process. So that just that should answer that. That polls are left by our world peace. The bill included the Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Bill. So the Inland Revenue Service is being rebranded to the Nigeria Revenue Service because, of course, it's been reformed in terms of its overarching mandate. So the Inland Revenue Service now being rebranded into the Nigeria Revenue Service. The bill included the Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Bill, the Nigeria Tax Bill, the Nigeria Tax Bill, the Nigeria Tax Administration Bill, and the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill. So when you see the establishment, that is to tell you the formation of new entities. So two new entities now. So the Nigeria Revenue Service is not the formation of a new entity, it's the rebranding of an existing entity. But the Joint Revenue Board is the formation of a new entity. The 4 bills were read for the first time on the 8th of October 2024, but debate on the bill had been held back in the House due to the disagreement by members on the content of the Nigeria Tax Administration Bill following objections by northern leaders and the Nigerian Governors Forum. Presenting the report for consideration by members, Chairman of the House Committee on Finance, James Abiodun Faleke, said all contentious areas of the bill had been resolved. The bill includes a bill for an act to provide for the assessment, collection of, and accounting for revenue accruing to the Federation, federal, state, and local governments, prescribe the powers and functions of the tax authorities and for related matters, and a bill for an act to repeal the federal so this is what I was saying earlier, and a bill for an act to repeal the Federal Inland Revenue Service Establishment Act 2007 and enact the Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Bill to establish the Nigeria Revenue Service, charged with powers of assessment, collection of, and accounting for revenue accruable to the government of the Federation and for related matters. So the overarching tax entity now within the Nigerian paradigm is what we just got to the name now. The overarching entity now for the for tax related matters within the Nigerian paradigm is the Nigeria Revenue Service. So that's the rebranding of that space. The others are a bill for an act to establish joint revenue board, the tax repeal, the tax appeal tribunal, and the office of the tax ombudsman. Ombud, so it should be ombudsman. The harmonification, coordination, and settlement of disputes arising from revenue administration in Nigeria and for related matters, and a bill for an act to repeal certain acts on taxation and consolidate the legal frameworks relating to taxation, and enact the Nigeria Tax Act to provide for taxation of income, transactions, and instruments. So there it is right there. The taxman will get you no matter what move you make. So that is the process now. So it's essentially scaled through the first big hurdle. So there are really 2 hurdles for it to scale through. The House of Reps and the House of Senate. So essentially now, the bill has now scaled through the House of Representatives. So hopefully that satisfies you, World Peace. And when I saw that, I just thought I must bring this to address what World Peace said. So let's start. So now back to the real politics of it. Former President Buhari declares stance amid defections from ruling APC. So stand by your man. Was it, who was that? Was that Dolly Parton? Stand by your man. Buhari stands by his man because I read this previously. Former President Buhari declares stance amidst defection from ruling APC. Former President Muhammad Buhari has reaffirmed his commitment to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC amid ongoing defections from the party. His statement comes after former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai announced his exit from the APC to join the Social-Democratic Party SDP. El-Rufai claims he left the party with Buhari's full knowledge and consent. So him leaving the party with Buhari's knowledge and consent does not necessarily mean it was either encouraged. If he says he's going, Buhari will say, well, good luck. You know, Buhari, now that's how he rolls. If he says he's leaving, Buhari will say, okay, good luck. Are you sure you don't want to stay? No, I want to leave. Okay, good luck. So that's not necessarily that Buhari has abandoned the APC. Even though he may have abandoned it in spirit, he has not yet abandoned it in body, because of course, his body. Buhari is a body language administrator, isn't he? Because his body language no longer with that party, but his physical being still with it. Former President Muhammad Buhari has reaffirmed his commitment to the ruling of Progressive Congress APC amid ongoing defections from the party. His statement comes after former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai announced his exit from the APC to join the Social Democratic Party SDP. El-Rufai claimed he left the party with Buhari's full knowledge and consent. Aside from El-Rufai, several APC members in Kaduna State have also defected. So I didn't actually know that El-Rufai had sufficient enough of a followership for anybody to follow any of his political moves. Aside from El-Rufai, several APC members in Kaduna State have also defected, fueling increased speculation about a possible political alliance against President Bola Tinubu ahead of the 2027 elections. In response, Buhari, through a statement by his spokesperson, Garba Shehu, dismissed any doubts about his loyalty to the APC. He made it clear that he remains committed to the party that brought him to power. So it'd be quite interesting, actually, if Buhari is going to quid pro quo Tinubu come 2027, because Tinubu backed him twice in 2 elections. So is Buhari going to come out and quid pro quo him on the campaign's terms? It'd be interesting to see how that plays out. In response, Buhari, through a statement by his spokesperson, Garba Shehu, dismissed any doubt about his loyalty to the APC. He made it clear that he remains committed to the party that brought him to power. Without referring to any individuals, a cast of characters or issues, principles, and ideals currently being discussed by party leaders at various levels. The former president, Muhammad Buhari, has reiterated what he said at times without number, that he is a member of the All Progressive Congress APC and would like to be addressed as a loyal member of the party. So that loyalty comes with activity. So because he's been keeping quite quiet though, good to see you, AB. So he's been keeping quite quiet, but he will have to speak at some point. But maybe they are saving him for the throes of the elections. But at some point, Buhari has to come out to tell us where he sways in all that is going on. He says he wants to leave no one in doubt that he would never turn his back on the party that gave him 2 terms of office and would do whatever he can to popularize it. So that's a mission statement right there. That is a full frontal declaration of support right there. I am an APC member and I like to be addressed as such. I will try to popularize the party by all means. Buhari further expressed gratitude for the support he received from the APC throughout his presidency, considering it the highest honor. He further stated that the pains taken by the founding fathers to establish a strong party to protect our constitution and democracy as a system of government are worthy sacrifices that should be cherished and nurtured. So I stand with Tinubu, essentially is what that means. So I stand with Tinubu, essentially is what that means. So that is Malam Buhari right there, coming out frontally to stake his mast with the president. So that's Buhari coming out frontally to stake his mast with the president. But somebody now, of course, for every yin there's a yang. So the yang to Buhari's yin. 24 hours after El Ruwayo, not El Ruwayo, maybe it's El Ruwaya. 24 hours after El Rufai switched to SDP, outspoken retired army chief Mustafa follows. So Mustafa very quickly then. So we want to see both how many and what quality of persons join. A lot of people actually argue that that El Rufai even is still a Tinubu strategy. I'll play you a clip in a moment that actually speaks to that space. It's from Shegun Olo from Objective Media. It's from Shegun Olo. But this one first. 24 hours after El Rufai switched to SDP, outspoken retired military chief Mustafa follows. So that's Mustafa right there. Everybody else denying that they're not joining him. He leaves both legs forward. Hamza Mustafa, outspoken retired army chief and aide to late military head of state General Sani Abacha, has formally joined the Social Democratic Party SDP. So he's not actually crossing over from the APC. He was never a member of the APC. I think he belongs to one of those satellite parochial sort of maybe Scenic party of the psychedelic. So those parties that mean nothing. That's where he usually politics. But he's not going to join. What's his name? The little man from Kaduna in the SDP. Hamza Mustafa, outspoken retired army chief and aide to late military head of state General Sani Abacha, has formally joined the Social Democratic Party SDP. This came 24 hours after the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, Madam Nasir El-Rufai, defected from the All Progressive Congress APC, which he helped to form ahead of the 2015 general election to the SDP. Hamza Mustafa, accompanied by his team. So when they keep saying accompanied by his team, what does that actually mean? His driver and some flunkies, some hangers on. That's essentially who is Mustafa's team. What status or what cachet does he have? What relevance does he have to have a team? Hamza Mustafa, accompanied by his team, arrived at the SDP headquarters in Abuja, where he was warmly received by the party leaders and supporters. He said that his move to the party signals his commitment to leadership based on justice, security, and progress. The outspoken army officer turned politician declared, "We intend to get the North back on track." So when they make this sort of look at that, is that sarcasm from you, Iko? I don't know, man. Is that love with a steel fist, with a steel gloves? So it's just the thing, isn't it? We intend to get the North back on track. We know we would hurt people. So, a lot of these politicians, they actually tell you frontally what their agenda is, but a lot of people don't actually listen. He is campaigning and agitating for the North, which you say is fair enough, but don't then let him end up in government and you then say he's biased towards the North. It's just like Buhari. Throughout his life, Buhari has always been an agitator for northern interest and the preeminence of the Fulanis. It's never been anything other than that. And then when he becomes president and he starts to overlord the Fulanis over you. You are saying you are accusing him of jingoism or nepotism or whatever. It never disguised who he was. It's just that you were not paying attention. So here is this guy now coming out frontally to tell you who he is now. The outspoken army officer turned politician declared, "We intend to get the North back on track. We know we would hurt people." Hamza al-Mustafa was the chief security officer to the former military ruler General Sani Abacha during his administration 93 to 98. He was known as one of Abacha's closest associates during the military regime. So he actually takes the attribution for the demise of Kudira Tabiola or whatever her name was. No, let me not say that. Actually, don't say that of the dead. So we go on from that to this. For every joiner, there's a disclaimer. Governor Hyacinth Alai. How is a man called Hyacinth? That's just the question. It's just the psychedelic names that they have in the creeks. Hyacinth. I went to school with a girl called Perpetual. I kid you not. Her first name was Perpetual. How could a parent give a child a name like that? It's just rife for bullying, isn't it? Perpetual. I can't even picture her face anymore. That was in Maryland Comprehensive back in those days. But the one thing that still retains after however long is that name, Perpetual. It's just these funky names. How is a man called Hyacinth? Governor Hyacinth Alai of Benue State says he will not dump the All Progressive Congress APC for the Social Democratic Party SDP. Alai dispelled the rumors of his defection in a statement by his chief press secretary, Mr. Tasu Kula, on Wednesday in Makurdi. The governor said that he had never contemplated leaving the party that brought him to office. According to him, the people promoting such lies on social media were only trying to sow a seed of discord between him and the president. So there it is. So it's a little bit like the Me Too movement in reverse. All these names that El Rufai promised us were joining him at the SDP. It's a bit like Me Too in reverse. It's rather than Me Too. It's a case of not me too, not me too. So Me Too turned not me too. Where else should we go? Should we go? I don't want to play you that clip just yet. Let's go to Fubara, who things have turned 180 degrees for. Fubara, I think I actually have a clip on this, do I? Fubara aides stranded at Rivers Assembly over budget representation. So there he is now. This is a dead man walking as far as I'm concerned. Wiki has already told him he's out of that office. So we're just waiting for the funeral rites to be, to be announced for this guy. Fubara aides stranded at Rivers Assembly over budget representation. Rivers State Governor Simi Fubara, they call him Sir sometimes. The funky titles that they like to give themselves. Rivers Governor Simi Fubara and his entourage could not gain access to the assembly quarters of the House of Assembly on Wednesday. The governor and some members of his executive council arrived at the quarters in the morning of Wednesday, but met the gates locked. Fubara, who wore a white outfit with a red cap, why does that especially, what does that add to anything? What he wore or what did they wear? Fubara, who wore a white outfit with a red cap, said he was at the assembly quarters to represent the 2026 appropriation bill in line with the Supreme Court's judgment. Two key officials who accompanied the governor to the quarters, where the House of Representatives Assembly is located along Aba Road, were the Chief of Staff, Edison Ahi, and the Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Tami Danagogo. Doctor, why can't they just have everyday names like Wole or Bayo or Tun, just simple, ordinary Nigerian names, who is called that Danagogo now? Why can't they have like Bayo, just standardized Nigerian names? They can't have that. The governor could be heard saying, "Is the gate locked?" before speaking on the reason for his visit. He complained that he was at the House of Assembly quarters to represent the 2025 appropriation bill in line with the Supreme Court judgment, but met the gate to the assembly locked. So if the gate to the assembly is locked to the executive governor, that tells you that his time is up. So that's our Sime Fubara there. TikTok. That's all I can say. TikTok. We will shock him if Fubara is impeached. SEA tells Tinubu. So that's like a paid threat right there, isn't it? One of those rent a mob sort of organizations. The Supreme Egbesu Assembly, a revert traditional, let's do that again. The Supreme Egbesu Assembly, a revered traditional institution of the Ejo people, has issued a stern warning that it will shock President Bola Tinubu if Rivers State Governor Sime Fubara is impeached. Reacting to a recent statement by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemson Wike, who declared that heavens will not fall if Fubara is removed, SEA Chairman Wirin Nipere Noel de Giffar agreed but hinted at a measured response. Heavens will not fall if Fubara is impeached. We won't resort to violence either, but at the appropriate time, we will let President Bola Tinubu know what one of his best 11 has done to the Ijaw people. So that's more of an electoral threat than actually burning down facilities. So yes, there's that. Heavens will not fall if Fubara is impeached. We won't resort to violence either, but at the appropriate time, we will let President Tinubu know what one of his best 11 has done to the Ijaw people. So Fubara, of course, being not Fubara, Wike being one of Tinubu's best 11. The Giffar criticized President Tinubu for allegedly failing to rein in Wike, whom he accused of displaying recklessness and arrogance towards the Ijaw nation. This Ijaw nation, they have somewhat of an inflated sense of not self-worth, or everybody should have self-worth, but they have an inflated sense of self-importance. Tinubu should be held responsible for Wike's actions. He has turned the judiciary into his personal estate, manipulating it to suit his desires. Wike preempted the Supreme Court judgment and it went exactly as he wanted, he alleged. Despite their grievances, how can the Supreme Court judgment go any other way other than? How can it go any other way other than? Somebody presents a budget to a 4-member assembly, which doesn't even constitute a quorum or anything. So out of an assembly of well in excess of 100 plus, the rest of them abandoned him, and he passes a budget with 4 people. So the Supreme Court could not have done other than. Tinubu should be held responsible for Wike's actions. He has turned the judiciary into his personal estate, manipulating it to suit his desires. Wike preempted the Supreme Court judgment, and it went exactly as he wanted. Despite their grievances, the Giffar emphasized that the Ijaw people would not resort to violence if Fubara is removed from office. So I think they're already prepared, somewhat not a fait accompli, but a resignation to somewhat the inevitability of it. Despite their grievances, the Giffar emphasized that the Ijaw people would not resort to violence if Fubara was removed from office. If they impeach Fubara, we will take everything in good faith. Ijaw people don't believe in violence, but we are watching closely as Wike continues to harass and intimidate the governor of Rivers State. So there it is right there. So they are of course on the payroll of Fubara. That's I don't think it's any stretch to reach that conclusion. Is there anything else to read out? So that's the Buhari bit that I just read you there, but that's from his official handle. I am a member, I am an APC member, I would like to be addressed as such. So that is the verified Twitter handle of Garba Shehu, the spokesperson for the Aboki in the north. So that's it. And this one we've already read as well. The House of Representatives has approved the tax reform bill. So that one also there. So that one also there. With Buhari supports Tinubu and all that. So I think we've gone through all those. Is there anything else to be read out? Oh, okay. So that's all the readouts. Now let's not get into the clips. So let's not get let's get into the clips. Let's get into the clips. Let's actually pick it up from here. There's political, not even alignment, because everybody already politically aligned, but there are political realignments taking place now. We're seeing movements all over the place. Even Jan Dor, the guy that ran the PDP ticket for Lagos State governorship, he was in a closed-door meeting with Tinubu as early as today. So there are political alignments and realignments. We're seeing Sheyi Tinubu traverse the entirety of the North to glad hands and to ask who's loyal to his father. So we're seeing political higa-haga as honorable from Edo would say. What was it? Honorable Obaidient. That as he would say. So we're seeing political realignments taking place. But some of those realignments might not be especially to the taste of the followership of the politicians realigning. Convoluted and confusing, as I've expressed it. This clip now will explain it better. I won't say what. Listen to this.
And then we switch to what we're having right now. Interesting conversation. Wanderlost, jumping.
Hi everyone, good evening. I'm going to be very brief. I feel just like what Tudo Bams has said, he's defined it, the conversation has been defined, and I don't think I think it's a no-brainer. So as somebody who's from the Middle Belt, Plateau to be very precise, I feel that an El Rufai being like a merger with him and Peter Obi is going to be atrocious, to say the least, because El Rufai's antecedents, I don't think I have to go over it over and over again. It's just there are certain things that I've been privy to hearing. I can't say on the space. In rooms, in conversations with friends, people who tend to know things that tend to happen in bigger spaces, bigger political spaces. And El Rufai is not the kind of person that understands being relegated to the back. He's so pompous and so arrogant and feels like he ought to be the one. If there's even going to be a merger, he ought to be the one who's going to fill that space. And so by virtue of his antecedents and his personality, I don't think it's a good fit, number one. Peter Obi is going to be relegated. The treatment Shetima is currently receiving is what he's going to receive. And that would make me not even want to vote him. And I would galvanize people from my place not to vote him, not to vote Peter Obi. It's that simple. I'm not necessarily a fan of Tinubu. I went through a 2-month depression period when Tinubu was sworn in here. So, however, because of what Tinubu, what we've managed to enjoy under Tinubu, I would stick with him. The number one reason, and you might call me selfish, but there's something I actually run by. Nigerians and experience Nigeria based on, their region or where they come from. If you speak to a Fulani man or a Hausa man, his experience with Nigeria would most likely be nice because they're always in the seat of power. If you speak to an Igbo person, they would have very, very hurtful experiences because of the way Nigeria has marginalized them. If you speak to a Southerner, there's a lot of comfort when you're talking with them. You speak with a Niger Deltan, there's marginalization, but they have the cards because the oil that we have is deposited in their land. So everybody tends to experience Nigeria based on their power, the power and the relevance shared by region. So by this very dynamic, as a middle belter, I can't play with my life. Tinubu hasn't necessarily done anything much for me, but at least people in my villages are going back. People who are in IDP camps are being replaced in their own lands, in their houses. They're going back to sleep there. For the first time in a very long time, a Southern Kaduna man is actually chief of staff. I know it doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it just means that we are even being seen. The kind of suffering that our people suffered when Buhari was in power, it was so blatant that they literally call you vermin. They treat you like vermin too. So if I'm going to stay with somebody who, yes, by every metric has made my life miserable based on how the naira is falling every day, the inability to get basic things accessible to myself and my family, as opposed to even being alive and allowing me to even have a level playing ground, I think I'll stick with Bulaba. I will stick with Bulaba by all means. We recently just had an exam where they were saying something about Seplat or the NNPC. I know a friend who's from Benin who told me that for the first time in her life since Buhari left, people from Delta and Edo were actually getting slots, and it wasn't manipulated. Southerners were actually getting in. As opposed to what Buhari was doing, where if you enter one government parastatal, you're just hearing Hausa. They're doing lulubi everywhere. You have to dress a certain way. You have to speak a certain way. You have to act a certain way. That's not what a country is. So if we're going to go by the way we have experienced Nigeria, I would wholeheartedly vote for Tinubu to stay in that place, just so that I can preserve my life. It's about self-preservation, just like the Wu-Tang clan say. It's about preservation. At this point, we're not even looking for anybody who is going to give us political power. We just want to live. That's it. That's the long and short of the whole story. We just want to live. So I know that the dynamics on that Tinubu are very, very uneasy. And Middle Beltans saying that they don't want to vote Bulaba, they don't want to vote Rufai, and they're going to run away with their votes. It's not because they are saying it because they want to, give off some sort of streak of arrogance or anything. It's just because we've seen the light already. We know what this man can actually do. So for us at this point, it's more about self-preservation. It has nothing to do with the fact that we want to show that, we have the numbers or anything. We're just afraid for our lives. Our people can actually sleep and wake up. They can go to farms. They register huge harvest, at least in the last 2 years, and people have tried, like the farming, the numbers when you consider produce and output, it's significantly improved. So when people are talking about people like Erufai, I feel like he's even, it's not to say that you should undermine who he is, but I don't feel like in the grand scheme of things somebody like this should be brought in. He is a very cancerous human being. He's so cancerous. He's bad news. So if Peter Obi really wants to ruin his chances, I think if he goes for the Rufai option, he's really going to suffer a huge political blow. He's better off finding somebody else with less dirt on them. Honestly, you can even pick Ganduje. I mean, Ganduje only stuffs dollars in his pocket. What does he even know? Does he even have the intelligence to plan that kind of, clandestine operation, laying, plans years ahead for him to be able to, emerge as president? You can pick somebody, just anybody, to be honest. We already don't even have good people in the country, so you might as well just go with the lesser evil. But El Rufai, no, you don't go with a terrorist who is educated. You don't. We saw how he fought with, David Hundein and the whole Oxford, ordeal that went down. This is somebody who has that reach. Like, he's that guy. So if you're going to fight him, you better not even bring him into the party. And I think Tinubu is actually intelligent for spotting who he is, because the moment Tinubu outlined him, I think he was even safe. Things are even still dangerous with El Rufai out of the dynamic, but it would have been way much worse if El Rufai was, within his government. He would just see things sinking. He's that kind of person. You just see things sinking, and you don't know that he's like the one playing those cards. He's a very, very good puppeteer. So when you're dealing with somebody like this, especially someone who's that educated, do not give them the leg by bringing them into your camp. Leave them where they are. They can cause damage, but very little damage. Do not bring them into your camp. I think Peter should be smarter than that, and I believe he really is. So honestly, as a middle beltan, our stance is still going to remain. It's either Bulaba remains there and we continue to just manage him like, a broken down car on the road, than for us to actually fully enter the fire with El Rufai, because please, I have family that I still love, and people are dying in their 30s. I don't want hypertension to kill me. Thank you.
So there it is right there. So that's the politics taking shape right there. You can see the obedience now starting to tour. So because they said Tinubu will be judged on his performance, and his performance speaks for itself. For 8 solid years, Kaduna was a killing field. They were slaughtering non-Muslims, non-Fulanis like cattle. They were slaughtering them. They were slaughtering them like vermin. In fact, they were calling them vermin. They were calling them swines, and they were slaughtering them. And as they were slaughtering them, this guy, this El-Rufai, he was giving state money to the bandits, telling us that he was paying them off not to kill people. And as soon as he gives them a whole bunch of money, those ones go on another killing spree. And that was the 8 years experience of Kaduna State. So imagine then, if this guy gets his hands on the reins of power in Nigeria, it is night and day. Actually, let's stay with the Kaduna State space and El-Rufai. People are so jarred by this guy that they would abandon everything in order to stop him. Let's take 2 clips from that space. This is one of the most respected voices in Nigeria, Professor ODINKALU. We've actually had him here before, When he came to London, I was going to go and have a drink with him, but our paths we couldn't quite align. But here he is. This is his views on El-Rufai.
Now, all of the massacres. Now, it's very interesting. Do you see? Because I have been counting, it became quite evident that between the regime, the administration of El-Rufai and Obasani, something was wrong. There were no longer mass killings in Kaduna. So I started counting. And the gradient the diminution in terms of mass killings in Kaduna, in southern Kaduna in particular, is extraordinary. How is that so? It's not because our soldiers have kind of improved or we have more numbers or anything. How does a governor inflame a society so much that all you can do is count the killed and the missing and the decapitated? That is the question. And all of this thing, and so he wakes up today and he's comparing himself with Obieze Kwesele. And the last time I was with you, I told you how he plotted to have me in jail. And I have so many other people. My lawyer had to go to court. Doria Balasin had to go to court to get an expedited order to preserve her freedom while she was working on my case. Because El-Rufai wanted the backsides of both myself and my lawyer. And my lawyer was representing Audu Mekori, whom El-Rufai abducted from Lagos, took to Kaduna, and Audu nearly died. Audu got exiled as a result of that. Stephen Kefas, he abducted from Port Harcourt. And Stephen was kept in detention in Kaduna for over 6 months. Stephen nearly died.
Rufai did all of this.
I am naming names because I worked on all of these cases, quite apart from my own, which is still in court. Audu's case, he has taken to the Supreme Court. He lost at the High Court. He lost at the Court of Appeal, El-Rufai, and is now at the Supreme Court. Now, I could go on. Actually, my pinned tweet on my X handle is of El-Rufai, just a sampling of El-Rufai's atrocities.
Interesting.
And I could discuss him until the day after eternity. And to see him, and I'll tell you one thing. The day El-Rufai announces this his thing to try and become president, I will declare my full support for Tinubu to run in 2031.
Thank you.
So there it is right there. That's another obedient toy. When people start to be careful what you wish for is how the saying goes, isn't it? When you say, is Bulaba, Tinubu is benign, the way he's administering the power vested upon him, very, very soft glove sort of approach to governance. But when you look at what else could be possible, then you have to say, maybe better the devil imagine El-Rufai being your president. It would just, the whole of the southern region will become slave camps. And every state governor will be a Fulani man, and that will be the end of it. And if you don't shut up, he will just shoot you. Still staying with Kaduna State and El-Rufai, I was saying night and day, the difference between security and insecurity throughout the 8 years that El-Rufai administered that state. Every single week, it was mass killings and mass killings in southern Kaduna. So now, he has stopped being governor just 2 years ago, and then suddenly there is silence from a situation where for 8 years every single week, at some point, every single day, there was mass killing from that situation to this.
23. And I want to also 23. And I want to also seize the opportunity to thank the people of Kaduna State for their support, for their patience and their understanding. But most importantly, their decision to unite. Because when we came in, we made it clear to everyone, there can never be development without peace. There can never be development without unity. We are a state that we are working seriously to convert our diversity as our strength. Today, I'm happy you are living in peace. In Kaduna State today, we are not experiencing any religious crisis in Kaduna State. We are not experiencing any communal crisis in Kaduna State. In the last 20 months, we have not experienced any of these unfortunate incidents. And I think at this juncture, I have to give credit to the people of Kaduna State for their support, their perseverance, and their understanding. Continue like this, I can assure you, we will continue to embark on more projects across Kaduna State. Thank you for your understanding, thank you for your support, and thank you for your patience. And God bless Kaduna State and Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please let us give a very big round of applause to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kaduna State. And now this is to invite Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor, the Secretary.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. From it's night and day. The difference between security and lack thereof, just from changing a governor. So now let's go back to the never-ending saga that is the Natasha Akpoti Gospel Akpabio narrative. So the last installment in this never-ending drama was Natasha Akpoti going to report Gospel Akpabio and the Nigerian state to the United Nations. So we saw her do it. Do we still have the clip of it? Yeah, here she is doing it. I'll only give you about 30 seconds.
I come with a heavy heart from Nigeria. But first, I'd like to apologize to Honorable Kafila Obara. I am not.
So that's Natasha Akpoti reporting the Nigerian state via the God's will Akpabio whatnot to the United Nations. So here is God's will Akpabio now speaking to that United Nations excursion that Natasha went on. Like I said, it's a never-ending saga.
It's also important for the public to know that whatever decision we arrive at here is unanimous. And I recall the last decision we took, and which concerned one of our sisters here, the distinguished Senator Natasha Akpoti. I'm also aware that when she left the chambers, she went to Brakete Radio, and she went to Arise Television, and she distorted the facts. I'm aware further that she has now externalized the matter by attempting to embarrass the Federal Republic of Nigeria by going to give a narrative at the IPU UN event, totally different from what occurred in the Senate. But I want to thank our Right Honorable Member, Kafilat, right? That's her name. Kafilat Okwara, who had to give a press conference in New York to caution the international press not to vilify Nigeria, but to note that the facts presented by her were totally out of tune with what occurred in the Nigerian parliament, and that we have our own internal mechanisms of resolving issues in Nigeria. And outside this parliament, we also have the judiciary, which she's even standing before the judiciary. So I don't know why even here, she has brought a petition, and she has not allowed us to even look into it. She went to court, and then she has not allowed the court to look into it. She has gone to the international community, and she may not even allow the international community to look into it. She may decide to run to I don't know where. I don't want to be misquoted, but the reality is that we remain resolute. We are law-abiding. We operate through the rules of the Senate, which is an extension of the powers and privileges given to us by the ground norm, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We still are open to making sure that we remain in peace, and we left room for her to recognize that what she's doing may even frighten a lot of men in future from even appointing or selecting female deputy governors. You can imagine if somebody like Kamala, the immediate past vice president of the United States, were to go on CNN to say that Biden.
All right, so that's the Senate President Godswill Akpabio responding to the Natasha Akpoti's excursion to the United Nations. So, Godswill Akpabio recognizes very quickly that, this is not something that you stay quiet or maintain a dignified distance from. This is something that is being fought out in the social media space, and if he doesn't go there to carry out that fight, his name will be, not that his name will be more, though his name is already more anyway, but that allegation will well speak on him. But at least he's counterweighting it with his own narrative. So there he is. Still within that Natasha Godswill Akpabio space, let's hear the commentaries of former Daily Times chief editor. This is Akogun Tola Adeniyi.
You are following the Natasha Akpabio quarrel, right?
Yes.
What do you think?
It is not funny at all. I mean, it is still part of the dilemma. It's still part of the madness that we are going through in this country. I mean, how could a person like Akpabio be leader of the Senate? The Senate, even the Roman times, Senate. That's the highest political class. It's the Senate, the most respected political class. Akpabio should be in prison.
How?
In a decent society, Akpabio should be in prison. Many people like him should be in prison.
So that's Akogun Tola Adeniyi. I saw that clip when I was just looking through things to present. And when I saw that clip, I decided to bring it only because that man there, he has also appeared on this platform. So here he is in conversation with yours truly. So that's Akogun Tola Adeniyi right there. It's just really the quality of some of the guests that we have had on this platform are unrivaled. More guests coming, by the way. I'm in talks with people. I will be bringing you one or two within the next week or two. So within the next week or two, let's go to Obi. So Peter Obi always told us that he's not desperate for power. But if this doesn't smack of desperation, then I don't know what desperation is. Peter Obi is not desperate for power. And by the way, the other protagonist in these two clips that I'm about to play you now, told us that the Nigerian state belongs to the Fulani. So, and this is the persons that Peter Obi has been associating with.
Under the present regime have done very well. Because remember, when the president was campaigning, he said he would continue from where Buhari stopped. And if you check it, Buhari stopped the dollar at about 400. It's now 1,006. So it's done very well. The rice was about 30,000. It's now over 100,000. Beans was about 40,000. It's now over 100,000. I can go on and on. Everything have doubled and tripled. Fuel was about 200, 300. It's now over 1,000.
So that's Peter Obi with Bala Mohammed right there doing his okrika understanding of economics and just some pedestrianized understanding of everything.
You are visit to Indonesia. I can see that they have changed your style of dress. So I hope. Yes. So to my question. Haven't said and talked much of the condition that Nigerians found themselves in. So, let's say if were to ask you on the journey so far under the APC, I don't know how he would react to.
So that's Peter Obi right there doing rank adede with the Malams. So Peter Obi doing rank adede with the Malams, but Tinubu has already kicked off his own campaigning. Watch this.
Now for campaign this thing, they go close to him. Not be lie. Jagaban 2027. Oh, but Mona come out, Mona see convoy, show the convoy. Show the convoy. We don't eat telephone now. Show the convoy. We don't eat telephone for the government. Show the convoy, their father. Jagaban 2027, they go. We never finish. We never finish. Who be this? There, you come up my front there. Show the. It's on the look for contract. Abuja. It's on the look for contract. Abuja, Costa follow. Sialiba. Lekerebo. Zegete. Zegera. 2027. Jagaban.
So there it is right there. Have no equivocation about it. Be clear in your mind. Your president 2023 to 2031, the Jagaban of Bogu. The Jagaban of Bogu. Let's play the Kegite music. See if anybody turns up. The link in the comment section if you want the conversation hop on.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chifu Wẹ́lá ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. May death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, man of prestige, there's the prestigious man right there. Tony Africa in the house. There's Tony right there. Talk Now, who joined us recently. Good to see him again. And that's Charlie Boy right there. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Anybody that wants to hop on. Let's kick off the conversation in the order that people actually turned up. We kick it off with Prestige and we start to cascade it round. Good to see you, Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mama. Greeting everybody. It's nice to be on the platform. Yeah, I have a lot to say. Normally, I don't have a lot to say previously, but that's why I just came in earlier, just to verse on my thought. So let me begin. Where do I begin? I mean, I know the whole, I know the whole topic, so you don't have to, enumerate what the topics
Yes,
are.
you don't have to stay with the topics, by the way. Oh,
Right,
just
right,
flip
right.
through anything you
So
want. Yeah.
I'm gonna start with the Erufai issue about what's going on. Um, like what's his name? What that guy said. Everything about he said about Erufai is right on the point. Erufai is not a good person. So let's make it clear. All this alignment of, I mean, I'm not in support of that. But nothing is even concrete. I don't even know if every fire really mean what he's doing or is working for Tinubu. Believe me, when it comes to Nigerian politics, anything is possible. We don't really know what's going on. I mean, like the previous election, what did Obasanjo did? Obasanjo didn't just do what he did just because he liked Tinubu or not. I think, he supported to be so that Atiku won't win. That's the main thing. You rather have Tinubu win. But if Obi win, it's okay. It's not that he supported Obi because he disliked Obi. No, he supported Obi. I think the main factor why he supported Obi, he want to dismantle PDP so that Atiku doesn't win. That is his number one for. Then if Obi win, let Obi win. Tinubu is he's not a fan of Tinubu, but he rather want Tinubu to win than Atiku. So we don't really know what role every fire is playing right now. Believe me, I don't know because the party that
Prestige, a lot of people actually align with you in thought
right.
in what you're hinting at. El-Rufai may still be a Tinubu agent in SDP.
Yes, it might be. So when it comes to Nigerian politics, I mean, I've not followed Nigerian politics, but the little that I have followed it, I mean, nothing is from A to B, A to Z. That's not the way politics work. Just a lot of mago in there. Is he an agent of Tinubu? I don't know, but judging, let's just concentrate on Erufai. Erufai is probably one of the worst jihadists we have in that country. If you look at what happened during his tenure in office, exactly what that lady was saying, I completely agree with him completely. And he said Tinubu hasn't performed the best, but I rather stay because if what is it going to profit you if you don't have the life? You know, if you don't have a life and you're suffering, you rather suffer and live life and manage. You are managing right now. I mean, things are not good in the country, but being under a Rufai, it's not even that the military has improved dramatically, but it's because of the person at the helm of Kaduna there. That man was just going extraordinary judicial killing of the Christians. I mean, look at what his son tweeted about, recently about the Southern Kaduna people. This go to show you this is ingrained in that family. They want to exterminate all the Christians. I mean, I don't know the reason behind that. He must be an extreme jihadist. Let's call it what it is. I mean, look, he's antecedent. A lot of people that has been missing. I was listening to something, I think it was yesterday or something like that. I think they named about 4 people that was missing. That this man, why they couldn't identify where they are. So it's a very dangerous person. I mean, whether it's forming an alliance, going to SDP or whatever, I don't know because I can't really say, I mean, I'm not obedient, but as a B supporter, I wouldn't want him to align with Obi. This is me now. I mean, I'm not gonna vote for him because I don't have any vote. It's only support. So it doesn't really matter, I mean, Tinubu is the incumbent, so it's gonna be very, very, very difficult, regardless of the alliance they have, to dismantle him. But it's good to have realignment, we see what happened in that political space. That's what, but I'm just much particular, against Erufai. The man is a very dangerous, probably if not one of the most dangerous person in that country. Whether he's still working for APC, I don't know. But saying that he's going there to be a president, that man, my own opinion, this is my opinion, that man will never be a president, in that country. Even if anybody that he aligned with to be a vice president, it's a bad result for that person. That's just the way I see it.
But Prestige, the ticket being promoted is an El-Rufai Peter Obi ticket under the SDP banner.
Yeah, okay. Until we hear them speak. I mean, nothing is nothing is quite stated like that. We haven't had a big speak. No particular alliance. Whether they say Atiku is gonna, some people say that Atiku is gonna be a standby just to sponsor them. The former Attorney General. All what we're having is speculation. And none of this may actually materialize. So it's Nigerian politics. I don't really believe anything that come out of that country until it actually happen. All is happening right now is speculation of whatever is going on. But particular Erufai, he's a very dangerous person. Let's just call. I mean, he may have gone to Harvard. I think he went to Harvard. He can articulate pretty good, but that's not what we're gonna eat. The man is dangerous. For what he has done from the research I have done about that man, he is dangerous person. Okay, forget about the little that he did in Kaduna. I mean, the IGI that he increased and everything, but he's not a good person. In that country. But anyway, talking about Obi going to Bauchi, to converse with Bala Mohammed. I mean, that's politics. He has been doing that, so I don't see anything wrong, in that. But like you said, 2027 is already begun. Looking at Tinubu bosses in in Abuja and everything. So that's part of it. So the main one I really come to talk about is about Natasha. Because I've listened to your, talk and everything. I have not been able to come in. I think there's 2 segments of what's actually going on here. People are missing it. I mean, I see everybody, the whole APC, including one man. You're against Natasha. Whether it's for misogynist, which I don't believe a lot of you are, but I don't think you are misogynistic, but I've accused you of that. But that notwithstanding, it might be because of your political affiliation or because you like Tinubu, because people are making it to be about Tinubu that it's a political. There may be some political motive behind this, So my own quarrel I have with what is actually going on. I'm not saying Natasha is right. She has evidence or she has been proven. But the issue I have is to investigate and see. Let what's his name? Akpoti not be in charge of the whole stuff. That's the problem. He need to separate himself away from that. Even before this case was presented to the Senate, the guy in charge of the ethic committee or whatever, I think his name is Maxwell. I mean, the guy already dedicated the case and came to the national TV and said, this petition is dead on arrival. I mean, how can you do that? And the court has already given an order.
Americano, hello, sir. It's Maxwell. You cannot call him Maxwell.
And the guy...
Maxwell.
Okay.
I know you're an Americano. Sorry, sir. I just want to let you know.
Yeah, but he was disbanded.
Yes, he's a bad guy. He's a bad guy too.
That one I read it. I don't know about the fraud case. I don't know anything. That might be some news carrier, but the guy was disbanded in New York. Never you ever, I think about 2 counts or whatever. Say he never should practice law anymore. I mean, I think about 2 counts of something, that he was disbanded in New York. But of course, you know how it is. You are disbanded, not to practice again. Of course, Nigeria, it's a different case. He can come there, and practice again. That's one. But he's the man in charge of. He's the person in charge of ethics, And he already prejudiced himself already for coming even before the petition said this case is dead on arrival. So everything doesn't even make sense. So the point I'm trying to make is that
the guy is an OB guy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It can be my guy. Even I thought it's my. Let's assume.
So what is it showing? It's showing that Obi goes nowhere. Hold on. It shows that Obi goes nowhere too. If Obi gets to the top, it's going to fail off.
Obi is not in government. Obi is not part of the Senate.
I know, but he cannot even get there. He cannot get there.
Okay, he might be an obedience. I don't. Hasn't he defected to APC already? I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. It has nothing to do with Obi. I mean, he was elected under Obi platform. That does not mean that he's an Obi.
Obi promoted him, and then Obi is not smelling that seat.
Okay, that's okay, Tony. That's not the issue here. So let me concentrate on what I'm talking about. I mean, this guy was disbanded in New York. In New York, I think 2010, from what I understand, and he come to Nigeria and practice already. So you can see where his ethic, is. He doesn't even know what he's doing, and you do, presiding over the issue. So the point I'm trying to make, let them investigate the issue. I can understand that she was suspended for the procedure, for the procedure part of it. Okay, that is it. Okay, whatever the punishment they want to give to her, that's fine. But according to what I read, apart from some of them that had been, suspended 3 months, or was it Autumn Zeribe? I think in Zeribe or whatever from Olo or whatever, he was expelled. But there's a case from somebody from Bauchi. The judge, there was I think it was a case that was appealed, and the court said that the man shouldn't be suspended. And this same thing with the Natasha. Why can't they obey the law? I mean, there's three branches of three branches of government in the country. So why can't the Senate obey the law? So there's no rule of law in that country. If Senate doesn't obey the law, how do you expect ordinary people to obey the law? That's the problem I'm having. What is the rush? Can't they wait, like the court has said, don't suspend him? I mean, don't suspend her until it has been decided, but they didn't want to wait. So they decided to suspend her already. I mean, do they have the right to suspend her? Yes. But this case is, this case has been appealed already. It's already in the
Did
court.
they not suspend her before she got that judgment?
No. It wasn't suspended. Go and read about that. It wasn't suspended. That's where I have an issue, because her own case went to court. It's not like other people. Yeah, there has been several ones that have been suspended or removed from the Senate. There's no doubt about it. But this one went to the court, like the Bauchi State. If if you do your research, there was a case. I don't know what was it, 2019 or whatever. The Bauchi case, something that went to court. And the court decided that the person, the rep from from Bauchi State shouldn't be suspended, and it was upheld, in that regard. So that should have been applicable. They should have waited, because it hasn't been decided up to today. But they went ahead, flawed the law and suspend her already. That's where I have an issue. She may, let her prove her case that she was sexually harassed. Then Akpabio, if she wasn't harassed, Akpabio will be vindicated. Because what I'm hearing, if you look at one of the hearing, when Akpabio was presiding over this, and Akpabio not supposed to preside over this. If you listen to what we were having, remember the first one was, he said, we're going to suspend her for 6 months. He said the people who agree with me should say yes, and the other side should say no. Okay, the majority say no. Then there was another one. He said, I think one of them is suspension. Then okay, the last one was he want her to apologize for her to come back.
That wasn't what happened.
No.
We have the clip. We have the clip.
Okay, it's two clips. The one that says suspension and the one that says apology before they restate it. If you look at that one, majority was against it. Let's hear the tape again. But Akpabio went ahead and decided by himself, making it like
No.
Let's play it.
I can dig it out. It's all in one clip.
Yeah, it's all in one clip. You're gonna see how Akpabio adjudicate like this an impunity jurisdiction. Let's play it. Let the people hear it. We can decide whether the Senate agree for the second one.
Time consuming effort is that. We don't need to play it again.
Okay, you don't have to play, but I'm saying I'm right on that one. I'm just
sorry, Prestige. I think you may have that. I could dig it out and then we play it. I think you completely misread what's going on there. Firstly, it wasn't. It was the committee's report that Akpabio was referencing. So he wasn't making the decision to suspend her or not. The committee came back, and that was their recommendation that she should be suspended. So before she's suspended, it has to be presented to the House. So what he was presenting.
But what was read in the Senate floor, remember the read in the Senate floor is the suspension for 6 months. The nay has it. It was louder. But when it comes to
it wasn't. It was the other way around. The initial thing was that she was to be suspended for 6 months, and then the years were resounding, and there was not one person that said nay. And they even went on to comment that how could you even make an amendment to it when nobody was dissenting?
Okay, how about the apologize? Is it not the the nay that has the majority. If you look at it,
No, there was some nays, but the majority was yes.
Not what I had on one man, not of the second one.
All
Not that
right.
it make any difference, but I was just talking about the impunity, the way it was adjudicated. That's my main point. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. I don't have to play it. I mean, that's the way I read it. That's the loudness. That's the narrative that I got from that. But the bottom line, to finalize everything, I mean, I probably wouldn't have done the way the way she did it. I mean, but she's her own person. Like going to the United Nations and some of that, I mean, I definitely wouldn't do it like that, because that's going over there, to disgrace our country. That wasn't important. But that's the way she preferred to do it. So, but the point is, I'm trying to make, they should allow her, to be heard. That's my point I'm trying to make. This needs to be investigated. The sexual part of it. If they want to suspend her, take everything up, like it's already been done. But let the sexual part of it be investigated. That's my thing. And it should be an independent investigator. Akpabio shouldn't preside, or this guy in the ethics committee that's not unethical to begin with. It's somebody that was disbarred already. You expect the person to kind of preside over this because he's in Nigeria. So let that part be investigated. Whatever the suspension it is what it is right now. They have suspended. They have suspended her.
But it is being investigated. She submitted the petition, and the petition was referred to the ethics committee.
Okay. One man. You see, the ethics committee already, prejudiced themselves already, because the man in charge of the ethics committee said whatever the petition is dead on arrival. So how do you expect that kind of person to preside over that? He made that on national TV before the petition come to his desk. He said the petition is already dead. So that's why you require an independent investigator on this.
No, I'm not sure you are getting the fullness of it.
Why am I not getting? What am I missing?
You know that petition was submitted twice. So when she submitted the first one, she signed it by herself, and that was against the rule.
Okay.
And that's why he said it was dead on arrival. But then she represented it, and it was accepted, and then forwarded on to the committee. She was talking about the due process of actually submitting the petition rather than the content of it.
Man of prestige, give me a second to probably highlight the timeline for you in 2 minutes. Okay? There are 3 issues that you are modeling up here. The number 1 issue is there is the suspension, right, is incumbent upon Natasha's violation of the rules of the Senate, which is linked to misconduct and the real our unruly behavior. That's on one part. They deliberated on that, and the House voted to suspend her. That's very clear from harassment. On the issue of the harassment, right, she had the right to submit a petition to the House, which she did ab initio. But the petition that she submitted the first time, it was a defective petition by virtue of the fact that she did not actually satisfy some certain portions of the House rules. They corrected that. Even Akpabio, do not forget, Akpabio took possession of that and actually had that in evidence already. But it was the minority whip, right, that actually called the attention of the House that couldn't proceed because it was defective. So at that point, they gave her a choice to rectify the issue. She came back the second day, having corrected that, I think, through a constituent. The constituent she was able to get the signature of a constituent to actually do the needful. She brought it back to the House. Akpabio was on the seat when it was submitted. It was received. The House took possession of that. Having taken possession of that, the House did not stop at that, right? They had to transfer that petition to the appropriate committee of the House, who will do the needful. That's number 2. Number 3, she filed another lawsuit, right? Another lawsuit against Akpabio's aide, signaling that one actually disrespected her or said some other thing. The lawsuit is in court now. They've not started deliberation on that in court. That is still in court. So that's number 3. Number 4, she filed another lawsuit for fundamental rights and infringement of her right or whatever she's talking about. Number 4, the lawsuit that I and every reasonable person, and including yourself, should be expecting is the lawsuit for sexual harassment against Akpabio. At that level, right, she will have to present substantial evidence, because when you are talking about sexual allegation or sexual harassment, it's a weighty allegation that could even happen to you or me. So the sine qua non at that level will be the evidence, which is the ground norm. And for you to provide the evidence, you have to satisfy like 6 different elements. The major 2 elements in that is, first, that they will look at is the witness statement. Those who are the witnesses you are bringing on your part, Natasha Akpoti, you have a plethora of your own witness who will say, yes, Akpabio did this or did this, I saw it or whatever. On the part of Akpabio too, he will have to present his, right? Then number 2, those 2 major issues. The number 2 is the proof of pattern, that, okay, Akpabio has a pattern of sexual allegation or sexual accusation in the past, right? Through the MD of NDDC. Even if that one is not proved, that could be a substantial evidence to say, okay, that's a pattern on the part of Akpabio, 1. And then on the part of Natasha Akpoti, she does have a pattern as well. She's had a pattern of alleging folks of the same allegation she's levying against Akpabio now, against Renu Omokri, against Yaya Bello, against Dino Melaye, and then she had pattern of lying too against Fayemi and against Okwemi Bamidele, the leader of the Senate. So the aggregate of those things will be deliberated in the court. So the most righteous, everybody is saying independent body. The most independent body that I could actually adjudicate on the matter is the court, because the court has a backing of the law. No independent body will have the backing of the law, because whatever happens in the independent body, she could say it was rigged, right? Or probably it's been padded by people that she doesn't know, because it's not backed by law. So those are the issues that people are modeling up. So Akpabio is not a saint. Natasha Akpoti, she's not a saint. They do have issues, and those issues should be trashed out of the Senate. The Senate issues are different from the legal issues. What I want, particularly now from Natasha, and everybody should be expecting is, Natasha, you've been going to court. You've been going everywhere. Bring the evidence. Take this man to court. File that lawsuit, Akpabio versus Natasha, for sexual harassment against Akpabio. Let's see what Akpabio will bring to court and how he will get out of that. She has not done that. She's yet to do that. She came to the US. She went to New York, right? She misrepresented the fact, mischaracterized the situation. She told a different story as against the different story. But those people were better than us in Nigeria, because in Nigeria, we are pedestrian, we are biased, we are sentimental. Instead of those people to take that route, they said, no, you've told your story, right? But we are not going to bend to your stories until we listen to the other part of the story. And then the Senate sent somebody yesterday, Ogbara, to actually tell the story as it is. So the story is 50-50. Now they will do their own investigation to see who was lying and who is telling the truth. So it's not about Natasha or Akpabio anymore. The House have done their thing by suspending one of their own who violated. It's like you are a lawyer. You are appearing you are appearing not fit and proper in the eye of the judge, or of the judge that you are standing, and you are trying to make your case. The judge has the right to send you out of the court and even punish you for contempt of court. That is what happened to Natasha. Whatever else, she needs to face it the way she should. So these are the things you need to understand.
Okay. I mean, I understood, everything. I'm not trying to model everything together. It's two part to what I'm just saying. The first part, we have an issue with, not because of the suspension or something like that. They should have waited for the court, because that's where, that's the one that went to the court. They should have allowed the court. The court said don't suspend, and they went ahead and, they are not abiding by their own rule. So I have an issue in that. If they want to suspend her, there has been, a president over this. You know, a lot of people have suspended. You know, okay, they have a right to do that. But this one went to the court, like the Barkey case went to the court. You know, and it wasn't suspended, so they should have waited. What is in the rush? But the main bone of contention here is not even much about the, you know, about the suspension part of it. Is the sexual harassment. In my own opinion, you know, I mean, I don't know Natasha, so I'm not gonna come here and swear blood for, you know, for her. I know she has an antecedent, you know, of accusing people. You know, definitely the one I can recollect is Reno one. You know, that Reno was vindicated. Okay, Akpabio has an antecedent too of, you know, of humanizing. So we don't really. So both of them, none of them is, you know, is innocent when it comes to that kind of shenanigan. You know, but the point I'm trying to make, you know, it can be the judge and the jury. That's what it seems like Akpabio is doing. So I would have preferred the court doesn't have to do this. The Senate, you know, or the president can appoint an independent, you know, prosecutor or independent body to handle this.
But
It shouldn't,
why would they do that on
it
something
shouldn't be
that's
handled by them because
yeah,
they already prejudiced themselves already. Look at
yes,
the 80 guy, the guy that was. Go ahead.
Yes, but prestige. Why would they? It's not anything of any. It's just an allegation. So why would the presidency be appointing anything? Is that
Wait a minute, one man. This is the third. Akpabio is not just ordinary person like you and I, one man.
Yes.
This is the third in command in a country like Nigeria.
Yes.
I mean, this is a the third highest ranking person in Nigeria. So it's not a small potato. It's something that's supposed to be, you know, diligently looked into, you know, without missing what the man should. I'm not saying you should step down, but an independent investigator need to be inaugurated to handle this case of sexual harassment. Women should have a say in Nigeria. I don't know who's right or who's wrong. I don't have a, you know, I'm not here to support Natasha, you know, until she proves her evidence. Maybe she has not been able to bring her evidence.
Sorry, Prestige. Let me just say two things. You know, it's nothing to do with that. Nobody is preventing women from doing anything. Even if I play you the clip again, you will hear Akpabio tell us then that actually the Senate even biases towards women in order to encourage them. All of them are head of some committee or the other, which shouldn't be, because a lot of them are just first-time senators, which is to tell you then that they are not only not being repressed, they are actually being advantaged to encourage them because they were women.
Okay,
that
is good.
Sorry. And the second thing, you know, you are talking about independent this and independent that. So Godswill Akpabio is the president of the Senate, so you cannot tell him to step down. He's not going to step down. So if you are saying
no, I'm not one man. I'm not saying step down. I'm not saying stay down.
Yeah, no,
remove yourself from adjudicating this case because he's the judge and the jury, right? You know.
It's not. How can it be? It's been referred to a committee within the Senate.
Committee that's under him. Look at the guy. Look at the guy that's in charge of the ethic. It is one lawyer in America.
So
you know, person without no ethic.
Yeah. Okay,
and you expect him to preside over this kind of case?
Forget all that now. What I'm actually saying is, Enigmatic has just opened a window of opportunity with what he just said right there. If you feel that Godswill Akpabio will have an undue influence over the committee that is investigating him, and that's a legitimate argument, then the woman Natasha can just go to law. You know, she can just go to law, independent outside of the Senate, and then they can duke it out in the court. So she has that option.
What court? What court?
A law court.
The court that Senate doesn't even obey. You know, telling them not to suspend him. Good Lord, there's no rule of law in that country. You and I know that, you know. So let's not.
Now, it's just this. Don't get sanctimonious. Don't run away with sanctimony.
No, I'm not doing any sanctimony. I'm just telling how it is.
No.
We don't know what's prevalent in that country we call Nigeria.
If she goes to court and she's able to prove her case in court, whether Akpabio abides by judgment or not, it is publicly known then that she has established then that she was sexually harassed by Akpabio, because all of it will play out in the public glare. So if you want it done independently, then go to court. You know?
No, not Nigeria court.
Right.
They're going to favor the ruling party. So I don't even believe everything in Nigeria go to court. It should be an independent investigator to investigate. But anyway, I don't want to
Why
flog
would
this
that
anymore.
hold on? Would that independent investigator come from outside of Nigeria?
No, it should come. It shouldn't come from any of those parties. It should be an independent-minded Nigerians. People who know the law.
Because of Natasha.
Because
yes,
maybe
it's not even because she's one of the representatives. Yeah, she's one of the senators. She has equal right as Akpabio. Akpabio is just the leader. That doesn't give Akpabio right, to adjudicate everything. That's the issue I have. That I'm not saying who is guilty. I'm gonna be the first person. Hold on, I'm gonna be the first person to come here. And bash Natasha if she couldn't prove herself.
Anything. The case is. They did not even start. Do not forget, as we still speak now, as you are speaking, Natasha, she has not provided a scintilla of evidence. Natasha has not gone to court to say.
But enigmatic, you don't know what evidence she has. You don't know evidence. What evidence she has?
Now.
Hold on. Let me make a point. Hold on.
But neither do you, though. But
I don't. But let me give you one case scenario. Remember when she was trying to agitate for the Ajakuta stay, even before she came to the Senate. Then when she was in the Senate, she was pushing for to investigate why Ajakuta has been there for how many years? Almost about 4 decades. Nothing has happened. They have embezzled billions that have been invested. She was trying to make them investigate whatever happened. But she said she has raised that question several times. Akpabio keep on ignoring him. So they asked him to go and meet. Hold on, let me land. They asked him to go and meet Akpabio 1-to-1. So she said when she went in there, if Nigeria is a functioning place, there should be a tape to record this. He said when she went to Akpabio office, she was saying, Akpabio, we need to investigate why Ajakuta stay, has been embezzled. Nothing has happened. She wanted to be.
A lot of people actually believe that the obedient space, they are so desperate for any and everything that might seek to undermine the government and the country. Is that true?
That's not true. Why has this got to do with Tinubu? Why you're making it? Wait a minute.
No.
Why you're making it about APC?
I said the government.
The government is APC. Is Tinubu?
What do you mean? Akpabio is also the government.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Let's assume. Hold on. Let's assume Akpabio is guilty. I'm not saying
the obedience are so desperate.
Wait a minute. How is the downfall of Akpabio going to be the downfall of APC? It doesn't even make any sense.
He undermines the government, doesn't he?
The economy. If there's anything that's going to undermine the government, is the economy.
This is what the obedience
is. Hold on. Is the performance of APC
the one party system in Nigeria? That's not going to work. That's what they want.
Sorry, Karen, proceed.
Yeah, if anything that's going to undermine the government, it's not because of this scandal, this and anything. Of course, there's a lot of scandal going on, not because the downfall of Akpabio. So APC is going to lose. Come on now, that's not even. It's the performance of the government in office. That's what is going to, undo Tinubu or not undo him. Of course, everybody knows he's going to win he's going to win, the 2027 election. There's no doubt about it, So that's not even up for debate, So for Akpabio to go down. So that means APC is gone. I don't know where they are linking it to Tinubu or APC. It doesn't even make sense.
So, man of prestige, you finally agree that we are going to win 2027, right?
Well, I'm just calling it how I see it because it's very difficult to, to unseat, the ruling government already. Very difficult. Moreover, you have person like Tinubu there, so it's going to be difficult. It's just my own opinion. I'm not going to come here, and make unnecessary, statement for what I don't believe. So, they're going to lose. But it's going to be competitive, depending on the kind of alliance they form. But I don't see anybody on sitting him. It's just my own personal opinion. But it is what it is. So I'm done with this one man. I don't want to overflow this. So let me go to Kemi Badnon. I need to say something about her. I think she's getting what she wants. I supported her to, about her narrative or what she has been saying in the regard that.
That was the afternoon session, but carry on. That was the afternoon
session. Yeah, I wanted to speak because I'm trying to make a point. Because she's an outspoken woman, but not the way she was disgracing Nigeria. But right now, look at what happened. Look at the way that look at the way the British people are denigrating her. They didn't even want her there is because because of the position, because of the position they are, they just bring an African person. From what I understand about the British, about the British politics, she has no leg to, to do anything there, and she has disgraced Nigeria a lot. I mean, I'm not in support, whether that's her own experience that when she was in Nigeria or something like that, but, she was just trying to get an undue political capital, for denigrating Nigeria. I'm never in support of all the whole thing that she's proposing. And right now, whatever she's doing right now is going to be make it very difficult for, for people to have any kind of British stuff. Because I think of what I had, the law they are proposing right now, they said, for you to have for you to bring somebody, your wife, or for you to bring somebody from any part of the country, if you're a citizen or somebody there, you have to be making, I think, was it 38 or 39 pounds 1 month. What was the new? Is that 39,000 pounds, right?
I wasn't even follow. I don't follow.
Oh yeah. They say you have, for you to and for you to bring your wife has to be 23. And you must have married for 2 years. This is what they are proposing to change right now. I just read that yesterday. For you to bring your wife for you to bring your wife to, to London, to British, your wife has to you must have married to your wife for at least 2 years, and your wife must at least be 23 years, and you must be making at least close to 40,000 pounds for you to bring anybody. So they are making it more difficult, for you to bring some. But anyway, the reason why I'm saying that, is that we have somebody on this here channel, but she's not here right now. She does the same thing to the Igbo. I'm not here about somebody criticizing politician. I don't have an issue. Rational mind. When rational mind come here, he criticized the APC, Tinubu. You never hear rational mind denigrating, his tribe. And you have a person here who denigrate their tribe, like nonsense. I'm not even talking about denigrating people like Hopus or them more politician or be. I don't care about that. But everything that she said, but she doesn't know that you people are laughing at her. I mean, I hear all of you support.
I always tackle her on behalf, on behalf of your people.
People here, he doesn't even know. Some people say that. Some people say that she's smart and everything, but she doesn't even know. All of you here, you are laughing at her back. Look at the way she's denigrating her tribe. I'm not talking about the politician that she denigrates. I don't have an issue with that. So she's an example.
I'm with you on that. I'll be protecting your people.
She's an example of Kemi Badnow. There's no difference between her and Kemi Badnow.
Hold on, Prestige. It's not really form for you to be speaking behind somebody else's back. That's what.
No. I'm just giving an example.
And nobody laughs at her. That's too. Because she's one of the cleverest contributors on
that's what you won't have to think. But she's not here. She probably be listening. So I hope she hear you. That's what you won't hear to hear. Denigrate everything that she talk about. About the Igbo tribe is nonsense. I'm not talking about the politician. I don't have an issue. She can call Obi thief. Obi go to hell. It doesn't matter. I don't know Obi, but denigrating my tribe, I will come after her. That's the way I see it. She already know how I feel about that. But anyway, I'm just making a comparison between her and Kemi Badnow. There's no difference. Kemi Badnow is wrong, but she's getting what she's getting right now. And that's exactly. So I'm just making that example to show you.
All right. All right. Bring it on Prestige so we can move it around.
Okay. So my final this is about what's going on in River State. Okay. I see what's going on in River State. If you know what's going on, so I see a lot of people here supporting, Wike. I mean, Wike shouldn't be doing what he's doing. I mean, Fubarak is not an innocent person either. But whatever they are doing right now, and he said he's ready, to obey the law and everything. And of course, everybody here know what happened, yesterday. They locked him out and everything, whether it's right or no, but it's about what Wike said that, that annoys me. By saying that the Ijaw people, they are minority. That they don't have a right to be governor there. He said this person was just lucky, to be there. And he was giving the example. Even in Delta State, he said Delta State is, they just are the minority of the minority, so they don't have a right. So just because this guy from the minority tribe or whatever, he doesn't have a right to, to be the governor of River State. Imagine that kind of statement. I think everybody had it. He was speaking yesterday. So, I mean, I have an issue. I mean, a lot of people here like it, but I don't.
But a minority cannot really want to be governor or president now.
So you telling me a footballer is not supposed to be governor of
Why not? Why not a woman? Sorry, man of Freddy, hold on. Why not? Are they not citizens of that state?
No, they don't have the numbers. They don't have the
no.
numbers.
Are they not equal citizens? Hold on, Prestige, hold on. Woman, please tackle me on this. Are they just not the citizens of Edo State, Delta State, River State?
Why can't they be? They don't have the numbers.
Why? But they are equal citizens. Hold on, man of Prestige. Yeah, but they are equal citizens. Why can't people come from Oyo State to go and be governors in Lagos?
For certain power,
it's a numbers game now.
But enigmatic. Why can't it be about competent?
Forget competence. Competence is about.
We are not going anywhere in that country.
No,
that's it.
It has to be Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa all the time.
Competence is about the function of the majority. That's how politics work. It's not fair, but of course, that's what it is. What it is.
Okay. I'm going to be listening. I don't want to take all your time. Hopefully, when you come next to my turn, okay, I'll be listening.
Please let me correct you. That is not what Wike said.
What did Wike say? One man, do you have the tape?
That is what Wike said. That's what Wike said. So he named all the states. They cannot be president. They cannot be governors.
He named data. He named those states. What are you talking about?
Yes.
The star Prestige always listens with an obedient ear.
No, I listen too. I listen to them too.
What Wike said is, these people now that are supporting and attacking him, that without him, this man wouldn't have become a governor. That
Asani Joma, that they should go to Edo State, that they cannot see any Joma that can be a governor.
That we are in any state as a Joma become a governor, except Fubara, which
what does that mean? What does that mean? What was he telling the world with that statement?
What does that mean? You need to read it, You need to read
Manos Prestige, let me tackle these guys for you.
I'm done. One man, I'm done.
Okay, then I just take over then.
One man, I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay, Manos Prestige.
Tony, please let me go real quick before I go to take care of my business. I'll be gone very soon, but let me just make my point. Sorry, Tony, if you don't mind. Okay.
No problem. Yeah.
So, in a snippet, what Wike really said there is, Wike, they've been saying all this. They've been talking about this jotting every time, right? When you hear anything from particularly the Niger Delta, you will think the entire Ijo own the entire Niger Delta. Even in Ondo State, right? We have Ijo people. He's from that region in Ondo State. We have the minority of those in Ondo State. So when you hear anything from the Niger Delta, any misunderstanding, they will threaten, we'll go and blow pipeline up. In terms of appointment, we'll blow pipeline up. In this Wike and Fubara stuff, right? When you are trying to conceptualize it now, in terms of the context, Wike said, Wike and his group, they have a political family, right? And if you are very close to River State very well, you will know the population of the Jaws, right? 100 years from now, if not for this special arrangement, it just will never be governor in River State. If you go by the population sharing formula.
So, let me ask something enigmatic. Who has the highest population? What's the population ratio in River? Do you know?
Like I said, listen to me carefully, right? Any Ijo person or any Niger Delta person who is on the platform, it's just like you are going to Akwa Ibom as an Ijo person and you think you will ever be governor. Except they make a special arrangement, it will never be possible. So there are some situations like that in some states or in some regions. Except there are some special arrangement. It's just like you are going to Kaduna State now, if they are not making a special arrangement, it will be very, very difficult for people from Kaduna, for Southern Kaduna to be governor in Kaduna State. It's not going to be possible. Or you are somewhere in the north or in Borno State, where Buhari came from, Buhari's region in Borno State, there is Christian-dominated part of Borno State. If they do not make a special concession for them, they will never be governor in Borno State. So if they make such a special concession for your region, and somebody like Buhari becomes the governor by special arrangement, and everybody that worked for you, and then all of a sudden within 3 months into the administration, you turn against them, and you are not trying to work things out, and every time that's your small region that had a special concession, then they will be threatening the biggest population, everything. Ijo. That was what Wike was saying. That to the point of the president said this, and you are threatening president. Asare Dokubo came out. He was bragging. He was thumping his chest, threatening the federal government about blowing up pipeline. That even this pipeline that you guys are blowing up, even in Nigeria, who says you are the only one who can blow up pipeline? Do you think somebody from the north does not have the capacity to blow up pipeline? We are all Nigerians. Everybody gets shoko for head. Keep your shoko for one side. Don't be trying to threaten everybody because you are not getting your way. It's negotiation. So now in Rivers State, right, Wike is saying, if you are not getting this thing done, let's negotiate. But the next thing is that you want to blow up pipeline. Even in that Rivers State, if you say you want to blow up pipeline, does it mean that Opobo people does not know? I mean, the Calabari people does not know how to blow pipeline, or the Ukwere people does not know how to blow pipeline, or his own region does not know how to blow pipeline? Why must you actually arrogate that power to yourself, as if you are the only one who can be crazy? Everybody can be crazy together. So that was the situation. So Fubara is from the Wike's political family, that Wike had to step on toes. Even when you are talking of the Ijos of the Ijos in Rivers State, the Calabaris should be the number one on the priority list of Ijos, not Opobo, where Fubara came from. So Fubara came from the minority of even the Ijos. If you are talking about the majority of the Ijos in Rivers State, by concessional arrangement, it should have gone to Calabari people, the Calabari Ijos, not the type of Ijo where Fubara came from. But because Fubara is from the Wike's political family, and Wike was still the governor then, and they are running the show, they said, okay, let this guy go. He's part of our family. That was the entire thing. But because our people, once again, because of our sentiments and our biases, some people just, whatever Wike says is already hateful to them. They don't want to reason, or they don't want to think about what he's saying. So that is the situation. That's how it works. In Ondo State now, the incumbent governor in Ondo State is from Omoyelesho Ores region, right? There was a special concession that the governor of Ondo State at this point in time should go to that region. That's nobody contested from the central, nobody contested from the north. Against them, the two candidates that came out in the last election in Ondo State, Agbola Ajayi and Aida Tiwa, the Lucky Aida Tiwa, the two of them, they are from the same region, two local government aside. They came from the same region. They said, leave it for them. It is their time. It is their turn. So that's a special concession. Unless they do that, it will elude them almost every time. So when they give them that kind of purpose, you don't have to abuse it by telling all the other people that every small thing you are threatening them. Who are you? So that's the game. Politics is politics. So let me forget about that.
Do you think that guy is going to be impeached, Fubara?
Mama, don't come with this. So and the guy does not. He is listening to people who I believe really hates him. And I heard he was a civil servant for so many years. How come he doesn't even know the simple procedure, the simple parliamentary procedure, how to address, how to present budget, how to lobby, how to interact with the legislation? How tell me how he doesn't know that? So that is aside. Whatever Rivers people want to do with their lives, they should go and do it. If they do anyhow at this point in time, Mr. President should just go ahead and declare state of emergency and put in a military man there. until 2027 where they will have an election, a general election, and they can just keep quiet with their silliness. Nigeria is tired of River State issues already. So now I want to really talk about this Peter Obi and Bala Mohammed. If you listen to you were not here maybe 2 days ago or yesterday when I came to speak about the dynamics of 2027, and you are seeing everything playing out now, right? Have you seen any big shot so far that has moved to SDP? Okay, you move to SDP, not even a single person within the structure of APC that you controlled for 8 years in Kaduna State move with you, right? Now Peter Obi is having some meetings with Bala Mohammed. And do not forget, this is still Bala Mohammed that is in PDP. And I was speaking about PDP yesterday. PDP has Bala Mohammed faction. There's a Wike faction. There's an Atiku faction in PDP. And what probably is happening in Peter Obi's mind now is that El-Rufai is already in SDP. And Peter Obi is a politician, regardless of how people want to say it. He knows that El-Rufai is coming with some baggage, right? The middle belt northerners, they will not find it easy to go to any space, political space, where they find an El-Rufai. And Peter Obi, the middle belt Christians, voted for him en masse in the last election. And for the past 24 hours or 48 hours that El-Rufai had moved, he can see their reaction already from the middle belt, the Christian part of the north. They are already saying where Peter Obi is, where El-Rufai is, they are not going to be there. If Peter Obi is going to join El-Rufai in the same camp, they are done with him. You can see that already. So now there's another angle to it now. Atiku, El-Rufai has gone. I think El-Rufai is waiting maybe for Atiku to join him in SDP. Is Atiku going to join him? And Peter Obi is waiting for Atiku to move to SDP. Peter Obi is weighing his option either to move to SDP. So it's a game of who go first now. So if Atiku makes the move to SDP, moving from the take it or leave it, PDP is still the largest opposition party in Nigeria that has structure.
However way it pans out, it's still diluting votes, isn't it? Absolutely. Because El-Rufai is not going to take votes away from Tinubu. He will more likely take votes away from a northern candidate.
That is if the way things are now, let's assume Peter Obi is going to go with Bala Mohammed and Woma. So everything is under hypothetically now. Peter Obi, let's assume Peter Obi will not go to SDP, that he will move to PDP. Where is Atiku moving to? Is Atiku moving to SDP? Okay, let's assume Atiku moves to SDP, right? Now, Atiku hypothetically moves to SDP to go and make the move with El-Rufai, and they do their northern thing, and Atiku is the head of the ticket in SDP. For a second, let's assume Adewale Adebayo is going to be his VP, right? Let's just put it like that. Adewale Adebayo VP, Atiku top of the ticket in SDP. And in PDP, right? Let's forget about Wike now. But in PDP now, Peter Obi, the head of the ticket, Bala Mohammed, bottom of the ticket, right? So it means there is a formidable Atiku in SDP, and then there's Obi in PDP, and there's going to be Kwakwanso in NNPP, and there's going to be the juggernaut in APC. How are they not going to work for Tinubu at the end of the day with this calculation, Omar?
A lot of people still feel that El-Rufai is a three-dimensional chess play by Tinubu still. Because it makes no sense for him to be in SDP, Because who is joining him? Mustafa. So, I don't see how, what does that even mean,
So what I'm saying in Peter Obi's mind now, I think Peter Obi is very confused. He's confused now. And this is why he messed up by not leveraging and building that gift that God handed him, the Labour Party. He messed up. Now, if Peter Obi is midway now, El-Rufai is himself SDP. El-Rufai is expecting Peter Obi will cross. But Peter Obi is like having a change of mind midway now that am I going to cross to El-Rufai because of the seriousness of issues around El-Rufai? Now Al-Mustafa is there. How am I going to walk around this guy? And probably he has gone to do a deep dive into who El-Rufai actually is, and he can see some stuff already. Let's leave that aside. What is going to pan out with Atiku? Atiku is still in APC, is still in PDP now, one man. So if Atiku remains in PDP, and Peter Obi want to contest, want to be the head, want to be on the ballot in 2027, right, at all cost, then it means Peter Obi will not be on the ballot in PDP. Atiku will probably be on the ballot in PDP, right? So where is Peter Obi fitting in? What is Peter Obi doing now?
I do not see him fitting into PDP at all, because there are too many big ambitions in PDP. Everybody will have to collapse surrender their ambitions for Peter Obi.
Okay, let's assume Bala Mohammed. Let's assume Bala Mohammed is going to submit his own ambition for Obi in PDP. Atiku cannot submit his own ambition for Obi because Atiku cannot be vice president. Constitutionally, he's bad. Right? You know that. It's constitutionally bad.
Aminu Tambuwal is not going to surrender his ambition for Peter Obi now.
So where now to any obedient who is in the house, what is Obi's play now? How is Obi going to wriggle himself out of this conundrum? Atiku, like I said, one man, I started saying it since after the election that in the opposition, when you look at the opposition and there's a certain Atiku Abubakar there, right, is a dead on arrival because Atiku will never be vice president to anybody and Atiku will be on the ballot. The only reason why Atiku will never be on the ballot if Atiku dies, and may God never take his life now. So Atiku will be on the ballot. That is a fact. Obi wants to be on the ballot under what?
Can I interject a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think what we are talking about, about this Obi, I don't see the Northerners converging with Obi to, let's assume, to converge around Obi to run for 227 and become a president, because they know Obi is going to be there for 8 years. So we know how the Northerners are. So I don't really see that working either. So I don't see the Northerners. All this probably or whatever is happening right now is just a shady, just a shady speculation. I don't see them aligning themselves for Obi to be president. That's the way I see it. Because you don't want them to lose for how many years? That's not a certain that if they align with Obi is going to win. But I'm just saying, for speculation purpose, how does that serve the Northerners? We know how the Northerners are. They want to be the president maybe after 2031. But for Obi to be there 8 more years after 2027, I don't see that. I just want to make that point.
Man of prestige.
But the thing is, Obi needs a platform. He even needs big alliances. Because if it goes in like it did 2023, then we all know where that is going. He'll even do worse than that. So he needs at least
but one man. The point I'm trying to make, the Northerners won't want that alliance because it doesn't favor them. That's just the point I'm trying to make.
They will take the alliance if Obi steps down his ambition one step.
Oh, okay, that's the one you're talking about. Okay, I got you.
For vice president.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, they will take Obi's alliance for a vice presidential slot. But now the question that I was asking you, right, and because we are talking politics now, right? Obi is a politician. Atiku is a politician. All of them, they are politicians, and they are all billionaires. They are made already, but they are in politics for their own personal interest. Now, is Obi going to be on the ballot in 2027, or he will not contest at all? What do you think?
Are you asking everybody this question or just me?
You are the obedient here now. If I'm not
Okay, I'll take it. If you call me obedient, that's fine. You know, I'm a big supporter. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know the market. Okay, you know, I mean,
so
I don't
you know what
see.
I'm trying to do? I'm trying
No,
to see Obi, right, on the ballot, the top of a ticket, but I'm trying to see what ticket, what platform. That's what I'm trying to create that math in my head. And I'm trying to make you help me as an obedient. Because now there's PDP out there without a presumptive candidate so far. The only presumptive candidate we have so far is Asiwaju under APC, right? And no, excuse me, Asiwaju under APC and Kwakwanso under NNPP and Showore in what I don't even know his that party that he belongs. So we have AAC.
Yes.
So far so good. We have 3 presumptive candidates, but we have one solid candidate that no matter what, right? He is going to create a platform for himself, and he will run as the top of the ticket, which is Atiku, right? You know that PDP, if PDP doesn't want him, Atiku will create a platform.
but there's about 3 functions enigmatic. There's about 3 functions of PDP. So are they not fraction already?
But that's what I'm saying. I say Atiku, right? Atiku will run either PDP or no PDP. Atiku will run in 2027 on the platform. The platform we may not really know now, but Atiku, so far, as long as Atiku is alive, he's going to be on the ballot.
Atiku is not running, enigmatic.
Oh, okay. Who is that?
Yeah. Joel. Atiku is not running.
No politics. Let me talk to Presi. So Atiku, as long as Atiku is alive, Prestige, Atiku will be on the ballot. Now there is PDP now fragmented into 3 already: Wike's faction, Atiku's faction, Bala Mohammed faction. Bala Mohammed seems to be like a guy who can step down for Obi to run as a VP, while Obi is the head of the ticket. Of course, Wike, we know Obi and Obi's case is no go area to Wike's camp, right? So Atiku's camp now, we have to move out if this case persists. And that's why I say Atiku, as long as he's alive, he will move his little camp out of PDP. If he moves to SDP to use SDP's platform, then it means Peter Obi cannot move to SDP because Atiku will have to be on the top of the ballot. And if Atiku moves out of PDP, and if Obi wants to run under PDP, it means he will have to run through Bala Mohammed's camp. What will he do with Wike's camp? Sabotaging the Bala Mohammed's camp in the same PDP. And if the 2 of them jettison PDP completely because of the Wike's angle, and they say, let's go and create our own camp to run on a ticket, are they going to run on Omoyele Showore's ticket, or whose ticket, or whose platform are they running on? So Jue can answer. Is Obi running on in 2027? If yes, what platform? From all this stuff now.
Okay, let me answer that before Joel come in. I think he's going to run, but I don't know under what platform. Labour Party is already disorganized. And if Atiku decided to go to SDP, I mean, they already have a cancer there. You know, El-Rufai is a cancer. Any party El-Rufai, you know, canvas with is a cancer. So
Joel loves El-Rufai. Joel loves El-Rufai.
Okay, but I don't see that. I mean, if they try to fraction themselves into 3 part or 4 part, you know, remember this guy from Kano is still there. So they are just handling Tinubu automatic ticket. I'm not saying he's not going to win already, but it might be much easier. So, but we see how it's going. It's very interesting, but you know, that's my own opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, start to bring it on enigmatic. So
yeah, I'm already done already. I just want to hear from the obedience.
It's okay. And thank you very much. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from, Joel of Nashville. Enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
I think he's not running in 2027.
Okay.
The feelers we are getting. Atiku is not going to run because right now we are starting to see Atiku's boys around Obi.
Okay.
So that is my own thinking, and that is the feelers we are getting.
Just who is Atiku's boy? Let me know first.
One of his one of his strongest member is Udemba, and this other guy.
that was in the plane with him the other day. No, I know what I'm talking about. Udenta, right? So what I'm saying is this. Yeah. So what I'm saying is this, right? If Atiku is not going to run, there is going to be an alliance. It's going to be a coalition of parties. SDP is going to be in that coalition. Arabambi, I think some days ago, hinted that they are coming to the table. So there is peace, relative peace in Labour Party, and they want to be part of that coalition. So if we have a coalition of PDP, whether in part or in full, Labour Party, and some other parties that might want to join that fray, then it is what it is. It's a good one. Now, who's going to be the vice presidential candidate? I don't know. I think that would be left for the Northerners to figure out. Obi will still have, probably they might present like 3 names to him, then he will pick one person. So I do not think those things are. I think they are coming together based on some ideology, something putting them together, like saying we want to make Nigeria better. At least I think everybody agrees with that. So
Bala Mohammed wants to make Nigeria better. Bala Mohammed.
You say? One man, it is the man. No. See, one man. It is the man on the ticket. It is the man on the ticket at the end of the day. I always see this thing like your followers, right, will likely do something that they feel that you would do, or something that you will accept. If they know that you are against it, they won't do it. So at the end of the day, it's about the president. I mean, when was the last time we heard about Shetima? Right? Even in the United States, when was the last time we heard about J.D. Vance? So the vice president is not always like visible as as would the president. Go ahead,
you hear me?
Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I wish I can really have this conversation, but of course I have to go and take care of my Ramadan stuff. But before I leave,
but I'm waiting for you and enigmatic.
Yeah, I know. Before I leave, Joel, right? I know you are not a lefty, right? You don't eat with your left hand, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. Use your left hand. Raise it up. Keep this thing I want to tell you in your left hand.
Okay.
Except Atiku is not alive, right? Atiku will run in 2027. He will be on the ballot. So put that somewhere and then think out of the box, out of Atiku's permutation.
You know what, enigmatic.
Yeah.
If Atiku wants to run, let him run.
Okay.
Yeah, if Atiku wants to
run,
it's still, everybody knows, right? It's now everybody in Nigeria knows it's like an unwritten thing that power goes from north to south, south to north, right? So nobody is expecting any.
That's why I was calling your attention that think like a strategist for Obi now. Don't think like an obedient. Think like Obi has hired you as a strategist. That was the reason of this conversation. Because this Bala Mohammed that you see in the picture, right? He's not Atiku's guy. So Obi is meeting with somebody who has the same ambition as Atiku from the same block. And Atiku is going to be on the ballot, right? If Atiku is going to be on the ballot, and he's a juggernaut already, right? And we have Bala Mohammed in the picture, we have SDP, we have Kwakwanso on the ballot. 2, how do you solve this conundrum for Peter Obi? You now, Joel, as Peter Obi's strategist, I say, Baba, sit down. Let's create a wiggle room for you to be on a certain ballot in 2027 and face Tinubu, face Atiku, face Kwakwanso, and the candidate from SDP. So you are the strategist now. Don't speak as obedient, but speak like a paid, hired strategist. I'll be listening from the back. I have to leave now. Thank you.
And then before then, so I want Joel to expand more on what he meant by political ideology. People ideology. People jumping from one useless party to the other. All of them, including Obi and this Atiku, jumping from one party. Is that what type of ideology that is joining them together? Please, sir.
All right. Let me go. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Okay.
Good night.
All right.
Alaikum
Thank
salam.
you. From the last one, right? there in Nigeria, the political parties are not really ideology driven, right? So it's not it's just like it's the party built for strong people. You know, you have somebody at the top, he is so strong and he detects everything that happens in the party. So we don't have real democracy at the party level. So whatever any person might want to do to achieve their political ambition, I do not really care because we don't really have democracy at the party level.
Yeah, which means
Until
it's
the
not
day,
that not for the interest of the people. Then it's just for their selfish individual interest.
No. The thing there is that in every bad situation, you have to make good out of it.
Nothing can be made good out of Nigeria, please, sir. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you. All right. As regards to Mr. Enigmatic and who thinking like a strategy, there's nothing. It's not really hard. It's not something that you have to ponder about. On my own side, I'm going to say what I feel. Right. One for one, I know that if Atiku wants to run, he can run. Nobody's stopping him from running. But the feeling in the country is that power should remain in the South. And if you want to
is that the feeling in the north as well?
Even in the north, I will tell you that it's no. One man, like you see, could you imagine if this was the turn of the north and somebody from the south is coming out? Is this the kind of response you're going to be getting? No. So that's why I said everybody has that feeling that it should remain in the south. Now, the issue now is who is going to give Tinubu a run for his money? One man, there was a question I asked, I don't know who was that, I think it was, I asked the General House, and nobody gave me an answer. I asked that question, I said, has Tinubu been fair? Has Tinubu been fair to the CPC aspect of APC? Have they been fair to the new PDP group that joined them initially? So, because the major block was the new PDP and the CPC. The CPC coming with people like El-Rufai and the former, what they call it, Attorney General of the Federation. Right? So these guys are guys from CPC. These are Buhari's boys. Have they been featured in Tinubu's government? Do they feel left out? If they do, then one man, there is a crack. Because APC was built on a coalition. And if that coalition is dismantled, you might think that they are big, but they are no more big as you think. So I think that's the reason why Tinubu is allowing Wike to run riot, because he knows he's going to need Wike, he's going to need River State. He's going to need every state he needs in the South, because he cannot really trust the North. Because left for the northern elite, they will take power in 2027. If it was those days in the 80s, forget it. They will come for power in 2027. But now Nigeria is so enlightened. Nigeria have woken up to all those shenanigans. So it's like, it's like an unwritten agreement. We've not seen in all of this. We've voted for religion. We have done for tribe, but we have not had any government that is for the people. So I believe that 2027 should be the people's choice. It's the people's time. And if that person that they yearn for is P2B, let us give it. The way we yearn for MKO, the people yearn for MKO. People loved him. Let us yearn for someone. Let us think about ourselves. We have voted everything. If it is power,
but there is no yearning for Peter Base, the thing.
Oh yeah. No, one man. Look, let me tell you. There is no politician in Nigeria today, except for probably Buhari. Even Buhari lost some of his. There is no politician in Nigeria today that has that kind of support Obi does.
What support?
Obi, people love him. You see, one man, there's one thing I want to tell you. It's not like, you know, as you are right now, they might tell you, oh, you like Tinubu, yeah, right? But if you have 30,000 or 40,000 and someone tells you, hey, one man, can you donate 10,000 to Tinubu? You might, you know, P2B have people that can give him everything they have. If they have 2,000, they can give him 1,500. They love him. It is different. Remember, one man, in the last election, we were talking about the amount of money that will be that you you can use to veer for presidential election and all that. How did Obi do it? Most of those people that came there were organic. He didn't have to pay. Remember, I told you this. He didn't have to pay, so he had enough money. People were donating houses. People were donating electronics. That is the point I'm trying to make you understand. People believe in him. So I think it's going to be, I mean, if he gets into Aso Rock, I think it's going to be an interesting time for Nigeria. It's going to be a time of love, a time of unity. Because I do not see him change.
Do you know how Peter Obi performed in Yobe State?
You said what?
Do you know how Peter Obi performed in Yobe State?
One man, most of those places that look, see, one man, 2023, right? Is gone. Now, if you go to Bauchi, where this guy is from, this governor is from, right?
Oh, yes.
I think it's from Bauchi. Yes. If you look at Peter Obi's performance in that election, it might be close to 1% too. But the thing there is that
Peter Obi goes 0.64% in Yobe
exactly.
State. 0.64.
Exactly. I know. I get it.
Do you know what he did in Sokoto?
No. I don't need to know. One man.
What about Borno?
One.
Are there youths in those? Are there youths in those spaces? Are there youths in those spaces?
No. There are, but the thing there is this. No. One man see. One man, you know that last election, right?
Yes.
It was
the way you are interjecting is just taking the whole place. I don't know. Maybe I will just go and sleep then.
I will soon. I will see you to you, please, Tony. I will see you. Just give me like 2 minutes. Yeah, one man. Obi lit up the place.
Which place?
Obi lit up Nigeria. Remember when hold on one man. Remember they were saying 4 people tweeted in a room. From 4 people tweeting in the room, Erufaya came and said, oh, you know what? He's going to win probably a state in Anambra. From a state in Anambra, maybe he might win some places in the southeast. It was until the 1 million man march for Obi in all the states, especially in the southern states.
In all the states, yes, say southern states. Do you know what he did in Jigawa State?
What?
0.21%. 0.21.
Yes. Now, one man. There's a question I wanted to ask you, right?
They don't have youths there.
Hold on now. Hold on, one man.
Nigerian youths are, you know.
No. Hold on, one man.
The figures don't match up to this year.
One man. That is why I said the coalition is important. If Peter Obi made 0.2% in the last election, probably say in Bauchi, do you think with the governor, with the alliance, with the support of the governor, he's going to make that 0.6? It's not going to be that way. And it will go on like that in some other states, in the deep northern states. So that's the point I'm trying to make.
I don't see that. The best they did in the deep northern states is 1%. So what's going to happen what miracle are you looking to see?
I told you Atiku is not running in 2027. I have it on good authority.
Right.
If Atiku is not running in 2027 and he gives his support to Obi, one man, there is no way, even in those places where Atiku, even if they don't like Obi, at least they will give him 25%.
They will give it from 0.21% to 25%.
Yes, definitely. What are you saying?
All right.
No,
All right.
one man. It is based on who. One man, you forgot
this is daydream believing. It's
one man. No. One
from
man.
0.21. It's on your screen now. 0.21%.
Yeah.
Name one state. Name one state, and we look at these figures.
One man. See, let me tell you this.
Name one northern state. Let's go to
No,
Kano.
I am not going to. One man, look. One man, see. Let me tell you this. I told you that with the coalition, the numbers will be different. If there is a coalition, it's going to be different. So don't worry about these numbers you're seeing. This 0.1 can turn to 40%. It can turn to 50%.
That would be some miracle, you know.
Oh no, you're going to see it. The last election was a miracle. You're about to see a bigger one. You're going the miracle in 2027.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, brother.
Let me ask one.
Do you believe in all this speculation, all this northern collusion? Do you really believe in it? I don't know. I'm skeptical.
Collusion how?
Please. Let me ask one man a question. You said that Obi got 0.2. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That Obi got 0.2% in Yobe. I will ask you, what percentage did Buhari get in Ogun State in 2011? Even when Ogun State man, Pastor Bakare was his running mate.
Thank you.
What percentage?
You give me the figures. I don't. I have figures for.
He got less than. He got less than 5%.
Yes.
And that was why he needed the coalition.
Even in Lagos.
If you say that, what percentage did Obi get in Sokoto State? I will ask you, what percentage did Tinubu get in Abia? You understand what I'm saying?
Let's go to Abia. Tinubu will still get 5-6%.
What percentage did he get in Abia? Despite with all the cash, with all the big names that are behind him. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't use that to judge. That is the gap that the coalition is seeking to bridge.
Tinubu got 2.4%, which is more than Obi got in all of the northern states.
What is 1% and 0.5%, 2.4%, 1%? That's still less than 5%.
It's different from 0.0.0.1 now.
What I'm saying is that if you look at Buhari's result in 2011, in places like Ondo, in places like Ekiti, it was just like Obi's performance.
And that's a misreading, by the way. You see all these states here, all these ones that's where the votes are. There are no votes in Abia State now. There's nobody in Abia State.
Wait now. So that's Buhari's reading in 2011. At that point, they knew they needed a coalition. They needed a coalition to win. Now, this guy has, on his own, because Labour Party had no structure, Obi was the structure and everything, Labour Party. On his own, he was able to deny Atiku the presidency. He was able to muster that amount of votes, despite the weakest rigging in Rivers. Nobody can tell me that Tinubu's victory in Rivers was not a rigging.
It was rigged
now. It's there now. No, let me laugh. Don't all right me.
No. Go on. You still have the floor. But what I'm just saying is it will take some magic. If you look right across that map on your screen right there, the top half of this map, which is where the abundance of the Nigerian votes are, this guy scored 1% or less than right across the board. And they're telling us Nigerian youths are with him. There are no youths in the north.
It's called 1%. It's called 1% of the votes in that top north to come third. To come third. That's the question we should be asking. A man is like Obi ran like an independent candidate too.
Exactly.
No governor, no senator.
Yeah, he came third because he got 98% of all the southeastern votes. That's
he won Lagos State.
Yeah, by what margin?
Whether what margin or not margin, he won Lagos State. His vote in Plateau State, I think he won that state. Nasarawa State.
Yeah, he won Nasarawa and Plateau.
He won FCT. He won Plateau. What are you talking about?
One man. The man didn't win now, but just give me credit for what he did, okay? It's not bad.
On his own. on his own. If that guy had won 2 more states in the north, he probably could have been sitting in Aso Rock now. Very possible. If they are taking the Kwakwanso as running mate and they have won 2 more states in the north, it's good that he didn't take Kwakwanso, because if they had taken Kwakwanso as running mate and they have won just 2 more states along with Plateau, Nasarawa, they would have thought he won Plateau, Nasarawa, and the rest because of Kwakwanso. If somebody say, why did Obi run? It's good that he ran. And if people know, why are they calling him to the table? Why do they call Adewale or call Showore or call? Because that guy's got something to bargain with. Can you imagine an Erufai sitting with Obi?
Yeah, it's got an ethnic stock. It's got an ethnic stock to bargain with. So that was
what Buhari had.
And Prince Adewale doesn't have an ethnic stock.
Adewale has nothing politically. That's the point. He only has his idea, his smartness, and everything. Politically, he has nothing. Let's acknowledge that. You understand?
That's what I thought about T yesterday. But T was mad.
He has nothing.
I don't get anything now.
Adewale just like it's just like a Showore. So
exactly. But it's a refined version of Showore.
A huge difference from Showore.
No, what I'm saying is in terms of getting votes. So
let's look at it. Let me just close with this, one man. Yeah. You see, Obi is positioned for 2027. When they finish in 2027, I say, what's going to happen? I say, it depends on how he plays card. And I think he's not doing badly in the game now. He's positioned. And the man there now is not showing something that is good. He won based on the division. All this division, wicked division, it not go last long. So Tom is no longer a force in PDP. Seyi Makinde will soon finish his tenure. All those governors of Abia, what's his name now? That Abia and Enugu. That time that were helping to divide PDP. They are no longer where are they now? Ikpeazu and Guanye or something. Where are they now? Obi, all those ones, they don't fall. Obi is still standing and running. One man. That man try. He's one man, one individual. So if he's able to now find...
It's not one man, no. It's an ethnic stock. It's an ethnic stock.
One ethnic stock. Call him anything now. I said, one ethnic stock. It's not because I'm sounding like Obidient or anything, but I'm just trying to think. If he can do that, then all he needs to do is now remove the ethnic dimension from his system, form a coalition, get alliance, give up some things, and get something. If these people are able to unite themselves, I'm sure Asiwaju will. You might find it tough. You will find it tough, not in mine. It's their betting on, they will not be able to unite their structure. Who does that? It's like somebody who is, I'll go with this, somebody who are playing a game, football game.
All right. Patrick, let's do this. Let me I'll hand over to you. Bosun, the only super chatter. I'm not quite sure what's happening to the super chatter. Is not as it once was. Let me I'll hand over to you. Thank you, Batu, for this.
Thank you.
Well, man, before you leave,
now,
I think you may have to bring back this guy, this Labour Arabambi. You may have to bring him. You may have to bring him back to the for interview session. Yes,
and
because I had his interview today with Rice TV, and he did explain why him and Obi met together, and they made some categorical statement that Obi is going to be the Labour Party, and Labour Party will not join with any other party. That it is not possible. That it have to be.
He has started his campaign of calumny again.
And
one man. Yeah, is it not the same guy that came here a while ago and castigated Obi,
or different factions? You shouldn't worry.
Sorry, can I quickly also remind one man, please? don't forget to also contact Adewale. We need him back on the show.
Very, very important.
I have
Adewale needs to come here.
I have
So what I'm
questions.
saying,
Yeah.
we are hearing. I'm in charge now.
Patoski, are you the one coordinating now?
I'm the one containing. So
No,
let me just
sorry,
start
I was
with this
speaking.
one.
I was speaking. I didn't even
Okay, I thought
speak
you had
myself on the
dropped.
street. No,
Yep.
I thought I was even saying.
One man,
let
you
me
didn't
just
follow up on what I left. They deviated completely from. I positioned Jewel as a strategist. Obi does not have a platform now. Land him on a platform before you even start talking about the numbers. That was
Joel is just a jingoist now.
land him on a platform first
He's
before
just
you start talking
for
about
engaging with
numbers.
Joel.
Are you saying?
Sorry, guys. Let me say this and hand over to you. I'm actually. I was just as early as I think the day before. I was speaking to Prince Olu Agunloye, who is the secretary to the SDP. So I'm speaking to him again on Saturday. So there's every possibility that he may join us. Just to introduce a new, rather than recycle all the people we've had before. So
No, one man I disagree. Bringing back Adewale is not recycling. He needs to answer some questions.
And
we've
even
brought him 3 times now.
Arabambi, we need to ask him some questions.
Yes.
Yeah, Arabambi is very, very important.
All right. So what I can do, I'll send them messages, see if they're available. All right. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Thank you also for the super chat. Others can super chat towards Patoski as well. Lubricate the platform. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
So Patoski,
So I will
before
close
you
with
came
this.
in, right? Patoski, hold on. Before you came in, don't close yet. Before you came in, there was a poster I threw to the floor, right? And I came with varying degrees of circumstances. You land Obi on the platform. As it is now, Obi is almost technically homeless, out of Labour Party. And even if Labour Party is now announcing now that they want to have Obi on their platform, that mistrust is there because they will believe that Labour Party just want to have him. Instead of him to branching out, they want to have him to themselves, offer him the ticket, and then sabotage him. That mistrust is there. Now I left the poster to everybody, but I particularly left it for Jewel. I said, Jewel,
Okay.
I'm gonna hire you now as a strategist. I advise Obi where you will see Atiku on the platform, Wakanso on the platform, right? SDP question mark. We don't know who is going to be on the platform, but they will have somebody on the platform. Labour Party question mark. No presumptive candidate yet, right? And Obi is out there now, and Bala Mohammed is still out there. Land him on the platform.
Okay.
That was where I left before you guys just turned it around
Okay.
and start talking about
Okay.
it.
Okay.
So land him
Enigmatic.
on the platform first.
Enigmatic. This is where I stand, and I will tell you how I'm going to land him. Obi is going to be at the top of the ticket. That is one. Obi has not announced his exit from Labour Party, so he's still a member of Labour Party. Whether they're going to sabotage him in the end, that is left for the future to tell. But for now, Obi is in Labour Party. So, and which other party now? Which other party? Enigmatic. He mentioned about which other party? Atiku and Kwankwaso. Okay, let me address both. Atiku is not running in 2027. That is the feelers we are having. So if Atiku is not running in 2027, then who is he going to give his support to? Is he going to give his support to Obi? So these are still permutations. I cannot say Atiku will give his support to Obi, but from feelers we are having, I think he's going to endorse Obi. Now, if he is going to endorse Obi, that is huge. On the part of Kwankwaso, Kwankwaso's party, there is a question mark. I think they expelled Kwankwaso and the governor of the state, the only governor they had. So what I'm going to say is this, right? I believe that in parties like NMPP, the people are there because of Kwankwaso, and that is why the group is called Kwankwasia. I do not know where he's going to pitch his tent. So these are still permutations. If he does pitch his tent with OB, that is another huge endorsement. But I don't know if he's going to do that. So if I were OB, right, I will talk to those that have indicated their interest in having a coalition, which is the SDP, at least. Sure. SDP, and if he can get his endorsement from Atiku. If he can do both, I think he's good to go. The governor of Bauchi, I mean, I think he's still going to align himself with Atiku. If he doesn't like Atiku, he can come on his own with his group. But the thing there is that Obi need that coalition, especially in the deep north, because that is the only place he underperformed, and the southwest. Even in the southwest, it is still going to be. I mean, I think the Ronus are not going to have their way this time around. The people will speak differently. So for me, I feel. Hold on. Let me just land this. No, let me just land this. I feel that Obi, right, will build a coalition surely with SDP, and if he does that, if it's El-Rufai that is going to be his right, so be it. But I think they are cooking. They are cooking. So I can't give you anything in the affirmative that this is what is going to really happen. But that is my only permutation for now. From what we've seen, it is SDP and Labour Party.
Okay, that's for hypothetically for Obi, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, because there's
So
nothing is scattered in stone.
Okay. Patoski.
Yeah, you see, one of the things I wanted to even say was this. When they come to coalition, people are going to negotiate, they are going to bargain with their chiefs. Of all the group, the people that have something very big to bargain with are just Obi and Atiku. Kwakwanso have shown that is a one state man, and that one state self, you don't even get on where Ganduje is sharing it with him.
Before you proceed, Patoski, do you think Atiku will not run in 2027?
He will not run.
First of all, before you proceed,
he will not run. He will not run. You see, it's easy to think, and I think it's good for them. It's good that they create a perception that there's no way Atiku will not run. Because now the perception in the mind of people, APC and the other people, especially APC, is that there's no way Atiku will not run.
It's not perception. Let's. So
wait now, let me finish now. You have said no, and I'm telling you why. He will not run. And
he will not run, right?
Yes, it's good for people to perceive him as, oh, he will always run. And they believe that the guy will always run.
Okay. Patoski, you as an obedient now. You as an obedient, eh?
I'm not an obedient.
Patoski, you as an obedient too.
I'm analyzing things the way I see.
You are an obedient, forget it.
I'm not an obedient.
You as an obedient now, eh?
There's nothing wrong with being obedient, but I'm not.
Your own assignment is Joel has landed Obi on SDP and Labour. Work the coalition for him in the north. When you have Kwakwanso on the platform, you just declared that Atiku will not run. Question mark on that, right? And then where does Bala Mohammed stand, and where is El-Rufai going to stand?
Let me tell you, if Atiku is not running, Obi is the person with the biggest chip. Obi except they want to deceive themselves. Bala Mohammed cannot win more than Bauchi, and Kwakwanso cannot win more than Kano and Yobe, Kano and Jigawa, and he cannot even win Jigawa. The last election has shown that. And initially when they say, oh, you should run with Atiku, with Obi, say, oh, that is too big. Now he has seen his size. He don't see his size.
Who don't see
He don't
size?
see
Who?
his size.
Who be that?
No, Kwakwanso don't see his size now. Before they say, oh, you will win. He couldn't even get a very strong vice presidential candidate. Go and pick one pastor from Niger. He couldn't even get a strong vice presidential candidate.
No,
So he has,
from Edo. The pastor from Edo.
but the guy now Niger in day now. The guy get in church now me now.
But Kwakwanso
Oh, for real?
no they run to
Pastor Dausa.
go out to rock now. Kwakwanso was running for a purpose.
But he has
Kwakwanso
seen
was
that.
running for a purpose. You know that. He wasn't running.
So he's running to go to Aso Rock now in 2027.
He wasn't running for Aso Rock. He was running
So
for a
do you
purpose,
think he
and
will
the
run
purpose
to
was
go to?
achieved.
You think he was going to run to go to Aso Rock in 2027? Do you think he's running to go to Aso Rock in 2027?
See, let me tell you one thing.
No,
and
answer that question first now.
Patu,
Do you
let
think
me
he's
tell you
going to
one thing.
run to go for Aso Rock in 2027?
That okay. No.
So
no.
At Obi
majority of those
and Atiku are the people with
majority
the biggest
of those people that will be hold on, Patu. Majority of those people that you are seeing the mix now, majority of the people you are seeing the mix, apart from Atiku and Obi, all of them, particularly when you see anybody from the north in the mix, they are doing a warm up, a rehearsal, a warm up for 2031. They are doing a warm up for 2031, right? And if Obi comes within that mix, they will use Obi as Jara. They will use Obi
No, the question is,
as
which
Jara,
of them do you
right?
think will be ready for
To up their
presidency?
numbers. Hold on. They will use Obi as Jara to up their numbers to consolidate and negotiate for the northern 2031 ticket. So Atiku and Obi are the serious people apart from Tinubu now. Any other person where you see, particularly from the north, they are warming up for 2031 against whoever is coming from APC, Shetima, Ribadu, or anybody. So if Obi comes into that mix, they go use Obi because of the Southeast number and because of the Obi thing. And then they will say, last 2027 election, this is my number. So you cannot count me out of the numbers of the northerners that should be chosen for the ticket in 2031. And I'll rest it at that. But you say Atiku no go run for 2027. Keep it in your left hand, don't use it to eat.
Atiku will not run.
Okay? So no wala.
Atiku will not run. And I think, thank you, Atiku is not going to run. And if Atiku is not running, Obi has the biggest chip to bargain. Which of them, what are they bringing to the table that they want to bargain out Obi? Anybody from the north, if Atiku is not running, that person is just trying his chance.
Yeah.
Just trying, okay, let me see how popular I am.
Yeah.
I'll just let
me put my face out there. Yeah.
Exactly. We have seen in the last election that Kwakwanso is not as popular as we thought he was. We thought he was going to just sweep everywhere was scattered. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. Even all those play too. And as I don't expect, most people didn't expect that Obi will take it, but I knew Obi will take it because that traditionally goes to any party from Southeast. And mind you, some things are still going to maintain. And Obi, most of the people that voted Obi the last election, is still likely to get 80% of them. Which party can say that? Of all the people that have run in the last election, how many of them can say, I'm sure I'm going to get 80% of what I'm voting? APC is not sure. It's not likely to now. People are dissatisfied with them. That's the objective. This one that will come here to speak grammar. People that I campaigned for last time for Tinubu, if I talk to them now, they will shut. I know shame no go let me talk to them.
Pato, can you mute this task mic so that we can hear you?
Not me.
Can you mute him though? Can you mute him? Okay, thank you. Go ahead. I can hear you. Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I'm ashamed to go and talk to them. And there are so many people like that. Except we like to deceive ourselves now. We are Tinubu is doing this. Tinubu cannot be beaten. These people have no such powers as we ascribe to them. It is because we think they are larger than life. No. The man during the election, he was scared. You could see some of those things when he fumble. He was scared. He was like, this thing might not turn the way I want. But look at suddenly after he won, everything changed because his confidence came back. But he was scared before then. He was scared before then now. So what are we saying? Whoever thought that Obi will win Lagos, whether with 50,000 votes or 10,000 or even 5,000, Lagos. Nobody ever thought of that.
And Patrick, you know that if Obi had won that election, Lagos would have gone to Labour Party
outrightly.
Because what happened was that after the presidential election, a lot of people, their spirit was dampened.
My brother, if they had conducted governorship election before presidential election,
yeah,
Lagos would have gone to Labour Party, and the margin with which Obi would have won Tinubu in Lagos would have been higher than that.
Oh yes,
because people would have let's go ahead. Come on. So let us subscribe.
We are losing Patrick.
My very good friend. The guy is supporting Labour Party. He say Obi will contest. Obi is going to form an alliance with Kwakwanso. He was thinking that if Obi get an alliance with Kwakwanso, he was home and dry. I said, no, feel the man, they feel big that time. Kwakwanso say cannot be vice president of Obi. Not knowing that Kwakwanso no even get any vote. Where if he put anywhere. But thank God it didn't work, like I said. If he had worked, and Obi had won Nasarawa, and had won Plateau, and I've tried all those efforts he did in Benue, and
they'll say
it's because of Kwakwanso.
I know.
They'll say it's because of Kwakwanso.
You're right.
And now, at least we see now, say Kwakwanso, Ganduje yourself nearly beat
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is Obidati the worst VP pick in the history of Nigerian politics?
Of course. That was, I said, one of the mistakes.
How can you lose your own word, Joel? I mean, how bad? I mean, what bad is he?
See, Patrick. Patrick. There was something that happened in that last election. If we all paid attention, even me that was obedient, I did not know Obi was going. You see, we were talking about 1 million votes, 2 million, right?
Whether Obi was going to get what?
1 million. People were saying Obi will just get 1 million votes, 2 million votes, right?
Obi will get more than that now.
But the thing there is that after the 1 million man march, there is some things I see in election.
There are
some things I see in election. The first time I experienced that, I was so young, but I saw my dad put on a T-shirt of MKO. It was like a party. I don't know how it happened in Lagos. I don't know how it happened in your side, but bro, people were gathering on behalf of MKO. They were drinking. MKO is coming. People were having house parties. The next person I saw that in was Donald Trump. I was not here during Obama's first time in office. I came in during his second tenure. Before his second tenure, rather. But I saw that with Trump in his first tenure. In the first time, I was looking at, there is a way you see people talk about a candidate. You will know that they have natural love.
Yes.
They have natural love for that person. So, and imagine when immediately, if Obi want to do what Trump is doing, like bring out a Snickers or something, or bring out a gold coin, people are going to buy it. They love that man. People have natural love. So after that 4 years of Biden, people was like, man, what is all this? What is all this? When I saw what was going on in this last election of Trump, I knew he was going to win. Especially in a place like this where they have at least some credibility in the electoral process. So that's Obi is another person I also saw that thing a little bit from the northern side with Buhari. Buhari had that kind of love in the north, but
You see,
Obi's own transcended Yoruba, Igbo, South, especially then Middle Belt. I
now
saw
north,
it.
he just need north. He's able to get 2 more states in the north.
Isn't that what your VP is for, to carry, to take you over the hump?
Unfortunately,
No,
why?
that
Let me give
when you pick
I love him.
there,
I love that. I love that. See, I'm not going to put that down. Look, we love that because this is the thing, right? He was like an opposite of Obi. You know, he's definitely he's more articulate than Obi. He has a very good command of what he knows what he wants to say. He's going to say it like it is. So I love that. But you see, sometimes intelligence does not equate to political power. You know, it does not equate to people. It does not equate to followership.
So
You might be
what
you know, so
where's the value, electoral value in the brilliance that you're talking about? At the end of the day, it boils down to votes. You can talk all the grammar you want, but can you win some key areas for me if I pick you as VP?
Actually happened.
I get it now. So that's why I was telling you that, like, look, I get it. He does not have that political value. But I'm not going to say he's the worst vice president candidate, the presidential candidate. But I'm not going to put him down like that. I believe that he can work in other capacities and he's going to do a great job. I believe in that. I still believe in that. And no matter what is going on now, whatever the coalition may be, he's still going to be a part of that government. I would love to see him. He's a very forthright guy.
Let me tell you what I thought happened in that stuff. You see, when Obi was coming, nobody knew he was going to get this kind of political followership and going to be at the center of things. So it was difficult for him to get a vice presidential candidate from the north. It was Shagari's son that they were considering one time now. I think Obasanjo and the rest were looking at Shagari's son. But the guy no take him. Not be say because he no like to be vice president, but he just felt this guy won't go anywhere. That's the point. But now they have seen all of them, they'll be juggling to become OBVP now.
Even Shekaru, have you forgotten that they gave Shekaru the offer too? Shekaru refused it.
Yes, now because all of them, they felt like...
Pato, hold on. You said everybody wants to be VP now, but under what?
I said they will be juggling now. Those people that turned it down that time.
What I'm saying...
And Rufai will gladly become an OVVP now.
I don't think so. Do you know why? No, let me ask. The way he's been moving around, he's moving around like he wants to run for president.
He's not running yet.
I'm saying if I want the VP slot, there's a way I move around in the political space. The way Rufai has been moving around and consulting does not appear to be somebody running for VP.
He wants to be able to negotiate with something. He currently does not have Kaduna State under him. But to be able to say, okay, let them even consider him, they must have said, okay, he has this weight.
But
for example,
my point is,
let me give you a good example. He doesn't have Kaduna
he might
again.
end up being another Rabiu.
Wait now, let me tell you what I'm saying. He doesn't have Kaduna again. Now, if Obi say, I want to choose someone, they say, okay, we need a VP for Obi. If an El-Rufai has a Babang Buhari endorsement, he will be at the forefront of being vice president, which he can get. El-Rufai, if there's anybody Buhari can put his name on for vice president, it will be El-Rufai. Let me tell you, tomorrow, if Buhari presents El-Rufai as vice president and Obi as president, that election is over.
It's over.
How many? Okay, because it might be another Rabiu where you think you are popular until it comes. But so how many states can you win in the north? That's my question.
No, that's what I'm saying. I said if tomorrow Atiku is not running and Buhari presents El-Rufai to Obi, say, okay, you guys run, this is my vice president, that election is over. Election is over.
Do you see?
Sorry, BT. I've been listening to Patoski.
Really?
everything that you have been saying is based on wish. It doesn't based on any ideology or whatever.
Anybody is based on wish now. Wish now.
Because okay, you said
Because everybody is speculating
you are
and
saying
calculating.
categorically. Just hold on. Categorically, Atiku will not run. Oh yeah, give us reason why you think Atiku will not run.
Atiku
No,
no go run again.
I
He
think
has
it's not
been told that
running.
he cannot
Ah,
win.
How do
And the
you
man
know
is
it's not
so
running?
tired.
How do you
I don't
know?
because how can somebody be making an
Well,
It's good
advance
for them.
statement
It's good for
like
them
that
to think this
and
guy
he
will
cannot
run.
support it with
Do you
any
want to
reason?
kill the man or something before his time? I mean,
What gives you
what
what
the
gives
Baba
you
T,
what,
Baba T,
what gives you the pressure that he
Baba
will run?
T, from the
Yeah.
feelers, we are getting feelers. We are getting
Forget
not,
feeling.
no. See, not like it's a strong, very strong one. Atiku is not going to run. From now henceforth, watch people
that is your
watch
wish.
people.
Just say
Hold
that is
on
your wish.
now, hold on. Watch people that you're going to see around Obi moving forward. They are quite. They're building a strong coalition.
But he
I'm
himself
being honest
said
with
it
you.
that is going to run now, and then you people are now saying it's not going to run. He said it that is going to run, that is going to contest. I don't know why you people are now saying that is not going to run. He said it himself. So
The man
somebody
has
say
been running since MKO days, 92. You now stop now.
no, forget about you. He said
I don't know.
we voted during MKO time. He said he was a younger person, he was young. He's comparing MKO with Obi. How can somebody
The
who
issue
knows
now,
politics be
is
comparing
this, right?
Obi
Around the
and
country,
MKO?
there is no need. So
Let other people speak. You have been talking, please. I beg.
no. They asked me a question now. I don't like how you come at me. Come
No,
on
I
now.
did
You
not
asked me
come
a
at you.
question.
I'm not fighting
No,
because
you
you have
asked me a
been.
question. Let me answer the question. Then you move on.
Okay,
I'm not going to
be
take much
quick. Be
time.
Let me
quick so
just
that
hold on.
others
You
will
have
also
all the
contribute.
time. You
No,
have
don't
all
ask
the
me to be
time.
quick, please.
Just wait.
I'm not your boy. But anyway, Simba, this is the thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? I do not. What I see that's going to happen is that Atiku knows that around the nation, that what we have around the nation right now is people think that power should remain in the south, especially after the 8 years of
So he did
Buhari.
not know that one in 2023. He suddenly realized that one.
See. No, you see, sometimes it's good to give something a try, right? And he went there and he failed.
Let
And
me
I
tell
think he
you,
learned his
all
lesson.
these arrangements that you are talking about is not casting gold, though. It's not
Okay.
even it's not a written agreement. If Atiku had won that election, do you think heaven will fall? Heaven will not fall now.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Whoever that
Can
wants
I
to talk.
make my
Okay, Simba.
Can I speak?
Simba, let's even assume Atiku run. Atiku is running.
Can I speak?
Sorry.
Not yet. Hold on. Let's assume Atiku is running, Kwakwanso is running, Obi is running, and Tinubu is running. Let's even assume that. Atiku is running, Atiku is not running. This one they are arguing. Let's even assume Atiku runs. The northern vote will be fragmented, and Obi will still
It was fragmented
hold
last
his
election.
vote. Obi will still hold his vote.
You know the
Then we have a rerun.
the issue here, Patuski. We maybe because all of us have some sentiment that we are speaking to. Okay, you believe that Obi will still maintain his traditional state that he wants, but every other person will not be able to maintain their own. Because that is what you are saying.
Atiku might try to
And he
maintain
will
it,
be
but
able to
Tinubu is
cap.
not
No,
likely to
just wait.
maintain it.
Because you are talking about if Obi has won two more states in the north, he will have won that election. Do you know how many states you need to wait? Just hold on. Let me ask you this. How many states do you think you can win to get 2 million votes in Nigeria? With the present election, how many states do you think you can win before you can gather 2 million votes?
2 million votes, how? What do you mean? How do you mean like 2 million votes?
It's
You're
2
talking
million
about
votes. 2
the
million votes. That is
difference.
what
The difference.
that's the difference
No,
now.
it doesn't work like that now. If Obi
How
wins
does it work?
500,000, for example, if Tinubu is leading with 500,000, if Obi eventually get that 500,000, it's not 500,000 added to Obi, it's 500,000 removed from Tinubu, and Obi now increase with
How
500.
do you
That's 1 million.
in an election? Well, look at you
That's
and
what
you call yourself a
the way you
financial group
calculate. I'm
in
trying
an
to let
election. Wait, in an
Wait now,
election
mo fẹ́
where
calculate
it's
fún
not
ẹni
only two
now.
candidates. Wait now. Your assumption is that okay, you have only two candidates. That's what you are basing your assumption on. That okay, if
No, let me,
Tinubu is not getting the vote, automatically it will go
hold
to
on.
Obi.
We are looking at 3 candidates. Really. So no, we must
And
make
even in
assumption.
a region, in a region where he actually
Okay,
performed
make your
fully,
question no,
that
because
is
your
where
question is just going here and there. It's not. It's a moving target, so we can't answer it now. Make your question no. If you keep rephrasing your question becomes a
you
moving
started.
target.
Just wait. You made that assertion when you are talking about if you are taking Kwakwaso and he has won 2 states more, you will have won that election. That's what you said.
Okay, so what's your question now?
So my question is that if you look at Kwankwaso factor that you are putting in as if you are in that same Kwankwaso, that means you are making it like a 4 horse race. I mean 3, just 3 Kwankwaso factor, Atiku factor, and Tinubu factor. Because in all those states that Kwankwaso performed very well, you remember that even in Kano State, Tinubu got over 500,000 votes.
Okay, so what's the question?
So the question, what I'm saying is that your statement by saying, if you are gotten 2
Okay,
more
not a
states,
question. Sorry, then I might not need to answer it.
Well, whether you like, I'm not even
Okay,
answer
Simba,
what I'm saying.
let me come in
What
here.
you say is not correct. That's what I'm just telling you.
Simba, let me come in here. All of them have been talking like everything remains static, and the only person that have progression will be Obi, and the rest they are digressing. That is the way they have been talking. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'll finish in 1 minute, and then you can come in solely or whatever. There is a lot of political permutation that is going on. Whether you like it or not, go and write it down. Article will contest. Which party? There are 2 options for him. He will contest other one faction of the PDP, because the parties have been factionalized into 3 or 4. If he didn't get that one, if Bala Mohammed, let me finish. I'll quickly
Faction of PDP is not a party, so
no. Listen carefully. If he didn't get that one, then Bala Mohammed will come into play in PDP. And if Bala Mohammed come into play in PDP, will he be able to now say, this is my faction, please let Obi be the head of the ticket, and I will be the VP? Or maybe turn around, he will be the president, or Obi will be the VP. That is the only option they can play. If Atiku cannot get that one, then he go to SDP. Can he now maneuver his way in SDP? Is more easier for him. But going to SDP is a political suicide for Atiku.
Exactly.
Most of the people on the ground, these are Tinubu boys there. They knew, and that is why, as we are seeing SDP today, there's already infighting in that party already, because they know that that party belongs to Tinubu, and they want to hijack it from him. So see that SDP is going to fight themselves tough in the next few months, and let's see who's going to be the winner. So all these things you are talking, and the note you are talking about that have regressed against Tinubu, don't forget these people are smarter. They are not stupid. They know Obi coming into being will make them stay for another 12 years, including this present 4 years we are spending. So when you roll the dice, the best thing for Obi is that if all of these guys in the north are not contesting at all, they don't have any presidential ambition, everybody now fight behind him, then it would have been a best shot, a very good thing for him. But the way it stands, go and write it down. None of them will step down their presidential ambition for Obi. I will rest now so that other people can talk.
Okay, you spoke well though. You spoke well.
I want to ride off of what Remy said, and it's not solely or whatever. It's solely.
That's Remy, not Femi.
Yeah.
So, but he
So
didn't speak well.
no, he actually spoke well. He actually spoke well.
Speak well.
I'm just being realistic. I'm not being hopeful. So the only way you can beat Tinubu is if Obi runs and Atiku, runs as his but he can't run as vice president because he has already been that before. So that's the only way, or maybe if Atiku runs for president and Obi runs for vice president, that's the only way you are beating Tinubu. Any other strategy, whether you want to go to SDP or anything, that guy is too smart for all of them. He's too smart for all of them. They are just wasting their time, and they are going to waste their finance, and they are going to waste their strategy. If you want to beat Tinubu, you need to come with a different ideology, a totally different perspective. And you need to be able to get those voters, those people that don't come out to vote. There are millions of Nigerians that don't come out to vote, but they have voters card. That is where you should be pushing your attention towards too. Because the majority of people that vote in Nigeria that have voters card, they don't have integrity. It's not a tribalism problem. It's not a religion problem. It's an integrity problem. All of them go to church. All of them go to mosque. All of them claim that they are good people. But give them spaghetti and that was before. Give them spaghetti and 500 naira in today's economy. They will sell their mother to you just to vote you in. They don't have integrity. That's the problem. So I keep on saying it, that the only way you can beat these people is when you push somebody like Sowore, because you are coming with a different ideology. You are coming with the people that are pained, the people that are tired of Nigeria, the people that don't want any corruption. You see people that are supporting Atiku, they don't like Tinubu. And secondly, they claim they want a good Nigeria, but they want to benefit from corruption year and year. Just a little corruption. But that's the thing. You can never, ever have little corruption. It will always blow out.
But
as
corruption cannot muster the vote now.
No, but you can put the fear of corruption in people's body.
It will not even win local government. That's the challenge.
Okay, you say
so where lost his word.
Can I finish? People said the same thing about Trump before he won his first election. They made fun of him. Everybody, but did you see millions of people came from nowhere? Can I finish? Please, can I finish? And people were saying, oh, Trump has never held any position. He has never done this. It's just a reality TV show. That is your perspective, because you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. And you guys don't know these politicians. You don't know them. You only come on this platform and you look at them from the basis of can I finish, please? And then you can reply me. My father went to school with these people. They grew up together. You cannot compare somebody that grew up together with somebody that you are just viewing online. Yes, you may be older, you may know more about history, but you don't know these people personally. I also went to school with their children. I grew up with their children. I went to these people's houses. I saw how they started political parties from scratch, from when it seemed impossible, from nothing, from when they lost elections, when PDP was in presidential seat and PDP was pushing and destroying every move that they made. I saw these people strategize from nothing. Physically, I know these people. And then you come and you see online and you say, oh, something is impossible. Impossible how? From your perspective, it is impossible. Tinubu knows this. Tinubu knows that if the people change their ideology and they want to vote based on integrity, that means they don't want any form of corruption. There is nothing Tinubu will be able to do about it. But when you say you are friends with Babangida, but you are claiming to want a good country, and I'm talking about Obi in this perspective, all your friends are thieves. The people that wiped out your people, you are going to go and do handshake with them, and you are saying you are forgiving them. You have no ideology. You have no integrity. That is just the truth. And if you want to play a game where you have no integrity, Tinubu is the master of lack of integrity. You will never beat him. He is the Goliath of lack of integrity. You will never beat him unless you come with full integrity, meaning all corruption, you will fight it. There is no friend. There is no, oh, he's my brother, so I will pity him. Or, oh, he's my brother, so I'll forgive him. Don't be corrupt again. No, you will never beat him unless you have full integrity. All these strategies, all these theories that you are putting out there, you might argue with me. You might say, I'm young. You might say, I don't know anything. But I guarantee you've never been to more elections than me physically.
Of course, Sonny,
Hold
you're
on.
young, you're young.
No, don't let,
You
let's
say
not
you so
do
Sonny, you are so damn young. You're neocamp,
let's not
you
do
know.
that.
So I get you.
Wait
You know,
now. Hold
go
on
ahead.
now.
Go ahead.
Let's not do the ageist game. It
No,
has its own
because
opinion.
that's always the argument. It's that
Hold
ageist
on.
game.
Hold on. Let me engage you because you brought up a good point. So the average turnout in Nigeria over the last 24 years has been about 30%, right? That's the average turnout.
Yes.
And you brought up the fact that whoever is coming with a new opinion needs to target those that took the time to get the PVC but did not show up to vote. So my question to you is two parts. Why do you think people take the time to get a PVC and don't turn out to vote and don't show up on the day of elections? Number two, you brought up Trump. Trump's grand game was he involved the youth. He went on Twitch, those channels on YouTube, those podcasts to capture the new audiences. So if you are paid by maybe a show warrior, or because I know you like show warrior, what would be the grand game in Nigeria for him to get that voting block, which is bigger than what we have right now? That's 60%. That's my question. Yeah.
The first question why people don't turn out is lack of security. A lot of people know that there's going to be election violence. The moment they just see it once and they see that nobody's protecting them, nobody ever addresses this lack of security.
But they got the PVC. They know that already. They got the PVC, brother.
Yes, that is the Nigerian way. They will all say, "Oh, I'm going to get my PVC." You know how Nigerians are now. They will all gather. They will say they want change. When it's time to do the final change, they will just say, "Well, the last minute." That's how they are, Joe. There's nothing you can do. You can't. That's how. If you've ever been in any situation where you want to have change with Nigerians, that would have happened to you. So it's nothing new. They will get their PVC.
Okay, so to the other part of the question is: so what can you do if you are like a show warrior, for example? How can you convince them to come out regardless to support you? Yeah.
First of all, you have to guarantee. You have to be very honest with these people. You have to let them know the truth that you are going to have to fight for your votes. There'll always be a backstabber. There'll always be election violence. There will always be agberos everywhere. It doesn't matter if it's north, east, west, south. There'll always be that. But he has to promise them the ability to be able to fight for them and protect their votes. And that is what Labour Party did that last election. A lot of people fought for their votes, even with all the violence, even with all the agberos everywhere, even with all the, tribalism and everything. People fought for their votes. Now, if you hire people to be able to help them with fighting for their votes, that will help. Secondly, you don't target the older age group. The older age group, if you look at the Nigerian system, you may say that, okay, all these young boys, they are doing fraud, all these young girls, they are being prostitutes, but they have more integrity than the older generation. It is harder for you to buy their votes with spaghetti and 500 naira. But the older generation, you can buy their votes with 500 naira and spaghetti or 5 tomatoes and onions. That is the difference. Now, if you look at majority
sorry.
Okay.
Just add this question to it. If this new generation you mentioned now that they have integrity and they want change, what happened in the last election? Why don't most of these people came out and vote for Showore, your guy? Why did they stay away that he only can muster 25,000 votes throughout the nation?
Okay.
Thank you.
First of all, there was the emergence of Obi, which took a lot of attention from Sowore. I don't think any of us can deny that. Then, secondly, I think that was just the major reason. Secondly, it doesn't have that much awareness. Nigerians were not really suffering that much. Nigerians are very hard-headed people. It is until we suffer greatly, up to the point where we are almost about to lose our life. That is when we will now start considering other people's opinions.
Do you know that on the way to that election, there was a palatable fear, and there was a lot of people who were dropping maybe dead because of CBN policy. Things were not all right like 9 months before that election. So you cannot say that you are not suffering. Nigerians were really suffering a lot.
Please let him finish. Let him finish. Please let him finish.
So Nigerians were suffering a lot, And I
Yes.
think I think you mentioned that maybe Obi factor affected those people that would have preferred Showore. I don't know whether you said something like that.
Talk about it before the previous election. Was Obi factor the reason why I didn't get the vote?
Yes, all those elections that have been. Why are the
Yes.
young people not really coming out to vote?
Okay.
And you
I
talk
But
about
let's not make it let's not make it look like he lost his voting block to Obi. He never had one in the first place.
Exactly.
Let's not
That's
do
the
like,
point.
he had
Okay.
no.
Okay. Can I answer the question?
Maybe Edo states, maybe Edo people, yeah, but anybody else.
Which Edo people?
Okay.
Maybe a Jegule.
Okay. You said that. So that's why I wanted to listen to your question.
You didn't have a blocking voting block.
No, before that, you said something before that.
Nigerians were suffering.
Yes,
Nigeria
that
had
one.
not suffered enough. They were suffering. So
No, Nigerians have not suffered enough. Do you know why? Because Nigerians still give out money. You people still send back.
the way to suffer enough is if they had voted, they would say, "Oh, they are
No. Please let me finish. Nigerians still give out little change here and there, right? Because they can still afford to have spare change. And then they have Nigerians in diaspora that still used to send little change back home. When it gets to a point where there's no more
sorry for interjecting you. You know, if you are looking at your point, how many? Let me ask you now. How many family? If you say, let's say we have 1 million family in Nigeria, that's family in diaspora.
I'm just giving the options.
People are giving change not because they have money. It's because of out of love. It's part of culture. So
I know. I know.
Please, people giving them money. Is there a country where people don't give money? Even in Syria,
come to Europe.
Afghanistan.
Come to Europe. People don't. In fact, if you go,
it's not their culture now. The economy is doing well, but they are not giving money. It's their culture. It has nothing to do with whether they are
trying to have a conversation, not an argument. If you keep on interjecting me, it will seem like
Sorry. I noticed recently that your patience has diminished. Just calm down, eh? You understand? This is the after hour. Nobody is bullying anybody. That's the way we do it. So don't be behaving like a woman and say, "Oh, if you people don't want me to talk, okay, I will leave." Or no,
but you are not
make your argument. Make your argument. So don't be emotional.
No,
continue.
If I don't finish,
let the man finish. Sorry to the other of the question about you, because now we want solutions to the problem. You believe that we should not even rely on this or be on all these people. You want new, fresh faces. And I'm asking that, what can you do if you work for a show to get those that already have PVCs? That's 60% that did not show up because you said security was one of the problems. But if you're running for office, you're there to solve the problem. How can you overcome that? How can you assure them that to come out regardless of that, to risk their life for you? Because if I believe in you, I will risk my life for you. If I believe in what you right? Do you get my point? Like if I believe in what you're saying,
is Ajebo vote that is looking for now? Ajebo vote.
No, forget that. No, but
they are not even ready to stay under the sun to kill.
Do you see? Because he said Trump earlier, and people went on the Capitol to risk their life for him because they believed in him. So I'm saying, if you're show worry, for instance, what can't you come across that way where people will risk their life for you?
Okay. Now, let me address it one by one. You were saying our culture is a culture of giving, but if you are too poor to give, then your culture won't matter anymore.
People give in Afghanistan. Poor people give. Poor people give. Giving has to do with attitude. So forget about too poor to give. There's nobody that is too poor to give. Poor people even give their time and their labor.
Can I finish? It gets to a point, right? Whether you say it is culture or not, you see people abroad, they get to a point where they say they are tired of sending money back home and they will not send it back home. What happened to culture at that moment? It diminishes.
Let me tell you, if
you are not letting me finish.
No, you just hold on. If everybody abroad stop sending money to Nigeria today, Nigerians will not die. They will survive. Forget it.
Okay,
I don't have. I
okay,
don't
but
like
that
people
is
having
not
this
my
impression
argument.
that
That is
is the people that are abroad that are sustaining the people abroad. Where did you get that impression from?
is an example. That is not my argument. You are picking at. You are not even focusing on the main topic. You are just picking at examples. I'm giving an example, and you're arguing about the example. That is not where I'm leading the conversation to. I'm
Let,
giving.
let him finish now. Let him finish.
That is an example, and I'm trying to point out that at some point culture diminishes. Nobody is going to be at the point of poverty and they will say at the because of my culture I'll give away my last dime. Nigerians are going to get to a point where the middle class, because when you are protesting, the people that look at you like you are useless are the middle class, because they can still afford to eat, they are not rich, but they can afford to survive. Yes, you are correct. They will always find a way to survive, but that one is social media surviving. If you look at their reality, little by little, they will not be able to afford fuel. Little by little, they will not be able to pay for electricity. Little by little, all the luxuries that they've been able to afford that seems normal will turn to, all the things that they've thought was normal will turn to luxury. They will begin to get poorer and poorer and poorer, because that is the plan for the people. That is how in their mind, APC thinks that they are going to secure votes, because when people are impoverished, they will want to sell their vote for anything. That is their major plan. There is no economic growth plan for Nigeria. There's only poverty growth plan for Nigeria. So
okay.
Every single year, even though we don't have the statistics, I guarantee you, if you go to Nigeria and you don't focus on Lagos, you focus on the rest of Nigeria, you will see that people are getting poorer and poorer and more wretched and more wretched.
I will quickly.
And inflation increased by 300%. Forget the 30% nonsense that they said. And that's the minimum inflation. Some things have increased to 500%, and it is not going to stop. As long as dollar rate keeps increasing and fuel price keeps increasing.
Okay, let's come in here, because
People are going to get poorer and poorer. Now, people cannot even afford to buy data anymore. Data, simple data that they used to come online to use to waste their life. That is a distraction.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something quickly. Politics is local. And when you talk about a country, in a country, you see the rich, the poor, and the average. If we talk about Nigerian today, the way Nigerian talk about last year is not the way they are talking now. As we are rightly talking now, we can see truly that the price of food is coming down. And people that will make an head in their life, they will go ahead and make their life better. And a lot of Nigerians in diaspora, compared how many Nigerian diaspora in terms of population to the people living in Nigeria. When you talk about people suffer in every countries of the world. And we compare to Europe and Western world, the only difference is because when you don't have anything to do, government support you by giving you benefits. That is not in Nigeria. So what we are talking about politics. If you want your guy, Showore, to be president of that country, his demeanor first is not good. And that alone, as a lot of Nigeria, they don't like it, because we are still culture people. The way he talk, the way he carry himself, a lot of Nigeria are not comfortable with him. How can you say so? You cannot compare him to maybe the Western world like Trump and the rest. So I think your man you are talking about, his chances of really ruling Nigeria is very, very slim. I'm sorry, unfortunately.
I never said it was a high chance.
It doesn't have to be it
He does not know how to play the politics at all.
Wait. It doesn't have to be a show. And to the point Solly raised, that Nigerians have not suffered enough. When I first joined this platform like 3 or 4 years ago, that was the very first question I asked people on this platform, that they should define what is rock bottom. Like an alcoholic, there's a point you reach where you say enough is enough.
Yes.
And Nigerians are yet, but you need to define that so we know what it is. Because I thought it was supposed to be the NSAS. I'm like, yes, they finally got, but to me, they have redefined the meaning of suffering. They keep moving the goalpost. So I don't know when enough is enough for the average Nigerian, because
I know.
I don't see it.
Enough is enough when even the rich cannot afford.
BT. What I want to even say, if you've been following Nigeria election, tell me one election in Nigeria that has been based on, say, performance or people believe in this person that because this guy will come.
So Simba, I get your point, but the man that Soli is looking for needs people to hit rock bottom for him to win.
Yes,
that's what it is. But Soli, sadly for your own point, we're not there yet, unfortunately.
Yes, because of the tribe and because of that tribal politics.
It's still there.
No, I disagree. I disagree with the point where you say tribal politics. I believe it is an integrity problem. Nigerians don't have integrity. Forget, we will always be tribal to the end of time, but we don't have integrity. It's simple as that.
So who does not have integrity? You mean all Nigerians or few Nigerians?
Majority of Nigerians.
How can you say that? Where the
statistics to show that? Can you say categorically that your candidate has integrity?
What?
Yes. Can you give example of his lack of integrity?
No, can you give example of the lack of integrity of majority of Nigerians? When you say majority,
I can't tire.
Wait,
Soli, let me put it this way. What you are describing is a point in which where even during the elections, we will not need security at the polling booths because even the security agencies will be on board with the people. Even they will be like, enough is enough. That is what you are describing, but we are far away from that.
No, I don't ever believe security in Nigeria will ever be in line with people because it will never happen because they can always harass. They can always harass. Nigerian police steal money from people.
I know.
Let me ask you a question.
Listen to me. No, Papa.
Sorry, let me push this to him.
No.
Let me just land this. If Nigeria gets to that point,
yes,
rock bottom, do you think that point will produce your candidate?
It may not be my candidate. I'm not here to say, sorry, but is currently speaking in 2025 is the only option they have. That is my point.
I disagree with you totally.
See, I beg, please, Soli, this so racist, please. It's becoming unsafe, please.
So already,
that guy should go and vie for local government chairman.
Okay,
let him go. No, I'm being honest with you. Let him go. I mean,
let me ask you a question. Jew, let me ask you a question.
So let me just say this. Let me say this real quick. See, Sowore does not know how to talk to people. It does not matter if you hate somebody. Your manner of approach matters a lot.
Okay.
Look, I'm not a fan of these old guys, right? But I cannot see myself going in front of them or going to the press. Even though sometimes I call Tinubu a drug dealer. Of course he is. He was. Yes, he was. I mean, that's just the fact. I'm just speaking fact about Tinubu.
Okay.
But I won't go to his face and start cussing him out if I am trying to be the president or vying for the presidency of Nigeria. I can say certain things we're on the platform. But if I'm going to be in the line of politics, you have to choose your word. You must fight it. And if you think that you want to be arrogant, then you have to have a fat pocket like Trump. That's how you do it.
Okay. I don't disagree with anything that you say, right? You may not come across as the best approach. Fine. Everything you said, I don't disagree with you. But when I said that is the only option, I mean, if you truly want to fight corruption, because forget about all this import, exports, you have to produce it. Nothing in Nigeria will ever work. Even if Jesus comes down to Nigeria and says and becomes president, if you do not fight corruption, nothing in Nigeria will ever work. You cannot be nice to Babangida. You cannot be nice to Atiku. You cannot be nice to Tinubu. You cannot be nice to all these criminals. And you expect Nigeria to change. These people will never rest. These people
I
will
think
never see.
to me you are
These
getting
people,
it totally the other
wait,
side.
please let me
Hold on,
finish.
hold on,
Please,
please.
just 1
Just
minute,
1
1 minute,
second.
just 1 minute. Let me
Let
get
him
my
finish.
point across,
Let him
please.
finish.
I'm begging you. Let me just get my point across. You cannot push the country forward without fighting that corruption. And when I say it's the only option, I'm not saying it's the best option. I'm just saying it's the only one that really wants to fight corruption. If you put any other person, these people want to be friendly with corruption. If you give me another candidate that is better than Showore, that actually wants to fight corruption, I will not argue with you. I will also support him. But who else is the only other option? Nigerians will never be free until they actually look people like Babangida in the eyes and say, I will take you to jail.
We have Adewale, right?
Okay, let me quickly come here. Sorry, Babati. Sorry, Babati. The person you are even talking about, Showore himself, is also a kind of a spy. This is a man that he controls the finances of his party, is the chairman, is the presidential candidate, probably is also the financial secretary of the party. That alone shows that this is a man that is not a team player. That shows you that this is a man that is going to be authoritarian and is going to be a dictator.
It's not a Democrat.
If you go to party policies is about building a team together, working together with others. It's not a one-man show, for God's sake. And when you talk about it's going to fight corruption, is it going to fight corruption by word of mouth? We don't have constitution.
Go fight
It is so easy. People have a right to, if you take them to court, they have a right to take a solicitor, a lawyer to defend them. And we have constitution in Nigeria. Things are well laid out. When people just talk anyhow that when I get there, I'll fight corruption. So when you get there, I'll just go and be picking them one by one. Is it a dictator?
You know, Soli.
Sometimes I beg to. It's very funny.
Is the behavior, for example, Showore goes to a marathon, and where they had a seat for the governor, he goes down there and sits and start arguing that who is he? I can do whatever I want. We shall Wolu. This kind of Dagidi attitude, like you're still in your student union days, is the issue. You need to grow up.
Can I
That's
reply
the problem.
you? Can I reply you?
Yeah.
From the way I hear your narrative, your problem is the way he speaks, right?
It matters.
And his attitude. Now, there's
that's
this
a big problem. If you have attitude problems, it's a big problem.
Okay, now
it's the bigger problem.
Okay, I understand, and I'm not arguing with you. I'll never. All these your points. I'm not in a disagreement. I'm not disagreeing with you, and I don't think I
take it to him. Tell him.
That's yes, okay. And I think you now let me now push this towards you. They say sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Right? You seem to have a disdain and a distaste for his words and his action.
I don't.
But no. From the way you speak, that is what I sense.
The average voter does is the point, not me.
Please, somebody want to come to the studio? I don't know.
Please, let me finish. Now, this is the way I perceive it, right? I may be right, I may be wrong, but you say that I'm wrong. Now, why don't I see this same disdain and distaste for people that do not insult and people that do not misbehave, but these same people, their actions destroy your life. Their actions
because they are mature politicians.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. They come to you, they smile with you, they dance with you, but they destroy your future. They have chased millions of Nigerians outside of Nigeria. Millions. We are literally almost a whole country. I think we're over 20 million Nigerians outside Nigeria.
It's not true. That is a lie.
Because they dance and they smile in your face and they tell you nice words. But while you are looking away, they stab you in the back. I don't hear Nigerians ever have any disdain or distaste for this kind of people.
Sorry. A quick question. Quick question. Quick question before you go ahead. Just take it along.
Do you know
that this question along, please?
It is very abnormal to see someone that is destroying your life, right? But you are smiling with them. And the person that is angry at them for destroying his life also, you say, oh, he doesn't have a respect. He doesn't have He doesn't. He doesn't
Sorry,
have a
a
good
quick
approach.
question so that you can take
go,
it along.
you should go for local government chairman. And then again, almost every Nigerian watching this live stream and in this panel is traumatized by Nigerians. When you go to Nigeria, you will not just go and fraternize with everybody. You will be very secure. Most of you cannot even go to computer village without tightening your pocket. And then you want somebody to trust these same Nigerians that you don't trust with the finances of a party. And you said that is a dictator. Now, let's point out that dictator word. Look at countries like Burkina Faso. Do you think that if these people were being nice and following the European process, they will ever have a chance of freedom and progress in their country? You do what works for your progress, not what seems nice, not what sounds nice. Majority of you, if you are pushed to rock bottom, you will do what is best for your own progress, not what seems nice, not what sounds nice. So in my view, I may be wrong, but to me, it seems very hypocritical. And that is why I have no hope for this generation. I do not believe that Nigeria will ever get better with this current generation. It is the next generation that you guys have no respect for that will change Nigeria. Because this Gen Z, they do not like suffering at all. I think all of you know that. They hate suffering. They have a very strong disdain and low tolerance for suffering, unlike the previous generation. The previous generations, they are masters of suffering. And I don't think anybody can argue with that with me. So I don't, that's my point. That's my view.
Solely, let me, hold on, guys. Solely, if I want to rescue, let's say about 3 or 4 girls from prostitution, they're already damaged, right? Psychologically, emotionally damaged. I don't then say, oh, follow me or else. No, it's a rescue mission. It's my point. So Showore has to understand that you're trying to save a group of people that are already damaged psychologically, emotionally. So your approach has to be very gentle, not towards the leaders, but towards them.
Okay,
so that's my point. And his approach, and his approach. Forget Tinubu. I don't care about Tinubu. His approach towards the Nigerian people is what I'm talking about. Not Tinubu, not the leaders.
Can I ask you?
Yeah, go ahead.
So okay, Babati, let me add to what you just said. If you are a presidential candidate or you find yourself to be a president of a country, you are going to rule by the constitution of that country. You are not going there to be a military dictator. Using a Burkina Faso example is far way out of it. Burkina Faso is being ruled by a military junta. They can do whatever they want. They can fire anybody at any time. But this is a country that with constitution. So even if your man have the opportunity to become the president of a country, all those corruption blah 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 he's talking about, it's not so easy that he's going to be picking people on the street and just putting them into jail. No, it's not done that way. It's not even the biggest democracy, even in America. See the destruction that is going on over there now. Do you think an average American is happy with what is going on over there? They are not happy. And when you talk about new generation, is it not those new generation that voted Trump? Do you think they are happy distorting their life that way? So they're not happy. So if you as a candidate, you have to have the a character, the good character, and you have to build bridges.
Yes, so hold on, Remy, sorry. In the words of Showore, it says Nigerians have been raised to love their oppressors. Right? If you remember, he said that a lot. So that means something is going on up there. So you want to save them from themselves, right? You don't. So why are you blaming the victims then? So it's our approach is the point. I don't hate what the point is making towards these guys destroying people's lives, like you said, but its approach to saving the victims is just wrong because they will report from you. So fix that problem. That's the reason I asked you that question earlier. It's not doing a good job in rescue the victims. Not you don't blame the victims.
Okay. I don't disagree with you. However, Showore is not a politician. He was forced into this position because nobody wants to stand up to actually do the work. And then again, you cannot deny seeing improvements in his approach. If we all know how he started.
I disagree with your last sentence.
Okay, please let me just finish. If you look at the way he used to approach before, sorry, somebody's mic is giving feedback. If you look at the way he was approaching before, there's a little bit of improvement. right? He now knows how to take better steps. The mistakes he used to make before, he has improved on it. And for the future, there can only be improvement. Your criticism is very valid, and I also agree with you. But to Remy that says that, respectfully, you said the administration has to rule by the constitution. You and I know that Nigerian politicians don't respect the constitution. They only respect it is when it's to their favor. And you talk about Burkina Faso picking up people. Nigerian politicians have been picking up people for decades. Decades. Should I tell you the process? Let me give you a process, right? If somebody is on death sentence, let me tell you how they can evade death sentence if they have money. They can just tell Nigerian police to go to a bus stop, pack a lot of boys. They will take that boy to Kirikiri. They will never allow him to be able to contact his family members. The person that is on death sentence that they are supposed to buy, they will now replace the young, innocent boy and put him in his position. His family will never know what happened to the boy, and that criminal will go scot-free simply because he has money. That is just one example of your so-called
I think you
constitution,
do not
your
understand me. You
so-called
do not understand
democracy.
me very well. I'm sorry.
You have no idea the amount of atrocities these Nigerian policemen do. You have no idea the amount of atrocities
Look.
these Nigerian politicians do.
The question I ask is very simple.
You have no idea.
Under a constitutional democracy, if you are accusing all these big you are talking about, they don't have integrity, they are bad people, they are corrupt, at least you are going to take them to court of law. That is number one. Are you telling me as a president, you are just going to take them and buy them? You are going to take them to court of law, and they have a right to defend themselves. What I'm trying to tell you is that you cannot compare a military junta with a constituted authority like we have the president in Nigeria. We are using our constitution. And all what you are saying here that they will use somebody and replace that. Do you have a statistic? Do you have a very good example? Give a name, give a figure, give facts. So what I'm trying to tell you is that under the constitutional authority that we have in this country today, fine, you can accuse somebody of corruption, but you have to go through the legal way to jail him or to sentence him to prison. If you mention that, okay, our judiciary is not good enough, we have to work on it, fine. Well, coming here and telling us that you can show whatever, just be picking people on the street and just throwing them to, it doesn't work that way. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
A question? Have you ever been poor in Nigeria before?
Have I ever been poor in Nigeria before? What do you mean? That is personal.
The guy is still poor now.
No, you can't ask me that kind of a question.
It's not
all of us are still poor. So
that is not a question to ask, please.
No.
All of us are still poor.
It's a simple question. And when I say poor,
I am replying to you that kind of question is too personal.
Okay. Let me be more specific. Let me be more specific. Sorry. Let me be more specific. Have you ever lived in Face Me, I Face You before in Nigeria?
Of course. I've lived in Face Me, I Face You. So make your statement. What do you want to say?
So do you want to tell me that you received the same treatment in the Nigerian system when you were in Face Me, I Face You compared to other Nigerians not living in Face Me, I Face You? Do they treat you like a human being? Are you telling me that the poor people of Nigeria have the same rights in that classist society as the average Nigerian with money?
If you look at most Nigeria, you will see that they started from Face Me, I Face You, and they continue to build their own personal house and they move ahead in life. That if you look at most Nigerian stories, it's like that. So what are you trying to say here?
So poor Nigerians
but the question I'm asking is whether you live in Face Me and Face You, or you live in a mansion, or you live in Ikoyi or wherever, what does an upstanding citizen have to do with law enforcement or agents?
That's a good question. We are answer.
I don't understand the question.
It's very straightforward.
You are making it seem as if in Nigeria that if you are poor, you tend to get into the trouble of law enforcement agents, and therefore they are not going to treat you nice because you are poor.
Yes.
And I ask a simple question: whether you are poor or you are rich, what takes somebody to law enforcement agencies is you not being an upstanding citizen. Then I ask a question. What does an upstanding citizen have to do with law enforcement agencies?
Okay, can I
That's
ask you
my
a question?
question, because I lived in Nigeria most part of my life, from scratch to finish. I never one day have an encounter with law enforcement agents.
Okay.
The only day I had an encounter with them was even when I would say I have made it. I was driving. They believed I faulted. So they packed me and take me to their, what do they call it, martial court, that quick court they usually do there and then in their police station.
Okay.
So if you are, let me finish. If you are a good citizen going about your normal business,
yes,
what is this treatment you are talking about? How does the treatment come in?
Okay, can I ask you a question? A
Go
lot of
ahead.
white people in America say that police harassing black people is a myth and is not real. Is that true? Does police harass black innocent people, or is
I
just
don't
a
know
myth?
what you mean by harassing black innocent
No,
people. Police,
right? Because
police.
your
I am a black
argument.
person. Listen.
Okay.
I am a black person, and I live partially in the United States, and I have never been harassed by police.
Okay.
Okay, let me give you an example.
No, please, please let me reply you.
Because listen.
You didn't let me reply your previous
you
question.
asked a question now. Let me
No,
clarify you.
but I've cornered you, so I want you to answer
Let
this
me
question.
clarify you first.
I want, please.
Let me clarify you. What
It's
actually,
because
hold on.
I cornered you
I
that you want to
understand
clarify.
what you mean by harassment.
Okay.
Explain the word harassment.
No, I just want to give you also
No.
question.
You said
because
you are speaking, harass
you are
black people. Explain the word
Zita
harassment.
is making police
harassment.
encounter with people like a food that you have to eat every day. That every Nigerians encounter police now.
Okay.
So
no. I just want to address what she said. You said from your personal experience, right? Your own personal experience, because you've never been harassed by police, right? Then that means this police harassment story is not true. Now, to the average...
That's not what I said.
No, that's the way you put it.
No. That's not what I said.
You that's making it to look as if every Nigerian has an encounter with police.
No. It's you that's making it look as if every black person is being harassed.
Exactly.
That's not what I said.
Okay. However, when we are putting words out there, we consider the majority, right? Nobody ever considers the minority. Whenever you are giving a point, everybody puts their point out as the majority. If majority of people are being harassed, why would we consider the minority and say, oh, just because the minority is not being harassed, then it is not happening?
Harassment. Explain what you mean by harassment in the first place.
When police stop people on the road, illegally search their phone, illegally search their car, start taking money from their account by transferring funds from their personal funds.
Where did you get that one from?
Can I finish?
Hey,
can I finish?
Anyway.
Can I finish?
Oh shit.
Can I finish? Stopping people in the middle of the road up to the point where they get into physical battle. If it was a rich man, and please don't be disingenuous, please. Don't be. Let's have some integrity.
Sorry.
If you
carry, don't shout.
Please, let me finish.
If you carry 100 Nigerians, how many of them will have that experience that you are describing?
Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? If it was a rich man, or let's say a politician, would they ever stop them to search their phones? Will they ever stop them to search their car? Will they ever stop them to be telling them, oh, bring out your papers? This police harassment is what led to end SARS. This police harassment that you claim is not happening is what led to end SARS in the first place. We see videos of police jumping people's face. This police harassment is what led to people, an EFCC officer being shot in the night because they are coming into your house like thieves. Now, because it is not happening to you, it is very self-centered for you to deny other people's experience. And when I say Nigerians lack integrity, this is what I mean. You deny other people's horrifying experience.
Simba, who is the moderator here?
Because it never happened to you. That is self-centered.
No, let's allow him.
Are you telling me?
Who is the moderator here,
wait,
please?
let me finish. Are you
I'm
telling me that
moderating.
everybody in Kirikiri is guilty?
It's
Are you
Patoski.
telling me that everybody in
Come,
Kirikiri is guilty?
You will take your turn after him now.
Oh, okay.
Are
Because
you
he's been
telling me
speaking
that
for a long
everybody in
time.
Kirikiri is guilty? These are innocent people's children that are in Kirikiri. Are you telling me that every single one of them is guilty? That is why I said that I have no hope for your generation. No hope. Because you guys think it's such a self-centered approach. Your own personal experience is what you only care about. And that is the minority. Majority of what is happening in that country, majority of people are in abject poverty. But because your friend has 500 naira, you say, oh, Nigerians are not poor. Just because somebody can buy an iPhone, you say Nigerians are not poor. Self-centered point of views. No integrity whatsoever.
Okay.
It pisses me off.
Okay.
Èyí tó sọ ẹ náà tó.
Just lack of pure
You just
lack of
remind me of
integrity.
my parents.
Pure lack of integrity. That is our problem in this country. You keep on saying it is tribe. You keep on saying it is religion. It is pure. Our pastors have no integrity. Our pastors have no integrity. Our imams have no integrity.
Let
integrity.
other
Remy,
Sally, bring it home.
If Solly has opportunity, he will wipe over our generation.
Just have a little bit of integrity. And stop thinking a self-centered point of people are in abject poverty.
You are repeating yourself. We don't hear you now.
How can a country, the majority of people, and we're talking about hundreds of millions of people, be in abject poverty, and you people are comfortable with it? You are not scared for your life.
Sorry. Okay, let's respond. I like you.
Hello. Can I talk, please?
Yeah, let me.
No. Zita wants to talk.
Let me respond to him. Zita wants to come in. Solly, thank you very much. But let me respond to you. I understand where you are coming from. This generation and stuff like that. Maybe we are older generation. Fine. But let me tell you from our own generational perspective. Let me tell you about reality of life. Now, we are not talking about Nigeria or anything. How life plays. You see, in life, there will be poor people, there will be rich people. Poor people will, when they work hard, no matter how the system is, they struggle and they improve their lot. They might not get to the top, but they will be able to give their children a head start that they didn't have. Their children will build on that. Their family lineage will continue to improve. That's how life is. Assuming nobody misses it along that genealogy, eventually they will have a great family in future. If somebody misses it brings them down, and then they start climbing again. That's how life is. Even here in the West, where you have money, you have system that looks like it's working. That's how life is. I am an immigrant. I'm richer than. I'm not a very rich man, but I discovered that I'm a middle class Canadian now. I cannot be said to be a lower class Canadian, or even though I'm not in the upper, but I'm also a middle class here. But a lot of people are not in middle class, even those who were born here and everything. That's how life is. And we cannot blame government, because there is no government that will work and make you rich, or that will work and make you feel. You need to build capacity, you need discipline, you need hard work, you need commitment, and you need to stay on top of your game. If not, you'll be I've seen people who started out well, they were doing well, and then they miss it and they become poor. So that's how life is. So there's no need to be emotional. It's not good to be poor. I'm not saying the poor are necessarily poor because of their hard work, but they are not necessarily poor because government made them poor. That's just the truth. That's the truth.
Can I? No, there's a rebuttal. Look, yes,
no,
I do not disagree. But
the lesson in life. Let's move on.
I do not disagree with you. I do not disagree with you. But there's one key thing: actions have reactions, right? You can not stop people from being poor. You cannot make them rich. However, if you give them stability, they can plan, right?
Nobody
What
gives any stability.
the actions,
This world,
the
this
actions.
level, no, this life, the reality of
Wait,
life is that
please.
level no,
Now,
no
in
play.
Canada, you said you are an immigrant, right? You are middle class. If the government starts to take action that will destroy your entire work, that will affect you. It's not, no, God forbid, but let me give another example.
Let me give you an example.
Wait,
If
please,
they
let me just finish.
If they come in and take policy that affect my work, it would have affected almost 50% of Canadians.
Exactly. And
because
that is my point.
Because I've been able to, by God's grace, put myself in that level where if you touch me, you will have touched so many people. That's the point. So in life is like, I didn't start out like that.
Okay,
When you
but
say,
that is
I've ever been poor, me, I don't think there's anybody on this platform, I'm not talking of the entire platform, on this stage that's experienced poverty the way I've experienced it. We have said it before.
Okay, but
so
you are in a stable environment that allowed you to grow. Majority of Nigerians.
I've grown before I come here.
Okay.
By God's grace, I have grown. In short, if I have not grown, I wouldn't have been able to come here. I didn't come here as an
then
immigrant.
why did you leave? Why did you leave?
I came here because I just wanted to experience something. I've been to I've been to US, I've been to other countries.
But you stayed. Why?
I chose to stay because I want to experience another environment.
So
I'm planning to go back to Nigeria now.
You didn't stay for anything that you are going to benefit.
Do you know I've lived so much of my life in Nigeria. I said, okay, let me go and live in another place too now.
So you didn't leave.
Let me tell you, I came here because Nigeria gave
But Patoski, you can't dispute what Soli's point is trying to make. The system gives you the system gives you a chance, regardless whether you live everywhere in the world. The system you are in plays a part in your achievements.
When is it my turn, please?
You were, Madam, you will come now. Nigeria also created opportunity for me. That's what I'm telling you. Nigeria created
the opportunities you had then. Do you think this current generation has it now?
They have it but that opportunity was let me tell
they
you.
Have more. They have more. They have more. They can think out of the box.
Chairman, hold on. Nigeria, when they say we have opportunity, they didn't throw opportunities at us. Also. They have more now. Do you know what it means to use candle to read? I've read the way my father was. I use moonlight to read my book in primary school. Moonlight is what I used to read.
Bros, some people still read with moonlight and candle in Nigeria. Some people read it in Nigeria as the moment, depending on the situation and circumstance.
Do you know what they call bula bula? Do you know what
we
they
know
call bula bula?
We know all these things. So don't you see? Let me tell you something. You need to listen. What are you saying? You see, the point is, people are still reading with candle. If you think people are not still reading with candle, there are some situations, there are some schools, they don't even have light in the town or in the city where the school is. So people read with like all these polytechnics in there. We understand. But what? Yeah.
Let me just yesterday, let me give you an example. I was on the show yesterday, but one man was calling people before I call, so I have to go and break my fasting. Now, what happened was this: some of my colleagues, multinational, Jordanian, Egyptians, and all those people, Sudanese, we just contributed money. We bought a ram, and some people cook it for us. So we went just like a picnic to just go and break our Ramadan. And now look at the place where we are observing and where we went. One of my colleagues in Nigeria was not saying that the type of grass that they have here. We are talking about grass in the desert too. That is like they have adapted to that they don't need much water. And I told myself, what do you mean by that? That they have people that they employ that they are wetting this water 24/7. They have water that they pass under the ground that is releasing and pipe that they pass under the ground. I now ask him, I say, we see all these things, by the time we now want all these things in our own country. And I say, okay, let us look at how much did they budget for environment in Saudi Arabia. Could you believe that they budgeted $110 billion for environment alone? $110 $110 billion for environment. That is like ×3 of our annual budget. You understand? So the mistake that we are making, all of us, by the time we step our out of our country and we see what we see in all those countries where we are living, we want the same thing in our country. But that's not the reality of our country, and it's not only peculiar to Nigeria. That is the reality of Africa. What we're supposed to be talking about is not what we are talking about now. The problem that we have is about us as people. How can we create wealth? Because all these things that we are looking at, they didn't come with little money, no. It's not bad. So you talk about system. That system that you are looking at comes with big money that you need to maintain it. That opportunity that you are looking for comes with money. How do we get that money? That is what we're supposed to be talking about. It's not about, is this, because if you look at, okay, what can you do with 30 billion naira at dollar budget for the whole country of 220 million people?
Can I answer your question?
Well, sorry, before you go.
Each state in Nigeria has resources. These resources are being stolen and illegally mined by politicians. If you are asking that, these people are spending these people are spending
those politicians, they are stolen by the people where we all live. Where in Europe.
Can you bring it home? I want to bring in Madam AI.
You need an enabling environment. We have these resources that we can convert into cash, but it is being selfishly squandered. If we take
the
all
question
this,
I used to ask, I say, okay, let assume that our people are the ones stealing our resources. Somebody said that, and I asked, okay, how many Nigerians, the richest person in Nigeria, if we are stealing, the wealth supposed to remain with us. We're supposed to have a lot of people that are supposed to be very rich. If we say our people are the ones stealing our money, where is the money?
Don't you see don't you see them burying it in houses?
I beg you, which money are they burying? When you talk about people that are rich, you are talking about people that are rich. You said they are burying money. How much can you bury?
What? How much did they find in Diezani's house? Cash dollars. How much? When I was living,
how much?
Let me tell you
how much did they find there? How much?
That is just one politician. Let me tell you.
We have this assumption.
Tell us how much now. Tell us how much.
Simba, can I answer your question? Personally, I know a local government chairman that has over 300 houses, and that is just one politician in a low level. Out of those 300 houses, I personally see
where did he build? No, let me tell you, where did he build those houses? Is those houses not in Nigeria? No, wait now. It's in Lagos, but we still have people that don't have houses to live in Lagos.
Yes, that is what I'm trying. That is what I'm trying to point out to
you.
If
we are so, let me tell you, if you are so rich, wait now, sorry. If you are so rich that we are the ones stealing our own money and the money still remain with us, we will not be like this now.
Let me Simba.
That means most local government chairman we have like 300 houses. Then let me tell you the problem.
And now multiply that one all over the country. 764.
Guys, can you let Madam AI come in again, please?
Can I answer your question, please?
So you need to learn.
Just give me 1 minute. Simba, it may seem unbelievable. It may seem unbelievable to you, but I am telling you, there's a wide wealth divide. These people carry cash, dollars, $100 bills, stacks.
Wait, now, when you say somebody is stealing the money,
let him land it so that Madam can come.
I'm trying to tell you what I've seen with my two koro eyes. And the police helps them move this money from house to house. Sometimes this money is so much and it is left there for so long that the money spoils and gets rotten. And I'm talking about millions
Solely,
of dollars.
all these things you are talking. So
You
everybody
will
on this
not
platform know
wait
this.
now,
We all know
please.
these
I'm
things. You
begging
can't
you.
say
I'm
what your
begging
eyes
you.
are. Everybody have seen
I've not
even more
finished.
than
Now
this.
let me tell you where
We
the
have
money is going to.
finished, so
Let
we
me
can
tell you where
Finish
the
move
so
on.
money is
that others can talk, please.
Yes. So this money, you are not going to see it being divided. They only divide it during election time, when it is time to pay people, when it is time to distribute it. If you go to Dubai, these Nigerians own plenty hotels. If you go to USA, these people own all those. I don't know. Somebody said they are living in Canada. All those big $1 million apartments. That's where the house. That's where the money is. Inside those houses, I promise you, their Ghana must go of millions of dollars.
In Canada,
Even when I was in Dubai, even when I
you
was in
can't
Dubai,
find millions of dollars of cash in house
okay,
here.
to you it seems impossible. I'm telling
They
you what I've seen
cannot.
with
It's
them.
not. They
Wait
can't do
now.
it.
To you it seems impossible. To me, I'm telling you what I've seen with my two koro eyes.
In Dubai, I don't know whether it's
Okay,
Dubai or not.
okay. To you,
What do you go
and I will
find for
repeat
there?
it.
How
Where
can
And
you
I
see
will
them
repeat
with your
it. I will
crocodile
repeat it.
eyes?
I'll
That means you're
continue
also
to repeat
involved
it.
in the
Damn, you are
feeling.
part of it now.
You are part of it now. So what are
I
you
will
telling us?
continue however you want to put it. If you like, insult me. If you like, say I'm part of it.
I'm not insulting you, but if you are seeing
Okay,
such a money like that, how
okay. I'm
come?
just
Remy,
saying.
can somebody have
Okay,
100 million in
okay.
your place?
Whether
In their
I
house?
don't know.
whether you
Uh,
want to
you can't
believe
even
it
have
or not.
50,000 in the house here.
Okay,
At
that is
all, you can't.
They
They will
catch you.
monitor
They
you with
catch
debt.
you.
We don't even
that is
spend cash.
your opinion. That is how you have
It's
viewed life
laughable.
from
People
your
just laugh.
experience, from your limited experience,
Solely, if
right?
you have
That
such
is
money in
how
the
you
house
view.
overseas, you must be
Wow.
doing drugs or something.
Okay,
There is no
okay.
way you.
There's no way
All
except
right.
you are doing drug.
Please, if that is what you choose to believe, right? That is up to you. I am telling you what I have seen with my own
Solely.
eyes.
No,
Now,
we believe.
to you, there may be impossibilities. There may, it's not possible. Oh, this one, it's
Patoski,
only a
we
drug
all agree.
dealer.
Let's move
Okay,
on.
thank
Let
you.
other people talk. We
Foley,
all agree. Okay.
let's bring
All right.
Madam AI in at this point. Thank
Okay.
you, Foley. Madam AI, are you there?
I'm here. Oh.
Sorry.
Actually,
I may help us to
no. The thing is that I don't actually have this kind of discussion because here that I am is one of the richest country in the world. Go and check your record, and they have the best welfare so far in struggling to bring equality in the way people live here. But even at that, they still have 15.5% poverty rate. So if somebody should come to one man platform and start saying that it's government that will make you rich and the government that will take care
Never.
of you, I will present this
Never.
place to the person and say, go and check, read about them. They are one of the richest countries in the world, fighting so hard with their welfare, one of the best in the world too. But 15.5% of them are struggling with poverty. I ended there. Please, can you give me the topic for today?
We are talking of Peter forming a coalition with El-Rufai, and he also visited Bala Mohammed in Bauchi and stuff like that. So we are looking at chances, the structure, the dynamics of 2027, how it might play out.
There is
Whether
something
Atiku is
I
going to run or not.
noticed. I don't know if you people have noticed.
Or do you think Atiku will run? I want to also speak about that.
Atiku will run if he's alive. Anyway, let me go back to what you're saying. There's something I noticed. I don't know if any other person have noticed it. All the people before now and after the election, before the 2023 election, I mean, political friendship, political conversation, political discussions. I mean, people who have contested for presidency before, people who have been vice presidents before. I don't know if you people have noticed. Only once Tinubu made a comment on P2B. He has never mentioned that guy's name. Only during that campaign, he said it that he's doing warehouse economies. That's it. I don't know if I'm the only one noticing it.
Exactly. He doesn't
Before,
talk about him.
huh?
He doesn't talk about him.
Yes.
He doesn't make him. He doesn't give him
And
any.
it is not because of the 2023 election. You know, politicians know themselves. Give an example. Yes, Atiku and him, Wata, 2015, 2019, and 2023. But before then, they have had interactions. Atiku has even run with his own party or whatever. Same with Donald Duke, them, Wike, them. Even this one that joined politics was a contractor to share. What's his name? The Oyo State Governor, Makinde. You know, all of them,
Naturally.
one way or the other, this guy has crossed them. Whether the discussion or the encounter was positive or negative, that's for later discussion. But for some reason, he is not discussing that guy, and he has not in any way mentioned his name or cross path with him. I don't know if I'm the only one noticing it, but if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected.
Can I ask, what are you trying to point out? I don't understand.
Two things are coming, but am I right? Let's agree first that I'm right.
You are right.
I disagree. I disagree.
He has not been talking about. So you don't argue about something that doesn't make sense. He has never spoken about it. Did you see him talk about it?
No, my argument is that. Can I tell you? My argument is that he doesn't talk about a lot of people. You are just noticing Obi's one, maybe because you have interest in Obi. He doesn't talk about a lot of people.
You didn't understand my explanation.
That's why I asked you.
No, you didn't understand my explanation. I said before the 2023, as a politician, having an encounter with somebody, crossing paths with somebody, having a discussion with somebody, whether it is positive or negative, that is to be discussed later. I say he has not had such a situation with this guy. That's what I said. I'm not talking about their 2023 election, because two of them has been in politics since 1999. So that's what I'm talking about. If I am wrong, I stand.
He has met everybody. He met Atiku before the election at the airport. They've always stage one connection or the other before the election. But it's already Obi. He has never actually met Obi
before this election. I'm talking about in their political life. That's what I'm talking about.
No contact. No contact. No bigger contact.
Now somebody now asked me a question. What do I mean? Did somebody ask me that?
Yes.
What do you mean by what do I mean?
No, what are you trying to get to? Like, is there a reason why you said that?
You know, I think acrobatically. Something is in me. Why I will say I am not correct is that he didn't give him any position in his government. But something in me is telling me probably there is a deal somewhere. Make could not get me wrong, go at the begona. You know they had people go start to abuse me. It's my own premonition. Because I just have this feeling that he's using this guy to disrupt some certain things for an end game. Therefore, he doesn't mention him. He doesn't look towards his pretend. I'm trying to use the word pretend. And then this guy goes hitting everywhere, jumping from anywhere a fire wants to start. he jumps in and disrupts it, because that's actually what he's doing. So I don't know. That's my own conclusion. I'm just thinking maybe there is something going on we don't know. We are looking at the surface and we are screaming at ourselves. You never can tell, because politicians are ridiculous. Don't be surprised that towards some time, this guy will jump into APC and end up being a vice president.
Well,
don't get me wrong, go.
Well, you may be right.
And it's just my premolution. Make una no abuse me. It doesn't look real. But I sat down one day and I was thinking of it. It seems like an enemy, but it doesn't really look like an enemy to me.
Knowing Tinubu, that is possible. But with Tinubu is a very, very cunning man. You know, you will never know until the last minute. That's just how Tinubu is. So he's everywhere, and your idea may act as it may be true, but like I said, with Tinubu, you will never know till the last minute. That's just how he is. He has experience in being very, very patient with his plans.
So technically, he used Obi.
What I said now looks stupid, though.
He used Obi. You are right, Madam Zita. He used Obi technically to
listen. In the surface, it looks stupid because there is something in me that is telling me that the enmity that is being portrayed in public is not actually what it is. That's how my mind talks. So
can I back? Let me back up what you are saying. We see that Obi has no political enemies. Everybody is their friend. So that is also why I said that it is possible. Behind the scenes, they may not be friends. Look at Obasanjo is always insulting everybody. Obasanjo is always, you write book. But if you look at his party, almost everyone he insulted were at his birthday party. So with politicians, they are not enemies, they are friends, and it's all about benefits. If Tinubu says that he can divide Atiku's votes with Obi, right, they may promise him something later on. And what does Obi have to lose? Nothing. They would have probably shown Obi the statistics and everything, and he could have agreed to it based on the detriment of Nigerians. But like I said, Tinubu is known for doing things like that, but you will never know until the last minute. Obi has the antecedents. I've never seen anybody that he has fought with that he doesn't smile with at the end of the day. Obasanjo used to do the same thing. So, and Obasanjo and Obi, they like each other very much.
When I hear that
I don't what people are speculating is not likely. In fact, it's not likely at all.
Why not?
No, it's not.
So
it's not.
So you trust
if you look at the antecedent of Obi now, this is somebody that contested in 2019 as a vice to Atiku. He was ready to contest as a presidential candidate under PDP. But when he saw the handwriting, he left and joined another party and he got the ticket. You understand? To me, what Obi is doing does not portray somebody who's another person is using. The guy has his own ambition. He wanted to be president of Nigeria. So it's not likely. It's not. I don't even know what is giving you.
Okay, Simba, can I ask you a question?
I've never. One thing I don't do is to misplace a strong ambition on a politician. Like I see a politician, I will say he cannot go lower than this. This is what he wants. I can never say that of any politician. Because most of them, that thing you think is what they want or what they are pursuing, actually is not what they want. They want to use that one to lure his fellow politicians to get him come to negotiate with him so that he can fall in line with what he wants. So that's the way it works. That somebody is contesting for presidency doesn't necessarily mean he must be a president.
If you have been following Nigerian politics, I will take you back to Second Republic. We have all these regional or local politicians. Mahmoud Waziri was there that time. Aminu Kano was there that time. We have so many of them in the north. We have Zeke that is only winning in the southeast that time. We have a Awolowo group also in the southwest are always winning the southwest. You understand? So what we are seeing now, if you look at Obi, is like a regional politician in the southeast that just emerged. You look at somebody like Kwakwaso, he has his own domain, like Amino Kano that time. Usually, I think, is it a PRP or GNPP that was the party that time? So it's to me, you have this kind of thing. This is not the first time we're having this kind of thing that we have now. So I don't think there's anything. I don't believe it is. That's my own. I'm not saying that.
No, you just what is, because I've been thinking about it. These guys have come to close proximity, but they pretend to be. I try to use the word pretend not to notice each other. I've been managing that in my brain, because this Tinubu is somebody. If you look at his antecedent over the years, he romances his fellow politicians, whether they're in opposite party or they're in his party, one way or the other. That's why he was able to go to CPP and talk to Buhari. You know, that kind of thing. But this particular guy, he has not in any way. Is it Amechi? Is it Saraki? Is it which one that he has even actually he wanted to use this boy. What's his name? This Bauchi boy. That would have been his vice president. The Bauchi boy. But the way the boy was behaving, he wasn't steady. So that was how Shetima came in. It was that Bauchi boy he would have used. In fact, that was the agreement from the time of coming together to form their conglomeration of their cartel. It was that Bauchi boy that would have been his vice president. What's his name? The one that was House Speaker or something. What's that guy's name from Bauchi? That young chap. He's matured now. The very young guy. What's that his name? Hello? Hello? Hello?
I can't hear you. We can't hear you.
What's the
I
Bauchi
think
guy?
you are talking about Dogora.
About him. If not the way the guy was behaving, the guy was not steady. Would have been his vice president. So he has come in contact. Is it this Bala Mohammed you people are calling today? Tinubu has come across all of them. For some reason, he knows their antecedents. But this guy, I don't know. I might be wrong. Maybe that actually, maybe it's either Tinubu doesn't see him as anybody, or Tinubu is using him. I don't know, but that's my observation. I don't know what to make out of my observation, but that's what I made out of it.
Well, you might be thinking that way. No matter what, everybody is playing politics. And if you are not smart or cunning, this is a game you cannot play. So it's not a game of, I want to be a righteous man. If you want to be a righteous man, you can go to the mosque or to the church. But in the game of politics, you have to be
Patoski, Simba said he drop off, put him in. I don't know why.
So, but the way I see it is this: every one of them are interested in that position, and they will contest. This is the last for Atiku, and he will be there too. He will also contest. Thinking will not contest, forget it. Because this time around, it's still put,
want
still
to
put
comment.
in Nigeria, and it continues to be an opposition figure. He will contest. Obi too will contest. And if will be like, the one thing I would like, if will be like, if you want to contest, if you want to be a VP candidate, you better be a VP to Atiku.
But
no any
see
other
what
person.
I said there are people at the background that wants to come in.
Okay, Patoski will do that. It's Patoski that is handling it.
He's not even here. Patoski is not here.
Yeah, maybe he's doing other stuff.
So I don't know.
You can continue.
I don't know for them, but as it is now in 2027, for today, the man doesn't have an opposition party yet. They're still trying to form.
I 100% agree with you. And I'll add to it, if any of them form any political party, they are still not beating him. Unless they change their ideology. You cannot beat Tinubu at his own game. You cannot come with lack of integrity and say you want to beat him. He will finish you. He's like Goliath, and you are not.
Those people are selfish. If I were them, I would look for a young, brilliant, vibrant, intelligent, a little bit clean.
They don't trust each other. Even though you see them smiling and shaking hands, they don't trust each other. They will never ever do that.
And bring the boy or a woman, a boy, and all of them will support him. That way they might beat him.
Madam Zita, the first
but they're
thing
very
is,
selfish. Everybody wants to be the
Madam
president.
Zita, the first thing is this. According to an unwritten agreement, this power should shift to the south. But you as a northerner coming into play, this is not good. This is unfair. We cannot have 8 years of Buhari and then quickly go back to your turn again. No.
Who is trying to, which northerner is trying to be president?
All of them now. At least you see all of them. Atiku, Bala Mohammed, Rufai, and the rest. They all want to be president now.
Why want to be president?
I want to be president now.
That terrorist.
Nigerians don't care. They don't have integrity.
No, that one cannot become Nigerian president. To be frank, he's just joking. To be frank, but even in the north, they don't really like him.
If you see what is happening in southern Kaduna, that's what will happen in the whole of Nigeria if that man become president. You know, I don't like saying things like this, but for that man, I will say something like this.
Even he joining the SDP. He quickly want to hijack
he joined
the parties already. He wants the secretary to resign. It's a divisive element. It's not really a good candidate. Okay, that one can never rule Nigeria. I know that one for sure.
It's not even the divisiveness that any political parties, politicians, what they do is divide and rule. I'm saying the man is a terrorist. That's the word I use for him. Not on divide and rule. Every politician does divide and rule. So the guy is meddling with a lot of midgets all over the world, more especially from the Arab nation. That guy is a problem to Nigeria. I'm telling you. But
when Nigerians don't have integrity and they are donating for people like Babangida, anything is possible. Anything is possible. They never learn. If not, Nigeria will not be getting into worse situations.
Solely in politics, it's not easy as what you thought. It's not as straightforward like that. These are power broker, whether you like it or not. It's a power broker. Why do people go to Obasanjo every time? Why do people go to all of them?
Because
it's not so easy as what you thought. Also, you think it's just a straightforward, just come from nowhere, and then you become the president of that country. They have people in everywhere. You saw most of these governors, senators, and the rest. Even if they have their own money, do you think they don't go for blessing or they don't ask for one advice or the other from one another? That is politics for you. It's not even the Trump you are talking about. Do you think most billionaires in America, those ones that put money or you go to them for one favor or the other? It's not easy like that. That's why we tell you are the sure guy you are talking about.
Remy, if APC had people like you in their party, they would have never become president. They would have never had this presidency that they had. If they had the same mindset as you, they would have never won this election. If they had the same mindset as
what is the mindset?
If they had the same mindset as you, and
what
what
is
you are
my
saying,
mindset? What is my
your
mindset?
mindset is that you cannot come from anywhere, you will not know anything, and you just come out like that and you just win the election.
No, you do not understand.
I never said that.
Sometimes you do not understand me. That is one thing. And I try as much as possible to understand you. What I'm trying to tell you, in the field of politics, you work as a team and you need some people. It's just like some people, you have to pay them in cash or in kind. Look at Trump. Look at Trump, for example. Do you think his second coming is just a piece of cake?
Look, Remy,
he landed a lot of millionaires behind
to
himself.
Be a president, Remy, is a long walk.
It's a long walk. It's not just
Obama.
So easy.
Listen,
like
when people use Obama as an example, I will ask you who backed him.
Okay, but
all
when people
the gauges.
I don't think you understand the use of an example. Nobody can ever give you an example of the same scenario. An example is supposed to show you a possibility. Now, because I've said Trump, you have replied me Trump multiple times. An example is a different country. It's not even the same situation. An example
okay,
is
let me ask you a simple question.
Wait, please, let me finish. An example is showing you a possibility. You cannot keep on replying me and telling me that.
Irrespective of your example, what we are saying is that whether you give example or don't give example, the end game is that for you to be a president of a country, it's a long nurse.
And I do not disagree.
So it's not something you just jump out and say, I want to. You personally will build yourself towards there. And
I
then
do not disagree.
Gather people, the kingmakers.
I do not disagree.
Direction. That is the
I do not disagree, but I nowhere on this platform since I've come here have I said that somebody is just going to come, jump in, and become president. I've not said that. Buhari lost election how many times? It was a categorical failure. Based on statistics, he should have never won the election, based on the fact that it's a categorical, perpetual, repeated failure. It was one of the biggest political failures. And yet, he still became president. He learned from his mistakes, tried and tried, changed strategy, changed party, till he finally met the right people that help him get
collaborated.
So that's what we are saying here. If Buhari have remained in disciplined mind, I don't want to collaborate with Tinubu. Tinubu is a corrupt man. I don't want to collaborate with Atiku. I don't want to collaborate with all these power brokers all over the country. Do you think he will ever become the president of that country?
Okay,
no.
But he learned.
That's what we are telling you, and you keep on saying he just come from nowhere.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I never said
that. Okay, let me give you an example.
I never said. I understand what you're trying to say.
Now, calm down. Buhari ran on his own with his supporters, according to you people. He ran with his supporters for several years. He couldn't make it. Obi too came out, ran with his supporters. He couldn't make it. So that's what we are talking about. Even Atiku that has a party, most times he cannot rally that collaboration. On several occasions, he has come out. He couldn't get that collaboration. So he kept losing. So the key word is collaboration. You must collaborate. When you get in there, you can do your own. But before you get in there, you must collaborate.
Okay, now, all these people you've mentioned, they learned from their mistakes, number one. Number two, they had people to collaborate with. The options of collaboration in Nigeria with people with integrity is very, very low. Even we, right, all of us speaking on this platform, all of us would love to take all our finances and go to Nigeria to invest it. But how many people can we collaborate with? How safe do we feel collaborating with people in Nigeria? Based on if we want to put our life savings on the line.
Let me tell you what happened.
No, please let me just finish. I'm almost done, and I want you to answer the question. If you want to put your life savings on the line, do you feel confident collaborating with people in Nigeria? That's just where I just want to end.
It depends on the business, yes. Because I'm doing one in Nigeria now.
Life savings. I'm talking about your life savings.
Nobody have a life saving before you collaborate. Now. How can you say life saving?
All these people,
all these people use life savings to do business.
No, when they were going for election, they put everything on the line. When they are trying to collaborate with someone, you are literally putting everything on the line. You are making yourself. You are making yourself vulnerable.
So sorry, the mistake you are making is integrity is about perception, and when we talk about perception, the way you perceive it might be different from others. What we are talking, what we are saying here. Listen, let me finish. What we are saying here is very simple. You want a bigger post. You want a number one post in the country, and you think you can just do it alone by yourself. No, it's not done that way. You will need people, bad, good, or ugly, along the line. That is why they call it politics. It's a very slippery game, and it's for the people that know how to play it very well. And you have to play it very well and come on top. What we are saying is that if Showore wants to be president of Nigeria, his attitude has to change. You cannot tell me that, oh, I want to be president, and before I even get there, I've already categorized by man A, B, C, D, or F. They are corrupt, and you need them. Look, why do politicians in Nigeria, why did they visit the local Oba, Imam, or Igwe? Why did they go to every state to go and meet the strong man in every state? Why? Why are they doing that? I think you can answer. You know what I'm trying to say. So,
okay, can I answer your question? Okay, now I understand your point. Even me, I would argue it with Sore also. Why don't you collaborate and betray these people at the end of the day? Everybody on this platform will agree that that's the best strategy in this current situation in Nigeria, right? I will also agree, if you want to take power right now, that is the best strategy. But these people have come with an ideology that I also agree with. You cannot have partial corruption in Nigeria. Even if you win that election, those people that you collaborated with will still make the country even worse than before. You will never be able to escape Nigerian corruption. Don't forget, Nigerians are not like the average black African. We are. If you give us 10 steps, we will take 1,000. So even if you try to limit corruption, even if you try to reduce it, it will never work in Nigeria. They will always take 1,000 steps. The second option is to wait till Nigerians suffer so much that they cannot take it anymore.
Okay, let me ask you before you go ahead with that one.
Please let me finish. Just let me finish. I'm almost done. Okay. Suffer to the point that they cannot take it anymore. It is a risky gamble, right? It is a gamble that will waste amount of years from his life. But if someone says they don't want to work with criminals and thieves and they'd rather die by it, I think I would respect that person more than the person that just wants to win for now. He just wants to do it, get everything now, and say, you know what, I don't care. Let me just work with these thieves. I will not respect that person. And I will not expect, I will not expect any change to come.
Okay, let me respond to you this way. First and foremost, that is your own perception, and you are one out of millions of Nigerians. The people you term they are corrupt in your eyes, they might not be, the other people might not see them that way. So for him, if he want to go in his own way, I think he has a long way to go. Now he's about 50 plus. Is he going to wait for another 20 or 30 years until Nigeria became a better country? And in Nigeria, you are talking about that Nigerians are suffering. Fine. Some people are suffering in Nigeria and some people are making it. The same Nigeria that you said they are not good, the country is not moving forward, cannot be compared to the same Nigeria of 24 years ago. 24 years ago, Lagos was not like that. 24 years ago, majority of the state capital of Nigeria, they were not like that. Today, they have improved. Maybe not to what we want, but at least they are not static. Everywhere they are opened up news and clearings of Nigerians. Nigeria are now politically aware, not like before. So what we are just trying to say is that if you like your man and you want him to become a president, he has a long walk. It's not easy. It's a president of a nation, not a president or local government chairman.
Okay.
And if you are saying that, you are talking about integrity, and I tell you it's about perception. The way you are saying you say all the others are corrupt, but he's the only holy man. But to me, he's not holy. It's even more corrupt to me. because he is taking money from other national to go and destabilize the country. I see him as a saboteur.
Okay.
So that's why I call perception. The way I perceive it will be different from you.
Okay, and it is not just you that perceives it that way. Majority of your generation perceives it that way, and that's why I always
What
point
do you
it
mean
out.
by? Do you know my generation? You cannot say majority of my generation.
Okay, I'll say
you yourself that you are talking. If you are the way you are talking, I'm sure that you are not even 20s. You are above 30s.
Okay,
so you so you cannot be saying general. Just talk straight. Don't worry about it.
Even my generation. I will not exclude.
Sorry to cut you. Showore will lead an intergenerational Nigeria now. You cannot say it's going to lead one generation. By the time if you can't lead this generation, by the time in another 5-10 years, it will be too old to even lead your own generation. So what are we talking about? So
majority of the PVC holders are the younger generation, and if you are trying to include, please let me just so if you are trying to include,
there is a lot of people who want to come in. Maybe you can bring them in.
Okay, if you want to include my generation also, I'll not go into self-defense mode. I will also not exclude my generation. Majority of them have no integrity. Majority of them will sell their votes. Yes, if you want to, and when you are talking about perception, right? You said, oh, my perception of corruption might be different from your perception of corruption. True. However, my perception of corruption is the general world point view. I do not talk in minority. I never speak in minority. I speak in majority. If they are doing the same actions,
do you have statistics to back that your own perception
I'm about to give you an example.
Is the word
I was just about to give you an
example.
My judgment of corruption is, if we look at majority of the world and mostly Western world, because that's where most of us are, what actions they take in Nigeria, if that cannot get them arrested, or removed from their position in most of this Western world, I consider it corruption. Now, my judgment of integrity is same thing. What would integrity be judged at in the Western world where you live? I may have my own perception, you may have my own perception, but at the end of the day, in these Western countries, the law always stands. It doesn't matter how you view it. It doesn't matter about your sentiment. It doesn't matter about your race. It doesn't matter about your religion. There is a general perception of corruption and integrity, and they are always judged legally.
All what you have been saying now is still perception. All those people you perceive as corrupt.
How will it be legally viewed?
Listen, if you want to really look at it very well, none of them have been convicted of any criminal offense that we can really hold. All what you are saying just hearsay. It's no. We have to be objective here. All what we are saying here is that, all our leaders are corrupt. If you have been a president, you are corrupt. If you have been a senator, you are corrupt. If you have been a governor, you are corrupt. That is the perception. That is just a perception.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
They have not been convicted.
Sorry, let me quickly say it. In case you want to join us, I've sent the link into the comment section, please.
So if you are saying, this person is corrupt, this person is corrupt, there is no evidence to show that this man. And if you are talking about Nigeria, I will finish quickly. If you are talking about Nigeria, your current president, have been taken to the Code of Conduct Bureau several times during the Jonathan era. And they never convict him. I'm not saying if we are just talking like hearsay, we can say, they are corrupt. Even your show is also corrupt.
And I've cornered you. And you will not be able to
escape. You did not corner me. Why you say you corner me?
Let me explain why I cornered you. So, based on your own statements, these people have not been convicted, so we cannot call them corrupt. Now, let us go to the example of Yaya Bello, who is known to have stolen such a certain amount, but how much is he paying back? Because he is not convicted, you are using Nigerian judgmental system.
They are still on his case. This is just
but will he ever go to jail? You and I know he's not going to jail. You and I know he will not be convicted. So does that mean that he is not corrupt? According to he's not corrupt. And that is the problem with our country. That right there is the problem with our country. That thing that you just said, just because he is not convicted means he is not corrupt.
So I'm talking about perception here. I'm talking about perception.
If
you go to the Western world, sorry, Simba, I quickly sit and you come after me. Even in the United States, their current president have been indicted and convicted and still the president. So what I'm trying to tell you is very simple. Yaya Bello is in court now. Let them finish with the case. I'm not saying that it's clean, but I'm just talking about the way we perceive our leaders. Everybody in a position of authority is automatically a corrupt person in the eyes of an average Nigerian. Whether you are a lawmaker, you are a senator, you are a governor, we have already convicted them with our word of mouth. But I'm asking you a very good question.
We judge ourselves too much. It's not only political leader. If you are a head of somewhere, the assumption is that whatever you do is a proceed of corruption. That's where we have exaggerated corruption in Nigeria to the extent that anybody that is rich will be termed being corrupt. That is it. I watched a video recently. I don't know if you have seen the video, that even in America, Trump was saying that they have millions of people above 160 years old that they are still on their social security. Millions above 160. In fact, there are people above 200 years that their name that is still there. You understand? But if now nobody says that America is so corrupt. But if that one happen in Nigeria now, the whole world will hear it. Come and see our country. Come and see. It will be a laughing stock. There's no country that doesn't corrupt, as far as I'm concerned. Corruption is everywhere in the world.
So this thing you said, sorry to cut you. It happened to me one day. I was driving in Abeokuta, and then I ran into somewhere. My car ran into a place. Luckily, it was almost like a ditch, but a house was there. Luckily, no accident, nothing happened to anybody. Everybody just gathered around my car. You know what I started hearing? All these rich people, they are the one creating problem. I say, see these people. You understand? To them, I am the problem of Nigeria. They said, let's deal with him. They wanted to start attacking me, bomb my car. I can't imagine if the way my car ran in there, if it had hit someone. Maybe nobody before they talk to you for a year.
Yeah, that is it in Nigeria.
In Nigeria today,
they say, let me tell you, people are only problem. What what
they want is that once you are rich, you are corrupt. That is a perception.
I say, who told you I'm rich?
Irrespective whether you are doing your own business or you are just making your own legitimate, because that is what we hear every day. Corruption. Every it's just too much.
So, for example, now, Simba, as you like, for example, let's say Patosi, you are from abroad, you have a nice car, you are driving around, and you just happen to maybe eat your car, whatever. People can even maim you and burn everything like that.
Of course, that was what almost happened to me now.
Yes, now you are just lucky. Praise go to the Almighty God. So the perception is always
I'm talking of 2003. Oh.
My last vacation in Nigeria, Patoski. I went to a filling station, and I think that time, that would be like August last year. We were buying fuel that time around maybe 950 naira per liter or so. So I now got there, and what I used to do is I don't, because things are not predictable. It's not even the price that is issue, but you just wake up one day and all the filling station will have just closed their distance. They will not be selling. So I got there. There are a lot of Okada people and some few cars on the queue. So when I got there, I told the guy, I said, fill the tank. You would think that I've done something very terrible for me to even just mention that he should fill my tank. Àwọn olówó yìí ti dé o, wọn ní jẹ́ ká rí pòrà mọ́ o, àkúmọ̀ ibi tán ti ń rówó wọn. How can somebody be buying full tank at this time of in Nigeria? You understand that kind of thing? I was just looking at them and saying, me ò ń ṣe politician. You understand? that perception is a big problem.
Okay,
And that is
Simba,
why we always look at corruption as if corruption is the only thing that is not
Problem
making
of
us to
Nigeria.
can I
develop.
ask you a question, Simba, from your experience? Doesn't that tell you that there is a situation of abject poverty in the land?
No,
If
forget about
if
poverty.
simply
We are
filling your
talking
tank
about
make
perception.
you look like a
Like
rich.
like what you have
There's
is
poverty
only
everywhere
you.
now.
There's poverty everywhere. Let me tell you.
Comparable. Look, please let us stop saying this thing that there's poverty
Comparable
everywhere.
to
You
where?
cannot
To where?
compare. You cannot
Where are you
compare
comparing
the
it to?
poverty.
Okay,
You cannot.
compare
You cannot.
Nigeria.
There's a difference in poverty. Please.
Are you
No,
talking
wait
to other
now.
country apart from Nigeria?
Comparing. Where are you? Okay, who are you
Solid.
comparing Nigerians to?
Okay, I live in Netherlands. Are you telling me that the poor people in Netherlands are suffering like the poor
Forget
people
about
in
Netherlands.
Nigeria?
Can't be comparing Nigeria and
Solid.
Netherlands now.
Solid.
Okay,
I
but
think
that's
some people
that's how you are
Netherlands are
making it
even
seem.
living terrible.
Solid.
Come to
Between me
Finland,
and you,
you
how
cannot
long
see
have
poor
you lived
people on
in
the road.
Netherlands?
What,
How long have you
what
lived
is the
in
poverty
I've been
rate?
there
What
now.
is the poverty rate in Nigeria?
How long
What
have
is
you
the
lived in the
percentage?
Netherlands?
And remember, Nigeria has abject, not just even normal poverty, abject poverty.
Nigeria is not the only country where you have abject poverty now.
So if the country wants to improve, should we be comparing ourselves to the worst? If you want to improve, will you be saying that at least I'm not a beggar?
No, if we
If
talk
you
like
want
this,
to
we will not
improve,
get anywhere.
I'm
Let's pick
asking
this
you a
one by
simple
one. Let's
question.
pick
I'm
this one
asking
by
you a
one.
simple question.
Sorry,
If you want to
let's make it
improve, will you
conversational
be
so that
comparing
people can
yourself to
enjoy
a
it.
beggar? If you want to improve, will you compare yourself to a beggar? You will not.
Simba.
But you want Nigeria to be comparing itself to beggars. We
Solid.
compare ourselves to the best because we have more resources.
Solid, hold on.
Solid, is that the solution? We are talking about all these cry. Hey, Nigeria is poor. We should be talking about solution.
1992,
That's what we are.
91.
No, me, I don't expect solution. While this, till this generation passes away, that's when I expect solution.
You don't know what you're supposed to do.
My own faith is in Gen Z.
Solid.
You
don't know what you're
cannot
supposed
teach
to
an old
do.
dog new
Ani
tricks.
ní sùúrù díkì sọ Yorùbá ọmọ tó yẹ kó ṣe tó bá yẹ kó lè kó gbogbo wa sínú àwa generation tó ti tag as being bàjẹ́ kó kàn bóyá kó wá kinní kan kó kàn pa gbogbo wa kó pa wá so that you can have your way.
Generation Babangida.
Even sorry that he's talking. Even sorry that he's talking. The new generation will not also accept him because they will see him as
a new generation now.
Oh, it's a new generation now.
I'm Gen Z.
The generation.
I'm barely in Gen Z.
You are barely.
Are you 20 something?
Are you born in 2000?
Are you in year 2000?
1990.
So you are not.
You are not in the younger generation.
Oh, Simba,
no, that's where Gen Z starts from now. What? Let me check. What age group is Gen Z?
No, forget about Gen Z.
Okay,
because I know now Gen Z is from 1990.
2000.
Sorry, let me explain to you how they.
I think you're confusing Gen Z and millennials.
No. I think you are mistaking the point. Forget about classification. Let me tell you, you are in the same generation with someone plus or minus 20 years of your age. That's generation you belong to. If I'm 20 years, if I'm not up to 20 years older than you, me and you are in the same generation. That's what it means.
See, Gen Z is from 1990.
No, forget about in the classification, a group of people that lived within the 20 years of time among themselves, they indeed belong to the same generation. There can be an overlapping generation, but in the real West classification, Western classification of generation, a generation is plus or minus 20 years. Age group is plus or minus 4 years. Somebody you are 4 years older than, or somebody that is 4 years younger than you is the same age group with you. Because somebody that you are 4 years older than, Omar in secondary school. Somebody you are 4 years younger than, Omar in secondary school. You are in the same age group. That's the way it is. But the same generation is plus 20 minus 20. Forget about the classification. So you have some people that can be Gen Z or Gen whatever because they are in overlapping plus or minus 20. So it's not a generational thing. I think it's just perception, and I think the way you have to me, Sorry, I respect you and I appreciate you, but I think you have received some indoctrination from Sowore.
Patosi,
You have received some programming and indoctrination.
Patosi,
No,
do you know what I
my
noticed?
point about Sowore is that there is no
maybe you didn't
We are not going to Sowore again. Patosi, you know what I noticed here?
We must go back. So
sorry. We don't need to go back. You know what I noticed here in Finland?
No, this is my own candidate. This is my
Let
candidate.
me say something. Oh God, please.
Let's change topic a bit.
Yeah, I noticed something here in Finland that really surprised me. I'm trying to look at the housing where they lived. Some of them live like the total square meters or the total area cannot be up to 200, cannot be up to maybe 60 square meters or maybe below 100 square meters. Maybe just 2 rooms. Until they have access to good life, maybe they can buy car on hire purchase. The property is also on mortgage. Then I just suppose it with Nigeria. In Nigeria, you can get a plot of land and you can build a 2 or 3 bedroom bungalow on it by yourself. It can take you years before you finish it. But you are not owing a dime to anybody when you finish it. When you buy your car, you buy it with cash. You are not owing anybody. So I not just suppose with an average Nigerian that is successful, is living a better life than people that is in abroad.
Of course.
Because you are not owing anybody. But majority of people don't know this. And then when I look at their tax system, if we copy their tax system and put it in Nigeria, we hear when you will better. That president will not stay for 1 month.
You see, I also disagree with the taxation of Nigerians because I believe that we have enough resources.
Where is the resource?
Wait, please, let me finish. If we utilize
that make you live without tax.
Can I
leave you to finish all those wrong things now?
You must not fixate life based on what you have experienced because you do not move in progress that way. Can I just share my idea? We have more than enough. Each state in Nigeria has millions of resources that can generate millions of dollars. If not, please. I'm not. Let me just finish before you criticize.
It's exaggeration now. Where is millions?
It's not an exaggeration. Please let me finish. If you simply Google it or use ChatGPT, it will list out every single state in Nigeria and the resources that they have. When I used to take diaries from banks, I don't know if you guys know it. There's this book, this diary, where they will put every single date that you can write something. Usually at the back of the diary, because they don't do that anymore. At the back of the diary or at the front of the diary, they usually write every single state in Nigeria and the resources that they have. I think Lagos even has gas. If these resources can be utilized, it is more than enough money to improve the infrastructure in the states and up to the point where you won't even need to collect tax from the citizens. But I will repeat it. I will repeat it again. I will repeat it. Please, let me just finish now. Please now. Because what I'm saying is not a lie.
Repeating something. Hold on. You're also wasting our time. It's late here.
Gen Z tí o tó fẹ́ wà dominant.
We are the solution.
Hold on. These your assertions. You are just making those statements. Lagos State has gas, but is it in commercial quantity?
Yeah, it's not even about commercial quantity. How can you be banking on something that you are not even using? Oh, I have land. If I've used this land to plant food, this amount of food, this amount of food that will have
million.
How can you be thinking like that?
Can I ask a question?
Ask your question.
If the question is good.
If you know, because you make it seem like it's impossible, it cannot be done.
No, you are just saying things that you cannot prove.
Please, no, you can prove it. If I'm lying, disprove me.
Because it's a lie that Nigeria has millions of resources. What do you mean millions? What kind of extradition?
I said it has resources that can produce millions.
Nigeria has millions of resources.
So
I wanted to correct you.
The base...
No, let me learn. Nigeria does not have millions of resources.
Okay.
So get that straight.
Okay. However, those resources can produce millions of dollars, if not billions.
It will not be sufficient. If Nigeria tomorrow generate up to $50 billion, it will not be sufficient to run that country. That's what we are telling you.
Okay,
no, let me
but
tell you,
but if you do something, right?
wait now.
If you
They
see an opportunity to make $1 million, even though that you know that is not going to be sufficient, you will not ignore that opportunity.
that
The
country
thing
that you are.
the thing that I noticed
Let
is
me ask
that
you. You are in Netherlands. Netherlands, are they relying on their resources for
they are
for
relying on
whatever?
every single resource. Let me answer your question now. You asked me a question. They are relying on every single. They do not even waste any tiny resource they can find. They will utilize it. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so what resource? What mineral are they mining in Netherlands?
They are taking advantage of everything. When they have goats,
no,
they
forget. Why can't you answer
ask me a question now? Let me answer.
They taking advantage of everything. What is everything?
Am I not answering your
Majorly, it's
question? You asked me a
agricultural
question.
products and
Are you going to let
food
me answer the question?
It's agri.
You asked me a
and
question, but you
services.
don't want me to answer it.
Oh yeah, answer your question.
The wind that they have, they use it to generate electricity. If they have something like a goat, they will not just kill the goat, use it and make suya. The skin of the goat, they are going to export it. The hair on the goat, they are going to export it. They are going to milk the goat. They are going to grow the goat to make sure that the goat gives birth. They measure every single content that they use to feed the goat.
So
now, based on the sheet, can I finish? I'm giving examples. Based on the sheet of the goats, they still package that one, reuse it, still resell it as a fertilizer
Manure.
to people that need it. So when I'm saying they use a resource, I'm not saying it must be natural resource. Whatever they see that they can use, they use it to the
you know all these things that you mentioned. Now you are finished. All these things that is not the kind of resources that we refer to in Nigeria. When are we going to grow to look at ourselves and say Nigerian is also supposed to be Nigerian people, not what is under the grant? There is no country that developed by virtue of what they have under their grant.
So all these Saudi Arabia and UAE, they didn't go by what they have under the ground.
They are not developed country, as far as I'm concerned. They are not developed.
Really?
Yes. They are not
so
developed.
if they give Nigerians a visa and they say choose Nigeria or Dubai, which one do you think they'll choose?
What
since
do you mean?
It's not developed, which one do you think they will choose?
Who would choose what?
If they give all Nigerians a choice to move to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, or UAE.
Let me tell you, if you move Nigerians to Saudi Arabia, they will turn Saudi Arabia to Nigeria.
No, forget. No. My argument is what you said. You said these are not developed countries, right? Because they use their resources right under the ground. If you give all Nigerians a chance to move to those so-called undeveloped countries, will they move? Yes or
Let
no?
me ask you, UAE, Dubai, is it their natural resources that they use to develop Dubai?
That is what they use to start their development.
It's not. They borrowed money. They borrowed
based
money.
On what? Based on what?
You understand? We all know how
based on what? They borrowed money based
tourism.
On what?
That is what
they borrowed money based on their resources. And also, you cannot deny that they did not utilize their resources because they did not have their resources. They were desert people before they found that oil.
Let me see this. The countries in the world, the West that we talk about and everything, Japan, South Korea, even China, they are not relying on their natural resources. In as much as
what natural resources do they have? What natural resources do they have?
That's what I'm saying.
Natural resources does Japan
resources is a problem. It's not the one that we develop. We don't have enough human capacity.
What natural resources
that develop
they have?
You said
they don't depend. You said they don't depend on their natural resource, and I'm asking you, what natural resource do they have that they are not depending on?
They have a lot of natural resources. There's no country that doesn't have natural resources now.
But
Even
you said they are not depending on it, and I'm asking for example.
Now,
give me example.
Example of what?
You said Japan. What resource does Japan have that is not they are not relying on? The natural resource.
Okay. I think your own understanding. You just want to be focused. Want to just focus on what you are talking about. I'm giving you example. Even the country that you are living on is based on what they use their brain.
What natural resource do they have that they are not using?
The Netherlands is using this. They are into agriculture, and that's what they are exporting to the rest of the world. That's what we are trying.
But no, his point was the natural resource under the ground. Give me example. I'm asking for example. It should not be that hard.
Okay, if you're asking for example, let me ask you. Okay, just give me, because you cannot be giving me example of the Gulf country. I say okay, they are the only one that have natural resources.
You mentioned Japan. You mentioned other countries. Give me example of those countries.
I mentioned it's not even, I mentioned so many countries. I mentioned
Give me an example. Give me an example.
Okay, tell me one. Even okay, US, United States of America.
What resource do they have that they are not utilizing?
Gas, oil.
US is one of the biggest exporter of gas and oil. Do you know that?
So where? Which exporter?
You can research it.
They are not using
They are the largest oil producing country. Research it.
So that's not true. Venezuela is
research it. Just research it.
Venezuela is the largest.
So no. Even if they are
Research it
producing
now.
is that what made them to develop?
Go and your argument is that they are not utilizing it, right? Since
I'm
it's
not
not
saying they are not
sustainable,
utilizing
right?
what I said. Wait, I said it's not natural resources that develop a nation. It's the human capacity in that country that develop a nation. That's what I said.
Okay.
And,
let us use our
you are
human
trying to
capacity
dispute
for
what
our
I'm
resources.
saying.
Why are we not using our resources?
Let's change our topic. I'm tired of this one.
Because you lost that argument.
No, not because I lost. It's late here.
Okay, then back it up.
I don't want to believe I'm staying awake because of this one. It's not adding to me.
What else? Okay, what else can we
You see, this argument is what gives these politicians the excuse to behave how they want to behave.
We have opportunity of having Simba. Let's talk about health. Let's talk about
politicians don't even need to defend their atrocities. They have the people ready to defend it for them.
Let's talk about other important things.
Okay, let me finish on my Sowore topic. Now, you said that you said we should change topic now, and I changed topic for you.
It's still politics now. He said we don't want politics again.
We don't want politics again. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about something that can benefit us. You understand, as we progress. There's a research I was reading about prostrate, and I want you to. I'm not saying it's not a medical opinion that I give you, but let's have understanding. Some people say that sexual activity reduces the chances of prostrate. That's what they said. That if you are active sexually, that you might not get prostrate in the later part of
you
your
might
year.
not have prostate cancer or prostate enlargement.
Prostate enlargement
or cancer,
which can result in cancer. Is it true or is it just a speculation that people are just pandering around or something?
No. You know that different type of research. You know, when there is what they call a case control study and a retrospective study. You know, let me give you for example. They can go to a hospital and say, okay, let us gather the files of all the people that have prostate cancer. They will now analyze it based on their maybe age, gender, race, you understand, social lifestyle, you understand. So, and that is how they will come up with some risk factors. So for lung cancer, they discovered that when they now analyze all the people that they diagnose of lung cancer, they discovered that people that smokes actually are more. Do you understand? Among the people that develop lung cancer. So they now say, okay, smoking is a risk factor to this. So they have done that. They discovered that people that actually engage in more sexual activities and people that have multiple sexual partners, like maybe or officially people that practice polygamy, they are, you understand, they are less in among the people that have prostate cancer. So it's not as if there is any kind of genetic predisposition or something that sex they just discovered that. So maybe when you now do that, that's when you now need to do further research to see, okay, what is now the link between sexual activities and development of this disease. You understand my explanation?
I get that. I get that. Okay, so it's the kind of research. It's not as if they've been able to establish, but at least they have a basis for something they can prove further.
Yeah.
Because I was wondering, there are some people that practice celibacy.
It's now, the thing is raining in the social media now.
People are saying
A
it
lot of
everywhere
people
now.
Yeah.
As if it's been established. And now say there are a lot of people that practice celibacy, like all these Buddhist monks and all. Even if we say that all those fathers, they have a way, but there are some priests that live in monasteries, and all these Buddhist monks that live in the temple and monasteries. So they are
okay, you can imagine if they now, let me tell you, if they now gather all those celibates, you understand? Let's say they just now discover that the the rate of prostate cancer, let's say it's 50% among them. Meanwhile, in the general population is 20%. They can conclude, they can make conclusion from that.
Yeah, that celibacy results
is a predisposition to development of prostate cancer. So that's how they do research. Yeah.
Because they say, if they are not, it will lead to prostate. I say, you get one of my wife. I say, now because of that, now you won't kill your wife now. Because it's a prostate. If they run from prostate, you understand? So okay. Because that's common among men now. I don't know. But I think it has always been there. Maybe the awareness was not just there.
No, it's the awareness and even the means of making the diagnosis.
Okay.
Now, with the awareness now, people are more sensitive to it. In fact, if you are above 40, at most 50, you're supposed to be doing your PSA every year, at least once every year.
That means I'm supposed to have. I've not
Yeah. You're supposed to be doing it, so that God forbid, if there's any problem, you'll be able to catch it early.
Okay, because I heard that if you are able to catch prostate early, you have better chances. But my challenge is that the way all this cancer just come up, no, somebody that is okay just suddenly discovered that he has cancer, and then it's even more prominent here now. I belong to a group where, in that group, I see people, they'll say, oh, this person has cancer. Last year he's dead. His uncle has cancer. He's dead. A lot of people, just that I know around, just have cancer. They say he has cancer, he's dead. I say, when I was in Nigeria, we know they see cancer like this, so, and before you know it, somebody that is healthy, there's a particular case of a lady, very healthy, we see met in church, was even thinking, oh, I'm going to my summer in the US. The following week, they say he has cancer. Before you know
Patoski, ignorance is a big disease.
But when they even tell themselves, don't you think telling them can make them?
Maybe you have heard me mentioning it that my brother was in India. I think I mentioned it on this platform.
Yeah,
my immediate elder brother, he just had a swelling in somewhere around his wrist. Swelling, no, that was more than 1 year ago. In our characteristic nature now, he was just using aboliki. You understand?
Because of warning now. It's in the hand now.
So he was just using aboliki. He did not even inform anybody, and he continued with. Sometimes the thing will pain him. After a while, the pain will resolve, and like that. He went to hospital just because he had an accident. You understand? That was when he now made complaint of that one. Lo and behold, it was a cancer of the bone.
Jesus. Kai.
You understand? So, and that's it. If some other people
so they
will not
eventually
even
cut it.
Yes, now they have to cut the bone. They have to cut the bone.
They have to cut that part of the bone.
Yes, they have to cut and replace it. They cut that part of the bone and now go to his leg. The lower leg, we have two bones there. We have the tibia and fibula. That fibula usually is smaller than the tibia. Usually it has little or no function there. So they cut part of that fibula to go and join to replace the part of the hands that they cut off.
Wow. Medical science on trial.
You know that. So and that's why that was some few days ago Tony came here and he said one of his cousins just died from something in the throat. And then why should somebody and they die with the do you know how long that guy has been with that problem that he did not even tell anybody? Probably he might be taking medication on his own. Okay, look at my own brother. It's not as if he doesn't have the money. You have doctors in your family. I'm your younger brother. I'm a doctor. He did not even let me know. You can see how. So if that one not die of cancer, they will say, no, it's because Nigeria don't have good health. Because most Nigerians don't even present in the hospital early. They don't present in the hospital early. Nigerians will only go to hospital when they know that this thing is about to take their life. That's when you now see them in emergency. Hey, egbawa. And then when
Hola.
Hey,
how many times did I call you? How many times did I call you?
Hola, how can I take this thing to the background, I beg? I think it's time to go to the background. How can I take this thing to the background? Hola. Take it to the background. Take us to the background.
Okay, bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe pa òun mọ́ sólì lẹ́nu ni ẹ̀jẹ̀ ó sọ̀rọ̀ kó dáa o.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the day. Yeah, thank you for joining us. Please always like, share, and subscribe to this platform, and help us get the algorithm that we hope to get. One man went to Mo is coming tomorrow again, so hope to see you guys. Thanks for everything.